Hello, good evening and welcome to the continuous coverage of Election 2024. This is Ghana Decides here on your Election Command Center between now to 12 midnight. We're with you every step of the way, getting into all the discussions post-election day and giving you updates as well on the parliamentary results. Outstanding. As we speak, we have eyes on what's happening in the Aquatia constituency and some Advocacy constituency as well. There's a statement coming through from the Electoral Commission on this Asante North constituency results. We'll give you updates on that shortly here on your Election Command Center. Plus, a number of you have been asking about the updates on the whereabouts of the Efutu constituency NDC chair. We'll tell you about it. There's some news coming through on this one here on your Election Command Center. So stay with us.
And again, clearly the conversation continues, like Alfred has indicated. Everything that started from the 7th of December, we are waiting for final conclusion on all 276 constituencies. As it stands, about 180 plus to the side of the NDC. The NPP is managing with just about 70 and above. We'll try and put all of that in context for you and see how it is the 9th Parliament is actually going to look like. Also, there is the possibility that this is the first time in our political history we would have about 4, maybe 5 independent members of parliament in Ghana's legislature. It's also a key issue we'll be discussing. Then later, the transition teams have started meeting. In fact, the first meeting is currently ongoing. Why those specific ministries, according to the law, why are they the ones that are supposed to meet and discuss the future of the country in terms of handing over power to the incoming administration? We'll try and break it down further so we get a better understanding of why the Finance Ministry, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Attorney General, the Ministry of Interior, and also National Security. All of these are the ministries that are meeting the team from John Mahama's side. We'll try and dissect a number of the issues that are coming up and get the latest, because our man, Komala Kluche, is seated just in and around that meeting. Updates of that and more coming up on your Election Command Center. I am Martin Asiedu Date.
Indeed, Martin, and that dissection will be done here on the desk. And we'll do what we do best, pick on the conversations that are coming on from the ground. But we'll also ask the question of what next, now that the transition is earnestly, ongoing. We'll also talk about a key issue in the lead up to the election, illegal mining in this country, what the future of the advocacy looks like under a new government. But gentlemen, did you know that people are, in fact, our viewers are already saying that we are showing them what the 24-hour economy looks like.
Certainly.
They are not far from right, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've been doing
indeed,
24 hours over the last 5 days.
Yes. And I think it's for you that we do what we do.
Absolutely.
And if you are following us and staying with us, we are happy that you are enjoying the coverage.
Indeed.
And experiencing what a 24-hour economy would look like.
Indeed. And, it's special appreciation to our audiences on radio, 92.7 3 FM, 92.7 FM, and our television viewers and our social media viewers.
That's right.
Large.
Special appreciation to all of them. They stay with us through it all, every belt they are there. And we thank you so much. We thank you so much.
Indeed. And on this note, I want to say thank you as well and a happy birthday to Apefa Infojo, who is the GM for APL. That's one of the subsidiaries here at Media General.
Indeed.
Today is her birthday. Happy birthday to you. If you see all the things we do across the Ghana Decides election conversation and the coverage and all the encomiums, as somebody says to us, she is the brain behind it together with her team. Amazing job they've done over the period. And so it's worth saying a happy birthday to you, Apefa Infojo.
I'd sing for her if I could sing, but talking is what I do best. So we'll stick with the talking. We'll stick with the talking.
We want to say again a very heart and warm happy birthday to Apefa Infojo. Clearly, you see our faces in your homes and offices, but if you know the battalion behind us helping us bring you the coverage as smooth as it has been, she's leading the charge with many other key individuals, and on behalf of all of them and even you, the viewer, I want to say special birthday to Apefa Infojo here.
Well, that's it. Remain your election command center. There's a lot to talk about. Kemini, you mentioned the matter of illegal mining.
Illegal mining.
The run-up to this election, it was topical. In fact, one of the major issues, because over the period, we have all covered elections in this country. Yeah. You know, and this probably may be our third, fourth, fifth. It is only this election that the matter of corruption, you know, and those very common issues were buried and didn't gain so much prominence going into this election. It was a matter of either illegal mining or the impasse in Parliament. So the media was caught up in the conversation about all of these issues. And so the matters of, you know, corruption and all those issues didn't come up too much to the front burner. But you see as well that even though there was some pressure on government to make a statement on the fight against illegal mining, the position they took was that, in fact, some of the elements in government, you had Frank Anodompré was a majority chief whip. In Soma Drejiri, that constituency results is still outstanding. Some have pointed to that statement and others that he made about illegal mining and Galamsey and the fact that, you know, they fought Galamsey in 2020. It cost them 20 seats. We're going to check because we realized that that statement has no legs, in fact. So we'll go into that as well, and then also get into whether or not in 2024 that position they took, that they're not going to fight illegal mining because it's going to cost them seats, actually materialized. In fact, we'll get into all of that.
Indeed. And indeed, Alfred, it tells us one thing, that this election, like our guests and panelists have been saying, was about election. It was about issues, and it really didn't matter which level of enlightenment that, you know, the voter had, from the people who hawk on the street to the very elite of our society. It was about one issue or the other. You know, in the 90s, right, there were times when you'd ask why voters were voting a particular way, and they'll tell you that Chairman Rawlings was so handsome, that's why they were voting. And I'd know, because I grew up in an area where the NDC won the vote almost every time. And the people vote because he was a handsome man. You understand? But we have moved to a period where the election is about, are you doing what I want? Can you figure out this issue for me? If you can't, then you're not the person for me. And it shows the growth of the Ghanaian people, the growth of the Ghanaian voter, that we are no longer to be taken for granted. If you promise A and you deliver B, you will probably be headed out. And which is why we have all said that the incoming administration should not overjubilate, because they've got a task ahead of them, a task that the Ghanaian people will be scoring. You know, they will be checking boxes for them. Are they doing this as they said they will do it? Is it even close to giving us the quality of life that we want as a people? And I'm very happy about that, you know, as a citizen of this country.
I mean, absolutely, Kemini and Alfred. So, I mean, after the results started coming in, we spoke to a number of party supporters. I had a conversation with an MPP guy who says that, look, now the Ghanaian voter is complicated. They are unable to tell which direction the voter is thinking. They will support you publicly, but when they go to the polls, they vote otherwise. So it's a key issue regarding what the current Ghanaian voter looks out for. And Kemini, you are right by indicating that gone are the days where if you are born into a family that supports one party, naturally you are supporter of that party. You know, but now those things are changing. And on the conversation of Galamsey, this is the first time in many years that the entire country has marshaled itself behind those that were asking for some decisive action be taken against Galamsey. You had the clergy, people, the Roman Catholic bishops going on the streets demonstrating, massive demonstration because of that subject of Galamsey. Government said that some of the constituencies they lost was as a result of their campaign of fight against Galamsey. Today on the show, Alfred and I will dig into some of those constituencies to find out really whether or not those claims were true in 2020 and how the voting in those constituencies have played out in 2024. So there's a lot to talk about here on your election command center between now and midnight. Do stay with us. Just make sure you've had dinner, grab a cup of coffee, tea maybe, and then let's have this conversation. of national importance.
That's right. And while at it, let's go straight into the matters right now. As I indicated to you, a number of you have been reaching out to us about that story that we started yesterday on the matter of the Efutu constituency NDC chair who has gone missing, at least from Saturday to date. His whereabouts is unknown. We've been knocking on the doors of Ghana Police Service, going to have an update on this. So far, we haven't received any information as yet, but we'll go to our Central Regional correspondent shortly to give us an update on it. Felix Kwachiofosu, who is the Member of Parliament elect for Abrasebo Kwamankese constituency, a former Deputy Information Minister, is with Komla Kluche, correspondent at the Accra International Conference Center, where the first meeting of this transition team is taking place as we speak. Earlier, you saw the inauguration with both the president and president-elect all making statements. But let's take a listen to Felix Kwachiofosu.
To take on the mandate of addressing the economic issues. But I think that it is a bit of a stretch to suggest that suddenly we are out of the woods and that the economic problems have been resolved. They have not been resolved. We still are unable to repay our debts. Inflation is quite high. The exchange rate still remains steep and unbearable. The hardships are severe. And as you know, Christmas is just around the corner. And the hardships are going to impede the ability of Ghanaians to enjoy Christmas as they should. We all know that businesses are struggling and the general economy is not in good shape. So President Mahama is right when he disagrees with the assertions of the president. I don't think that it is entirely accurate for anyone to suggest that the economy is in better shape than before. It is not. And we have to be realistic and candid in these matters. We in the NDC are under no illusions whatsoever about the task that we face. We know that we are inheriting a shattered economy. Our finances are in disarray, and that it is going to take real hard work to get us out of the doldrums that we find ourselves presently.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, and then I'm saying, Omampeni Akufo-Addo ni Omampeni a yato abama no Mahama omopa eye basonku a emremu no e wose omu hia no modwendwen kwan a abanya efri edwaso no e de oman ne be hye abanya e ba edwaso no nsa nti omopa sa basonku no ehontoma na enu echi no basonku no hyase edi dwuma dwuma omudi kan di ye ne se na e wose omoti eku ahodo a ombehwe ensem ahodo e wo ho a efa saa abansese yi ho eku edi kan no eno na behwe eye soya ese soya omampani foforo no e wo January 7th 2025 nti saa ko no yate a omasha ase a omo ye adwuma se ne be ya saa da ne be so no na ya ahobo a esefata se ne be ya omampani no betumi afu ekonwa no eku eto so no
the first briefing of this transition team that was inaugurated earlier today by both President Akufo-Addo and President-elect John Dramani Mahama. They are having their first meeting at the Accra International Conference Center. The man you just heard speaking is Felix Kwachiofosu, is a Member of Parliament-elect for the Abrasebo Kwamankese constituency in the Central Region. In fact, he flipped that constituency for the NDC. The incumbent was defeated, and we're going to get into that. And this is the second time they went head-to-head in 2020. He lost by a slim margin. This year, he has flipped this Abrasebo Kwamankese constituency on the ticket of the NDC. He's going into this 9th parliament, but it appears that he's the one who's going to be speaking for the president-elect's transition team. He was just addressing the media, indicating that the agenda for this first meeting has been about planning for the swearing in on January 7. So today, the main issue was about the planning for swearing in of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, on January 7. And other issues they're going to be talking about are the matters of the transfer of documents on major government issues. And you do know, as we indicated yesterday, Martin, that the matter of documentation is going to also be subjected to some authentication by the receiving transition team. That's the President-elect John Dramani Mahama's transition team already, because you heard President Kufuor talk about numbers, that the economy has grown by 7%. And that statement alone got a number of reactions on social media, especially because the economy was the major issue that influenced people's decision to vote. So if that was the case, you juxtapose that with the outcome of the election results, there's a clear disconnect. That tells you something. But stay with us. We're getting to all of that here on your Election Command Center. But let's go to the central region, the Efutu constituency. Yesterday, we gave you details of what exactly happened, the story behind the disappearance of the NDC chair in the Efutu constituency. And this is a constituency to highlight that, yes, indeed, is that of the Alexander Fenyomaking, the leader of the NPP caucus in this 8th parliament. And so this matter became topical. And Aquatia is our correspondent who's been following this quite closely for us. Aquatia, what is the latest on the whereabouts of the Efutu constituency NDC chair?
Okay, Alfred, thank you very much. So with regards to the whereabouts of the vice chairman for the National Democratic Congress here in the Efutu constituency, word from officialdom and then family suggest that they've still not seen or heard anything about the whereabouts of Mr. Abraham Ado, and so they are still calling on police to expedite investigations to the matter to ensure that his whereabouts is being traced. But I can confirm that police have already made arrests regarding some violent incidents that occurred within the constituency during voting on Saturday. I can say that as of now, there are 2 persons who are in the grips of the Winneba Divisional Police Command and currently assisting police in investigations. Now, regardless of the fact that the National Democratic Congress officers in the Efutu constituency, as well as family members of the vice chairman, is that we are not, hearing anything regarding his whereabouts. I have also independently been speaking to people, and we have some sort of grounds to state that nothing bad might have happened to him. He may be alive and taking well, but just maybe he might have taken cover elsewhere as a result of what actually occurred on Saturday.
I see. Now, so you indicate that some 3 persons or 2 persons have been arrested in connection with the disappearance of the NDC chair. What's the number exactly?
So 3 persons actually have been arrested by police, yes.
And these 3 persons, were they, at least based on the information you have from the police, were they part of those who either chased him into that room, as his wife narrated, and inflicted some of the executives there with machete wounds?
Okay, so based on the information we have, and then you do report that yesterday, when we had this conversation, we mentioned that some visuals of the incident were being circulated. And so police is basing on those visuals that were taken by some bystanders during the altercation. And then it is based on that they are arresting the persons who are seen in those videos. And so, yes, this person can be said to have been taking part in that particular attack that was launched on the NDC vice chairman and then some other officers of the party who were patrolling the Winneba Township to monitor how voting was ongoing within the township. But then also, the New Patriotic Party have also been speaking. And for them, they are also alarmed because according to them, they've had a number of their supporters being attacked by known NDC members in the Efutu constituency. And so earlier today, the party held a press conference, and then the constituency chairman did call on police to, as a matter of urgency, launch investigations into the attacks that have been launched on UPP supporters and ensure that the attackers are brought to book. He has cautioned that if the police were to take any action, they'll be left with no option but to also take the law into their own hands and ensure that their supporters and then officers of the party are necessarily protected.
I see. And what's the state of those who were inflicted with machete wounds on Saturday, apart from the vice chair who's gone missing?
Okay, so some of them are still receiving treatment from the hospital, and then some of them whose injuries might not have been treated and discharged, and they are recuperating now.
Great. Akwasi, hold on a bit for me. Let's hear from the persons that you spoke to on this press conference earlier today. Take a look.
We are to safeguard the some Koko a beard ebasa yabon pound. Yas a mind there. Yes, the democrats are saying Efutu. That's what I'm real. Sabe. Obia famba sabasebia ye amfamba Efutu main. Na yenuanom aye yenuanom e disifo. Fiti ene na ansa be pepende. Wason Etienne. Wason Etienne. Eneda wako municipal assembly wotusa there wako akesa yema ho order for police na police fo waba na body dispatch one wakwai the MC wani for tokom na wini gware isanchafo mocha eyi ayo fa dama yema the Ghana amai na watyanka Sama, all quality with Efutu Boma. Sabi, Yanya Kotafo. Sabi, Yanya Bubuafo. Yam Breti, Yam Zinti. Yam Fambra, your first Yansem. Say, Yan man is a fool. So I'm full there. When you come winners, now one fast will get one fun tough to Mamma. On the Yasu, Yamambra, Ayajuma. Or San Obiasham Nasi. Even the president, or Shamnasi, judging on someone or Dasam, or Shamnasi. It's the answer. Yeah, you was the. Now, what you say, second way, I do. Sabi, I better tonight. Where's the Sia? The Confutano, where can you easy? Even, honorable as a Guan for your market. Now, you want to be cigar, or does it say Janai? Aquatia, Wakapamo. Yama, Yabon Devil. Namobia say, Yabobia who. The all quality was in Pamayim. Yes, supporters. Yes, executives. Yanya Kotafo. Yanya Emumufo. Sabe. So what were you with that? And your name people, Yamase. Oh, Pierre Abaye. Bibi. Abaquetiano. Yamama Possible. When you did the one guy there. I am going to the police station home. So what for the what power? No, but you do. What power? Sabe, transition ho. Ya shall say. Transition ho. Ya jatum. Young man paying. What's the young I am Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Alaji. I was on penny to train, on penny and embryo there. Sabe, you see. What the cry? Why the fair? I have some dream. The man is first of just was simple. Yes, say any man is a fool. There. One shall mess up a woman. No one jay, but I was not open on the simple woman. And now, I press for her. Then you come up with your person.
Well, so Akwasi, Ado is still with us. He is our correspondent there. Akwasi, who is the man we just heard speaking? Hello, Akwasi. Well, so that's the NPP in the Efutu constituency. They addressed the media, raising concerns about what they allege to be attacks on some of the executives of the NPP in the Efutu constituency. He talks about some public toilets that Alexander Fenyomakin built with his own money. That's what he said. Neboto Muska, as in so. But Akwasi, who is this person that we just heard speaking?
So, this is the constituency chairman for the Efutu constituency, speaking to us there. But we have also been speaking to the parliamentary candidate of the National Democratic Congress, Dr. James Kofi Annan, and then he has been instructed that it's about time the police took action to ensure that the perpetrators of that nefarious act on election day are being brought to book.
I see, but before we hear from Kofi Annan, can you just give us a summary of what the NPP chairman in the Efutu constituency, who just addressed the press in Chi, said?
Okay, so what the NPP chairman is saying is that the people of Efutu are one people, and then he does not fathom why the NDC supported after winning these elections would decide to launch any form of attack on members of the new patriotic party. And he's been saying that the NPPs are not cowards. He is not happy about the fact that some NDC members invaded the Efutu Municipal Assembly office and also attempted to take over some installations that were built by the Honorable Alexander Akim North. He mentioned some public toilet facilities as well as other centers that were put up by the Honorable member. And then he has cautioned that even though they are law-abiding citizens, when it gets to a point where they can no longer contain what the NDC members are doing to them, they may also have to take action.
I see. But you're a journalist there. I mean, you've been crisscrossing this constituency, Efutu, over the last 3 days. Is there any record or news of the NDC supporters identified as that, allegedly trying to take over a public toilet that was built by Afenyo Makin, as the man is saying, with his own personal funds?
Okay, so for that one, I cannot confirm. But then we also do know that yesterday in the afternoon, some NDC supporters stormed the premises of the Efutu Municipal Assembly office. And based on the information we had, even though they did not attack any officer of the assembly, what they did was that they cautioned the officers of the assembly to ensure that all properties belonging to the state are well protected and then prevented from being looted. But then also, we received word that some persons attempted to, move some street lights from the assembly to an unknown location. And that just when they were about leaving the assembly's premises, they were intercepted by police and arrested. And what we've heard is that about 500 street lights were packed into a pickup truck and was just about exiting the assembly when the police intercepted. And we've also learned that based on that, the police has invited officers of the assembly, including the MC Kasim Zubeiru, to assist them in investigating where exactly those persons were taking the street lights to.
You're saying that Kofi Annan, who is the NDC candidate in the Efutu constituency, he lost this election per the Electoral Commission's declaration. He has also made the call to the police to expedite the investigation into the whereabouts of the vice chair of the NDC in the Efutu constituency, correct? Hello?
And then I've been speaking to him, and what he's been telling me is that even though he's lost the elections, he has forced to believe that it is because of how the current protest register in the Efutu constituency.
Right. Thank you very much. That's Kwesi Ado, who is our correspondent in the Efutu constituency. And this is the constituency of Alexander Akim North. He leads the NPP caucus in this 8th parliament. And it's a constituency that going into this election was a place to watch as well. As a matter of fact, what we do know per the Electoral Commission's declaration, yes, he retained that seat for the NPP, but then again, that was with some violence. And as we have seen now, some persons are in some health facilities in that constituency and adjoining communities receiving treatment as a result of some machete wounds that they suffered during that election in the Efutu constituency. Now, also, the vice chair of the NDC in this Efutu constituency, as we speak, since Saturday, he is nowhere to be found. His whereabouts is unknown as we speak. The police service, they've been giving some national updates on the violence and the matters arising in this election. This particular one, we have not received updates as yet from the Ghana Police Service, although the NDC in the constituency says they have reported the matter to the Ghana Police Service. We've been speaking to the vice chair of the NDC who's nowhere to be found. His daughter has been speaking to us. We'll hear from her shortly to find out how the family is coping and dealing with what we're talking about right now. But Akwesi, maybe quickly before we go, how is the constituency dealing with this whole news of the missing vice chair of the NDC in the Efutu constituency? Hello?
Yeah, Alfred, can you please hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, so this is a matter that has been stopped with within the constituency. People are really petrified because they cannot understand why this should happen in the constituency because nobody expected it. They least expected it. Even though ahead of the election, there were some confrontations between the NTP and the NDC on billboard distraction matters. Nobody envisaged that on election day, this kind of violence was going to be witnessed, especially when the Efutu constituency happens to be one of the areas where military presence was very high during elections, because we do know that a number of military officers were deployed to this particular constituency. And so people envisaged that the constituency was going to witness a very peaceful and calm atmosphere during the entire process of the elections. And then, yet we still had these violent matters occurring.
Akwesi, appreciate you for this. Thank you so much. Akwesi Ado is our correspondent in the Efutu constituency here on the Election Command Center. We're keeping an eye on that constituency as well. But even though the results of that constituency's election has been declared, there are some outstanding matters. And key among those outstanding issues is the whereabouts of the NDC vice chair in that constituency. We also have an issue with some of the persons there, the NDC executives who are in hospital right now receiving some treatment as a result of being inflicted with some machete wounds during that election period on Saturday. This is your Election Command Center. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll also give you a quick update on what's going on in the Asante constituency. In the Eastern region, the Aquatia constituency as well, Ayenswano constituency, even though the results have been declared, it's been fraught with some contention. The Electoral Commission office in that Ayenswano constituency has been burnt down, and with all the ballot papers and the ballot boxes in that for that constituency's election, all also destroyed as we speak. And Swamadredri, we don't know that for now. The Aquatia constituency as well as another constituency to watch, because when we get into the Galamsey matter, Aquatia is flagged as an area that is fraught with issues of illegal mining. In the 2020 election, the NPP lost the Aquatia constituency. And the reason they put to it was because President Akufo-Addo put his he said he will, or he's willing to put his presidency on the line to fight illegal mining, and all the measures that were put in place, according to the likes of Kojo Ponkrumah, who spoke just 3 days after the 2020 election. He granted a media interview. It was the information minister at the time, indicating that it was because of the fight against illegal mining prior to the 2020 election that led to they losing a number of seats in that particular 2020 election in these Galamsey areas. We'll get into that. But Aquatia constituency was one of them, right? That the NDC flipped in the 2020 elections. In 2024, as we speak, the Electoral Commission is yet to declare the result in the Aquatia constituency because of some contention in there as well. We understand the young people there have been on the streets demanding that these results be declared. But let's go on to the magic wall. Martin, what are we seeing in the Aquatia constituency?
Well, clearly, Alfred, the Aquatia constituency, like you indicated, is one of the key ones we are still keeping very close eyes on. We are yet to get final declaration by the Electoral Commission, but it is one of the constituencies in the Eastern region that has actually not taken sides with any of the political parties. NDC has won it before, NPP also have had it before. In 2016, it was in the camp of the NPP. They won it by 57.2%, and the NDC got 42.4%. And now we are talking about the parliamentary results in the Aquatia constituency. Come to 2020, the NDC now flipped it, like Alfred indicated. 2020, NDC won Aquatia by 51.5% as against the NPP's 48.5%. Now, if you look at the 2024 result compartment, it is yet to be declared. So the figures currently, as we have it, is standing at 000. Let's look at the presidential way of how they have voted over time. Still on the Aquatia constituency. In 2016, the NPP won it 56.9%, so 57% against the NDC's 42%. That is Nana Akufo-Addo when he stood against John Mahama. And in 2020, the NPP actually won the presidential votes in the Aquatia constituency, getting 56.9% as against John Mahama's 42.3%.
So you can say, Martin, in 2020, there was a skirt and blouse.
Yes.
For the parliamentary, the NDC won.
But
for the presidential, President Akufo-Addo won in 2020.
And some of these things actually excite me, you know, because then it tells you that the constituents usually have a mind of their own.
Good.
They do not just follow the trajectory of the national party. Locally, they think of what they will be benefiting. So although the NDC won the parliamentary elections in the Aquatia constituency in 2020, the NPP's presidential candidate Nana Akufo-Addo won the presidential votes.
The same in 2024.
Yes.
Is it not? There was a skirt and blouse again. At
so
least no, we cannot say that because we don't know the parliamentary results
yet. But for the presidential, the NPP got 50.0% and the NDC got 49.9%. In fact, it is very, very close. So 49.9, you can round that off to simply say 50% for John Dramani Mahama and 50% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And look at the vote, the nominal numbers. 17,560 for John Mahama, 17,608 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And this simply tells you that it's just about 100, probably even less than 100 vote difference in the presidential race in the Aquatia constituency in the Eastern region. So it's one of the constituencies that the parliamentary results are still under contention or still under contention. We'll see the specific results coming in hopefully soon from the Electoral Commission. And again, what we are doing now is to take a quick trip round some of the Galamsey constituencies, because Galamsey was also quite topical. Many people thought that the current administration did little to nothing in fighting Galamsey. So it was one of the topical issues. So for those who are not necessarily aligned to either party, maybe when they were going to the polls, this was a key issue on their minds, especially those who used the rivers that were near them and looked at the pollution of the river bodies that they ordinarily would have been depending on to do their normal house chores. The waters were badly polluted. It became very topical. National conversations were carved out of that, and it looks as though it is likely to have played out or been on the minds of many that went to vote. So we'll be going to some of the Galamsey-prone constituencies to see how the voting pattern went. We indicated in the beginning that the NPP in 2020, there's actually even a video of Dr. Mark Yopoku Prempeh, the NPP's running mate, clearly supporting the notion that they lost a number of seats, about 20 seats, because of how they intended fighting Galamsey. But in 2024, that we didn't hear much from the NPP about their intention to fight Galamsey. How did the constituents in those areas vote? That's what we'll be trying to dissect for you here and get some specific numbers, Alfred.
But really, if you look at it, the merit or otherwise of that argument, I think that's where the numbers come in. Because going into the 2020 elections, the MPP held 169 seats. The NDC had 106 seats in that 7th Parliament. In the 8th Parliament, we saw what happened with the NPP losing a number of seats that, in fact, flipped to the NDC. The only reason, according to some persons who spoke in the MPP after the 2020 elections, that they had the slimmest majority we've had in this Fourth Republic, 137, a hung parliament, it was just because Andrew Esiama, the member of parliament in the Ashanti region, decided to do business with them. That gave them 138, right? If that had not happened, we would have had a situation on our hands. But is it the case that there is merit in they deciding to go on that path, that it was because President Akufo-Addo declared that it was going to, he will or willing to put his presidency on the line? That's why they lost those seats in these Galamsey areas? Or other factors could have contributed to they losing those number of seats in 2020. If you recall, some few months ahead of the election, when the organized labor waded into the matter of illegal mining, demanding that some action be taken, they backed off eventually. We had all other groups, including the media. And every time, we don't give credit to ourselves for some of these things that we do, because the media picks up this, we report the issues, we draw attention to the matter, and then you have all the other persons also stepping in. But because Galamsey became a topical matter going into 2024 as well, you look at the posturing of very senior elements within this administration, President Akufo-Addo's administration, and they always reference what happened in 2020, reason why they are not going to go on the path of cracking the whip. So you hear Frank Anodompre, there's some Adrejure MP, and what he said. And there are some persons who are pointing to that being one of the serious issues he's had to deal with, because his constituency has the Densu River going through that place. As I indicated to you, the turbidity levels are nothing to write home about as against what I grew up fishing in some, 30 years ago. And then you look at Dr. Ayuefriye as well, in the Ashanti region. Ayuefriye made that statement as well, which he accused us of doctrine. But if you listen to the full tape, it's even damning than what we even played, right? And so that he was also a leader of a committee on environment in Parliament, right? And then you look at the posture that Dr. Matthew Poku-Brempe also took as well. In fact, in October 2022, President Akufo-Addo was on a tour in the Eastern region. He also referenced the fact that it was because of the fight against illegal mining that they lost the number of seats in the 2020 election that cost them the majority in this 8th parliament. But if you look at the breakdown, let's take a look at this. In the Ashanti region, Martin, there are 24 constituencies that have recorded Galamsey activities. 24 constituencies, we'll get into it. In the Eastern region, there are 15 constituencies. Aquatia is one of them. Let's go to Etiwa East, right? Etiwa East. And it's one place that when we go to the desk, Kemini, our guest in there has done an extensive work in Etiwa. That Etiwa Forest is one place that has been a reference point for the fight against illegal mining, that when you go there, you see the level of destruction to, in fact, the foremost rainforest that we have on the continent, and with some species of monkeys that you will never find anywhere in the world, plants we've never find anywhere in the world, all being destroyed in the name of illegal mining. In fact, you remember some bauxite mining was also, according to government plan, to be done there in the Etiwa forest. As we speak, that is still on the freeze right now. We look at the Etiwa East constituency. It's one of the 15 constituencies in the Eastern region that we've seen illegal mining recorded there. Western region has 11 constituencies. The Upper East region, we have 5 constituencies we're going to look at that have Galamsey activities recorded there. Ahafo region, there are 3 constituencies. Bono region, there is 1. Northeast region, 1. And then we have the Western North has 9 constituencies that have recorded illegal mining cases. Upper West, we have 6 constituencies. The Central region has 9 constituencies with Galamsey-related issues. Savannah region has 2. Bono East has 2. And the Oti region has 1. We'll run through all of that here. It's into the total of about 85 constituencies that we'll get to shortly. But before we go into the Etiwa East constituency and how things play out in 2020, whether indeed the MPP lost that seat because of illegal mining, or they actually won that seat. We'll see it. Let's go to the Ahafo North constituency. That's one constituency that has its results outstanding. The Electoral Commission is yet to declare the results for the Ahafo North constituency. And Ibrahim Abubakar is a man on the ground in the Ashanti region. Ibrahim, last time we checked out on this constituency, we understand that some ballot papers had been burnt in that constituency, correct? Hello? Hello? Ibrahim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Alfred.
Perfect. Now, I was asking that the last time we visited the Ahafo North constituency, some ballot papers had been burnt and tampered with, correct?
Exactly. So, as we speak, both the presidential and parliamentary candidates of the Ahafo North constituency is still outstanding. In fact, when you come to Ashanti region, we have two constituencies that are outstanding when it comes to the declaration of the parliamentary seat. It's Ahafo Southwest, which is Mankranso, and Ahafo Southeast, so Ahafo North rather, which is Tepa. For Ahafo Southwest, they have been able to declare that of the presidential, and John Dramani Mahama won there. But when it comes to the parliamentary, the pink sheets were tampered with, some were destroyed, and other things. So as we speak, that case has been referred to the regional office. In fact, they were supposed to sit on that issue on yesterday, but we had some tax also invaded the EC office here, and they had to postpone it. So as we speak, the regional EC office has also referred the matter to the national office. But when it comes to Ahafo North, which is Tepa, both the presidential and the parliamentary are still outstanding. That's how come when the results for the region was collated, the presidential results Ahafo North was left out. Now, when you speak to the EC officials, they will tell you that they don't have a single pink sheet with regards to Ahafo North. Everything has been destroyed because just when they started collating it, there was an invasion there and everything was destroyed. NDC too says they do not have the physical pink sheet of the Ahafo North. Everything was destroyed. But MPP claims they still have their pink sheet intact, and when the right time comes, they will bring it out. So for Ahafo North, the EC officials here are saying the headquarters have pressed upon them to engage with the other parties and see whether they can get their pink sheet so that they will do the comparison. Because as we speak, if MPP alone claims they have their pink sheet, then it will be difficult because NDC will insist that they do not trust the authenticity of that pink sheet. So they have to have others from, or let me say, from other political parties. But the danger too, or the issue too here is that when you go to Ahafo with regards to the parliamentary, other political parties did not contest the seats. So it's NDC and MPP. So if NDC says they do not have their pink sheet, EC is also saying they do not have their pink sheet. It means we have to rely on that of MPP alone. And NDC says they cannot trust the pink sheet of the New Patriotic Party. But then they went ahead in their press conference yesterday to say that when they tally the result that they have, their parliamentary candidate, I mean the NDC, is in a comfortable lead. He is leading with a margin of 1,000 plus. MPP too is saying the same thing. But there was a lot of confusion there. We also have videos of even vehicle of the parliamentary candidate of the MPP being bent by some unidentified persons. If you also look at the press statement of the or press release of the police, they have even 3 persons. I mean, they are all executives of the NDC in the constituency. They have been declared wanted by the police for engaging in some of these disturbances, burning of the cars, and also forcefully taking over some government installation, and also going to the house of the parliamentary candidate of the MPP to retrieve some fertilizers. So those 3 have been declared wanted. So that is there when it comes to it. That is it. So in Ashanti region, like I said, we also have 2 outstanding when it comes to the parliamentary seat, Afano Southwest and Afano North. Then when it comes to Obuasi East, even though the Electoral Commission has declared the NDC parliamentary candidate there as MP elect, later it came out that the EC official said he did that under duress because he was surrounded by some thugs who forced him to declare. So when you look at the pink sheet for the parliamentary, you realize that the first result that came, the MPP candidate was leading the NDC by 19 votes. But it was cancelled on the same pink sheet, and the result was rewritten on the, I think, 5th row or so. And you could realize that the figures of the NDC and MPP were changed. So on that sheet, they are also saying they are leading by 19 votes. So the NDC candidate was officially declared that, but that is also still in contention, and it has been referred to the headquarters in Accra for that to be handled. But for the NDC, they are saying that since the EC official declared their parliamentary candidate as MP elect for Obuasi East, they are holding on to it. And if MPP has any issue, they should proceed to court with regards to that constituency.
So Obuasi East as well, we've had a similar tale that's run through a number of the constituencies in this election. The Electoral Commission returning officer for the constituency declared the NDC candidate as winner with 19 votes difference. The MPP says they are not going to accept the results because the Electoral Commission officer says he was made to announce and declare the NDC winner under duress. They forced him to do so. But what is the position of the NDC as well? Because they say that this matter has been referred to the EC headquarters. What is going to happen?
Well, for the NDC, as we speak, they said since the EC officers officially declared their candidate as the MP elect for Obuasi, they are holding on to it. So for them, aside retaining their 4 seats in Ashanti region, they have added 4 more seats. The 4 more seats include Akpofom, Adansia Sukwa. Then we have Afano Southeast. Then also Obuasi East. But for the 3, I mean Afano Southeast, Akpofom, Adansia Sukwa, there is no contention there. But when it comes to Obuasi East, they have added it, so 4 additional seats. But that is the seat that the EC returning officer saying he was made to do the declaration under duress. So that has been referred to the headquarters. But they are saying that they have won the seat and they see their candidate as the MP elect for the area. And for that matter, if the New Patriotic Party believes that they've been robbed, they should proceed to court with that matter because they have been duly declared to be the winner of that seat. But like I said, for Afano North and Afano Southwest, that declaration has not been made at all. And for that matter, no one is officially claiming that seat as his. But MPP, of course, is saying they won it. But then, since EC has not declared, they are also waiting on them to do the needful.
I see, but for Afano Southwest, the presidential has been declared, right?
Exactly, the presidential was declared, and John Dramani Mahama. I don't have the figures here, but John Dramani Mahama was leading when it comes to the presidential. He had more votes than the NPP presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. That's how come the youth there, or I would say the NDC, is also claiming that since John Dramani Mahama won in that constituency, it also means that their candidate had also won in that constituency.
But You know the history of this constituency quite well. It is one of the constituencies the NDC has never won since it was created, correct?
Exactly. This has been a safety for the MPP since its creation. And even when it comes to the presidential, there has never been a time that the NDC presidential candidate had gotten more votes than the NPP presidential candidate. So that's how come this time around, the NDC is also insisting that they have won since their candidate for the first time has also won the presidential elections there. It means that their parliamentary candidate has also won. So that area, when you look at the gap, it's around 200 plus. So MPP is claiming they have won with that 200 margin. NDC is also claiming they have won there with that 200 plus margin.
See, so essentially what that means is if we're supposed to take record of what has happened right now, the NDC has won 8 seats, up from the 4 in the 2020 elections. In this 2024 elections, it's up to 8.
Exactly, and they are still pursuing Aquatia North. They are pursuing Aquatia Southwest, and they said they have also outstanding issues that because the EC has officially declared, they will not oppose to that, but will proceed to court later. And they have places like Efutu North, they have Achuma Mponia, then they have Efutu North. So they also have these 3 outstanding constituencies that they say they won, but because the EC has officially declared the MPP candidates as winners, they will rather resort to going to court when it comes to these 3 seats.
I see. So, but for Aquatia Southwest, you say that as at the time of declaration, John Mahama was leading the presidential in Aquatia Southwest.
Exactly. So he led the presidential there. So for them, their presidential result was added to the region. So when it comes to presidential, it is only Aquatia North that was left out of the presidential results in the Ashanti region.
Ibrahim, I thank you, but we're going to come back to you on the matter of the Galamsey constituencies in the Ashanti region, or the Ashanti region that constituencies that have Galamsey going on in there, and the results there, because that's one of the major focus tonight. But grateful for this. Appreciate you. Ibrahim Abubakar is Ashanti regional correspondent. So that's the latest on the number of constituencies in the Ashanti region that have their results outstanding. Aquatia Southwest and Aquatia North. The Aquatia Southwest, the presidential results have been declared. That's what was added to the numbers that were declared by Jane Adokwa-Mensah, giving John Dramani Mahama 56.55% of the 267 constituencies results, 9 outstanding. But for the parliamentary, for Aquatia North and Aquatia Southwest, they have not been declared as yet. But for Obuasi East, what we're learning right now, what Ibrahim just said to us, for Obuasi East, the NDC candidate has been declared Member of Parliament elect for the Obuasi East constituency. That is a constituency as well that the NDC has never won in the Ashanti region. Right? So effectively, per this declaration, they flipped the constituency. That brings the number of seats won by the NDC in the stronghold of the MPP, the Ashanti region, to 8, including Aquatia, Adansiaskwa, Katie Hammond's constituency that we have seen as well. But let's go to the magic wall right now and trace the history of these constituencies. Aquatia Southwest, we understand that for the presidential, John Mahama was declared winner in that constituency. What's the trend looking like?
Well, clearly, Alfred, it's one of the interesting developments in the Ashanti region. I mean, the conversation has always been around whether NPP supporters came out in their numbers to vote. Well, bottom line, one person has won the presidential and another the parliamentary. Let's look at how Aquatia Southwest, how they voted over time. 2016, it was a very comfortable win for the NPP candidate. That is Nana Akufo-Addo. We're talking presidential first, then we'll look at the parliamentary. Presidential, Nana Akufo-Addo got 61.6% in the Aquatia Southwest constituency. come to 2020, the NPP won again 57.87%. And the NDC candidate in 2020, Ahafo North Southwest, John Mahama got 41.3%. Now come to 2024, the just ended election. Look at what the numbers are saying. The NDC candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has won the constituency for the presidential elections. He got 48.5% of total votes cast. And the NPP candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, got 46.9%. So, if you round off these percentiles, you're looking at 49% for John Mahama and 47% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In terms of nominal figures, John Mahama got 15,458. NPP's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia got 14,969. So, very close in terms of the nominal figures, and the same as for the percentages, but you can tell that by some 2 percentage points, the NDC for the first time has won the Ahafo North Southwest presidential votes. Let's look at the parliamentary as well. And it stands to reason why it has become a bone of contention and why it's become topical for us to talk about. Again, it's been a safe seat for the NPP in the Ashanti region. NPP in 2016 got 57.3%. Come to 2020, NPP won again 52.6%. NDC got 43.8%. Come to 2024, and we are looking at figures. We are yet to get the full nominal figures, but per the percentages we are getting, the NPP got 57.7% against the NDC's 42.1%. However, it tells you one thing, that constituency also voted skirt and blouse, Alfred.
Indeed, but this constituency of North Southwest, the parliamentary results is still in contention,
yes,
as we speak. So, because both sides are claiming that they have won that constituency. But let's go to our Afo North constituency, because as we speak, that constituency's issue is peculiar, because the ballot papers and the pink sheets have been burnt. So the Electoral Commission doesn't have records. The NDC also says they don't have the records. It's the MPP in Ahafo North who say they have their pink sheets, but then again, that's their pink sheet. So that has to be compared with others to be able to certify that indeed the figures there are of true reflection of what happened on 7th December. So as we speak, Ahafo North, both presidential and parliamentary have not been declared as yet. But let's look at the trends.
It is very important for electorates to have it at the back of their minds that if you go ahead and vandalize and destroy ballot boxes and papers, you're going to be having these kinds of challenges where 4 to 5 days after you queued up to go and vote, we cannot declare the results, or the EC officials are unable to declare results because of the destruction. We just need to be minded as electorates. However, if you're going to the specific constituency of Ahafo North, 2016, NPP won 51.1%, NDC got 39.1%. In 2020, NPP won again 50.6%, and the NDC increased their margin from 39.1 to 44.6. So let's round this up to even 45. So it tells you that the NDC had made quite substantial gains in this constituency, and probably the numbers were even inching closer and maybe surpassing that of the main contender, the NPP. That is why some destruction of ballot papers is making it difficult for the Electoral Commission to declare the results. That's the parliamentary. Let's look at the presidential vote pattern in that same constituency. Again, it's in the Ashanti region, so no major surprises there, but look at the differences in the numbers. In 2016, NPP again won 55.3%, NDC got 43.6%. Come to 2020, NPP won again 54.3%, NDC 44.8%. So clearly, it tells you a certain trajectory. The NDC was making gains, the NPP was losing grounds, and the 2024 elections are yet, or the results are yet to be declared because of the challenge of the electoral materials having been destroyed by the misunderstanding that broke out when the EC started the coalition process. Very unfortunate development, hampering the efforts of the democracy we're all looking to build. Alfred.
Prior to this moment, we were counting 7 seats for the NDC in the Ashanti region, up from the 4 that they held after the 2020 elections. We understand that has increased to 8, with Obuasi East now coming to add on. Let's go to Obuasi
Let's
East.
go to Obuasi
Let's
East
see
now.
it, because even though the results are being contended right now, because according to Ibrahim Abubakar, the NDC candidate was declared winner with just 19 votes difference. That was after the first result that was captured on the pink sheet was cancelled. And then the second result now had the NDC candidate leading with 19 votes. So it was on the basis of that the declaration was made that the NDC candidate is the MP-elect for Obuasi East. But what's the trend there?
Well, again, because it's in the Ashanti region, when you say the NPP has won, there really isn't much of a surprise there. 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo got 57. Beg your pardon, 75, actually, 75.9%. So it's safe to say that is 76%. NDC got 23.3%. Come to 2020, the NPP's numbers dropped from 75 to 72.7%. The NDC moved from 23 in 2016 to 26.5 in 2020. Tells you about 3% increase for the NDC candidate. Come to 2024, and the NPP candidate actually even lost further. From 72.7 in 2020, they got 63.9%. So let's say that is even 64%. The NDC candidate got 33.4%. That's an increase from 26 in 2020 to 33 in 2024. So the Ashanti regional constituency of the this particular constituency in the Ashanti region actually went, that's Obuasi East in the Ashanti region, went to the NPP candidate, that is in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Alfred.
I see. And pretty interesting and how things play. But for the parliamentary, based on the results that we have right now as given to us by Ibrahim Abubakar, the NDC candidate in the Obuasi East has been declared the Member of Parliament elect. We have more on this here on your Election Command Center, and we'll tell you all the 8 constituencies now that the NDC holds in the Ashanti region, up from 4 in the 2020 elections. This is the stronghold of the NPP. So 4 additional seats, with every other seat we've seen flipped by the NDC in this election. And some of the trends we've been talking about that have been thrown out of the window and to the dogs, essentially. Some constituencies that we thought that the NDC could never win, they flipped it. And some constituencies that don't keep their MPs for more than 1 term, they have broken that jinx. Adenta, Lejikuku, all the others, really. But Martin, let's do this quickly. Round up.
And you mentioned Obuasi East, so let's look at the numbers for the parliamentary, and you indicated it was a very, very close shave for the NDC. The NDC actually won it. Let's look at the numbers straight away. I mean, from 2016, NPP has won it 67, so that's even 70% against the NDC's 26%. 2020, NPP got 65% against the NDC's 34%. Now come to 2020, look at how close these numbers are. The NPP got 49.4%, the NDC got 49.4%. So it is the extra digits after the decimal point that made the difference. So the NPP got 49.41%, the NDC got 49.46%.
That's 19 votes.
Yes, so it's just a difference of, for the percentage, it's just about 0.5%. In fact, 0.05%. And then if you look at the nominal figures, 19 votes made a difference for the Obuasi East constituency. And like you are saying, for the first time since its creation, the NDC has won the Obuasi East constituency in the Ashanti region. One of the shockers from this election in the Ashanti region, Alfred. 19
votes difference. It reminds me of what happened in Sene West in the 2020 election. The parliamentary candidate won with just 16 votes in the Sene West constituency. We'll be back shortly after this quick break here on your Election Command Center. Stay with us. There's a conversation on these constituencies that have their results outstanding because ballot papers have been destroyed, ballot boxes have been burnt, and so what's going to be the next step? Plus, a statement from the Electoral Commission on the Ablekuma North constituency, even though the MP-elect has been announced already as of yesterday. Stay with us.
Born on November 29, 1958 in the town of Damongo in Ghana's northern region, John Dramani Mahama's life has been a testament to determination and discipline. As the seventh child of Emmanuel Adama Mahama, a respected teacher and politician, John grew up in a household where education was both a privilege and a duty. His academic foundation was laid at the prestigious Achimota School, known for its rigorous intellectual grooming. From there, he moved to the Ghana Secondary School in Tamale, excelling in his O and A levels before embarking on an international academic journey. In Moscow at the People's Friendship University, Mahama earned a degree in history, followed by a master's in communication studies from the University of Ghana, which honed his leadership and communication skills. In 1996, under the banner of the National Democratic Congress NDC, Mahama was elected to Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. Over the next decade, his political ascent was meteoric. By 1997, he was appointed Deputy Minister of Communications, and in 1998, he became the Substantive Minister of Communications.
Having worked in the international arena and in the local political level as an MP, he was experienced way beyond his age. He probably is the most experienced person to have been president of our country, and we need him back.
When the NDC transitioned into opposition in 2001, Mahama became a central figure in the party's strategy and resilience, cementing his reputation as a capable leader. In 2009, history was made when Mahama was sworn in as vice president under President John Evans Atta Mills. Tasked with key responsibilities, including chairing the economic management team, he proved instrumental in steering Ghana through a critical phase. The sudden passing of President Mills in 2012 propelled Mahama into the presidency.
As by law established,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established. Him Ghana's fourth president of the Fourth Republic. Mahama became a cornerstone of his legacy, with projects like the Kwame Nkrumah Circle Interchange, popularly referred to as Dubai, becoming iconic symbols of modernization. Additional accomplishments included the construction of the Kotoka International Airport Terminal 3, and the Atuabo gas processing plant, which bolstered energy security. His administration also tackled the long-standing Dumsa energy crisis with significant investments in power generation and distribution. In education and healthcare, Mahama expanded access and improved infrastructure. His government initiated over 123 community-day senior high schools, bringing education closer to underserved communities. In healthcare, landmark projects like the University of Ghana Medical Center and expansion of the Great Hospital redefined access to medical services for Ghanaians. Despite these achievements, Mahama's presidency was not without controversy. Allegations of corruption and accusations of economic mismanagement cast shadows over his tenure, contributing to his defeat in the 2016 elections. As he left office, Mahama expressed confidence in his legacy with the words, "Posterity will judge me right."
As I've said before, I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation, how well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country.
Following his loss, Mahama demonstrated resilience, remaining an influential figure within the NDC. His performance in the 2020 elections, where he secured over 6.2 million votes, his highest ever, cemented his position as a key player in Ghanaian politics. Now, as he steps into the 2024 elections, Mahama's campaign for the 2024 elections revolves around the themes of hope and renewal. His promises aim to address Ghana's most pressing challenges. He has pledged to create a fairer economy by tackling unemployment with his 24-hour economy initiative, reducing the cost of living and fostering sustainable growth.
Jobs must be the priority for everybody. And that is the priority of the next NDC government. Like I said, we'll do infrastructure, but we're going to concentrate on the things that will create jobs for our young people. And that's why one of the policies we're introducing is the 24-hour economic policy. It is a very simple thing. There are businesses all over Ghana. There are new businesses that are going to come. We're asking that those businesses work longer hours than the usual 8-hour day. That is working from 8 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening.
Ghana, however, remains at a crossroad. Economic challenges, including a depreciating cedi and a rising cost of living, dominate national discourse. While Mahama's promises resonate with many who yearn for change, skeptics argue that his previous administration failed to address similar issues effectively. The critical question lingers. Can John Dramani Mahama convince Ghanaians to entrust him with the presidency once more? As the nation approaches a pivotal election in 2024, the judgment lies in the hands of the electorate, a choice that will shape Ghana's future for years to come.
I think that in the last few years, this country has experienced what I call an imperial presidency. And as this government
over the last 8 years, John is determined, as he has pronounced in the 24-hour economy, to rebuild this country with your help, with your support, with your energy, so that we can reconstruct our country and make it what it should be, able to feed all its people, able to house all its people, able to school all its people, and able to ensure that all its people are healthy.
Posterity will judge me right, Mahama once said. Now the judgment rests with the people.
Welcome back. This is your Election Command Center, the continuous coverage of Election 2024, and we are on it, and this extensive coverage exclusive here on your Election Command Center. We're going beyond what you thought we were. And with our guest for today, we're getting to the matters. And one of the issues that have come really of concern to many people, the issues of burning of these ballot papers and ballot boxes. We saw that in the Yensuano constituency in the eastern region, where the Electoral Commission office there was set ablaze with all the ballot papers, ballot boxes in there burnt to ashes. We've seen that in the Ahafua North constituency, where there's no pink sheet, there are no ballot papers as well, because they've been burnt. We saw that as well in the Techiman South. We saw some videos as well of these ballot boxes and ballot papers being burnt as well. All of these has created that situation that we're talking about with these results pending. What are we doing going forward?
Indeed, and that's why the desk will come in. I'll quickly introduce my friend, my guest, Alfred. Very well. Thank you so much. To my very far right is lawyer Martin Kpebu. He is a legal practitioner, obviously. And then in the middle, or somewhere there, is...
I mean, usually when you introduce me, I have to greet.
I know you have to greet. I wanted to introduce everybody, then I come back, then you do your greeting.
There's a serious problem here.
Okay.
Which one is that?
Last time I was sitting there, he decided to start introducing me. Today that I'm sitting here, I mean, what we need Febo? DJ Black, why?
So we'll keep the energy for the contested constituency.
We're waiting to see.
We'll keep it for the contested.
I can say with green in it to solidarize with NDC. That's what today.
I was almost asking where the red is, because it would seem that today you came in your party colors.
It's not party. I'm solidarizing. I'm not party with them. But I'm giving them support.
Is it the same difference?
There's a difference.
Giving them support is also your party. You are giving them support.
That there's bling bling inside. It's like it is his Christmas dress.
Somebody said maybe for seconds.
But lawyer, since you have stopped me, you do your greetings quickly, and then we move on.
Senor Jose says he wants to greet Garmanche in proper Gan style. So I'll reserve Garmanche for him. But I'll add that Garmanche represents justice for Cecilia Dapa. Or is it get justice? It's not for get justice for Ghana against Cecilia Dapa. So we'll go to Sophie Kufu. Asantwa, good evening. I know Sophie Kufu's son is sweet because that's President Kufuor's relation. But she said no, this one is not family and friends. When the governance is not going well, she will make sure that she tells the people of Ghana about it. And she's done that on several occasions. And that's how come we'll forever allow her for it, so that she would continue. And then, thirdly, Osi Adeoyo Ajimambedu II, Domahini. You know, we allowed him also because, though he's a chief, when times weren't going well, when the governance was so bad, he just thought that no. He couldn't say because he's a chief, he would sit down and allow things to continue to fester and get bad. So he spoke out a few times, and so Domahini, more fire. So I'll leave Garmanche so for
I hear you.
Senor.
I hear you. Nowadays, when you finish with your greetings, we have to send you an invoice.
Oh.
So we'll start doing that from tonight. How about that?
We'll look at it.
Indeed. Next to lawyer Martin Kpebu is Daryl Bosu, who is with Arusha, Ghana. Do I say it right?
My name is Bosu.
Bosu.
Yes.
Bosu.
Yes.
Daryl Bosu.
Yes.
He's with Arusha, Ghana. You can understand why he's here. We want to discuss the environment as well. And like I said at the beginning of the program, how the the Galamsey or advocacy against Galamsey will change under a new administration. Daryl, you're welcome to our election coverage.
Thank you very much.
And then there's my very own friend sitting next to me, giving me all the pressure in the world. Yes. Senor Jose. Senor.
I'm not talking to you today.
One Ghana movement.
At this moment, I'm going to talk to my king. I've told you I'm the son of a Ghan woman. Nigan. Wamba Bowe mi wata, boshpono ni wata, wambomanye. Ni kintakite kochuru, ni nyose enyo, Bombomanyi. Cha omanyaba.
Thank you.
You say yeah. Cha
Yeah.
omanyaba.
Yeah.
We hear
If
you.
don't say I will sack you from this place.
Senor, stop that.
It's our town.
Senor, stop that. Senor.
Okay, now yes, now we can talk.
I'll
We are
forward
friends
you
now.
an invoice or WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
To the whole Guan tribe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining our election
It's always
coverage.
a pleasure. It's always a pleasure.
Indeed.
And you guys remain the best, the class, the quality of production. How you able to generate stories every time, I don't know. We're all thinking that after the day before yesterday, there'll be no midnight operation.
But this is your election command
People
center.
still cannot sleep.
Because of us.
I guess staff who come and I see that they are doing like this.
Because they'll be watching us.
So I think that the president must ban TV3 from operating.
Nobody will do that.
Because your production is too sweet.
That's all. Sure.
We appreciate that.
Congratulations.
We appreciate that. But let's get into the issues real quick. You know, forgive me. I want to start with Darrell today. Yes. I know the two of you. When I give you right now, we'll come back after 20 minutes. Darrell, if you hear the issues that are going on, and we'll talk about Galamsey, but Obuasi East, Ahafwano North, Ahafwano Southwest, we had, Alfred earlier with Ayenswano and in Sawam. These are areas that we still have not got to the bottom of the ballots since 7th of December. I mean, where do we go from here? Your thoughts on this?
I think before I start, let me also take the opportunity to actually extend hearty commendations to you, the media team. I've been really impressed by the way you guys have been on air, giving us information, and it's really impressive. I think you guys have already started the 24-hour economy, the way we see it.
We appreciate that.
You've done a great job at that. So,
because you are talking to us, you won't get an invoice.
Oh, yeah? Okay, that was good. And then also I would extend congratulations to the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It's a well-fought, I would say, victory, and we are very happy. I am very happy because you all know how we've been talking about the environment and how the current government has not really lived up to expectation. And so we've been saying that before we see change, we really need to change the leadership. And I'm happy the citizens rallied behind this call and really brought about these changes. But I think that brings it to, the issues we are raising right now about what is happening in some of the key areas, more what's called the Galamsey hotspots and how things are panning out. I think right now it's very early days. To really tell whether it's people. What's happening right now could be directly connected to Galamsey. As you know, Eastern region, pockets of Eastern region are really hotspots for Galamsey. The Atiwa area you mentioned is key. Atiwa East, Atiwa West, all those areas are really Galamsey hotspots. But I think the very interesting things, the cases that you are going to see, and I think you have not mentioned, it has to do with places like Elembele in the western region as well, down the western region, and the Nzima areas. All of those areas are hotspots, and there's the Bonzo who was competing with the PC Boa. And all those areas, and if you see the trend, I think for me it's quite exciting. I have come to a conclusion already by looking at how the voters really came out to vote that it's not really about whether people were being allowed to do Galamsey or not. Whether you allow people to do Galamsey did not really influence how people voted. Actually, you see rather a trend where people are really saying that we want our environment protected, and so they came out to vote massively for the opposition, and now they are elected to lead the country. So for me, I think it's very good that we're seeing this, but it will take a forensic, I would say, evaluation for us to be able to tell how, if really people voted along Galamsey. But I think what for me it already stands out, like I said, is that you can see that the government going ahead to allow certain places to do galamsey did not really change the result for them. And I think I've heard Alfred talk about the fact that even the government talk about the fact that because of galamsey and their fight against galamsey, they lost electoral votes and all of that. I think fact check has come to debunk those assertions. So it's not something we should be really taking into consideration even when we start talking about these things. So it's quite exciting, and for me, I'm very happy the way things have gone. It's a strong statement from the whole country, telling all of us that, look, if you are a government and you are in power, you need to respect the voices of the people. And one of the key issues that people were really complaining about was the state of our rivers, our forest reserves, and even our own health. Because if the environment is polluted and is not healthy, our health is also at risk. So these are some of the key things that I see have played out. And I like the way all these key hotspots, the western region, western north, come all the way down there, the coastal areas, you see people voted for change. And I think that for me is really great.
I'll have us look into that and what it tells us. But I was hoping that you would also comment on the destruction of the ballot papers in places like Aquatia North, where even the Electoral Commission does not have its copy of the pink sheets or the ballot papers to even do a recount. There is one case instance where the NDC also does not have their pink sheets. It's only the NPP and the NDC saying that the numbers on the pink sheets, they don't trust the numbers on the pink sheets.
Anybody who says that they don't have the pink sheet has lost the election.
Oh, but I told you that this one is not just them. It's also the Electoral Commission.
I say, my dear, you see, this thing, I don't know why we keep, every day we have to go through this classroom again. We'll go again. we may have new viewers. NDC, MPP. This NDC this year, it's not the NDC of 2020. Yesterday, I was on record to say that the NDC of 2020, their electoral officers were not as exposed as far as the electoral system was concerned. No, that's why a lot of things happened. But this time around, they said no. They hired the right people, they trained the right people, and I give kudos to Omani Buama for that work. I give kudos to Marietta Blue, MFA Hardcastle, Helga, Lawrence Shewura, who is an executive at a bank, took time to help people learn. And also like what the NPP2 have been doing in the time, because we need honest elections. So for me, if the NDC, when the NDC was complaining in 2020 that they had been cheated, I said, no, you cheated yourself. If you cannot manage an election process, you are not fit to come around the country. Now they've learned well, and they've come. So let's hope that they've learned something proper, and they've been more strategic in things. So look, process is simple. When they finish the thing, they announce it. The thing is written. Everybody signs. Everybody has a copy. You are supposed to look at your copy and make sure your copy has all the right details in there. It's like a duplicate, triplicate, that kind of thing. Everybody snaps at the what do you call it, the pink sheet right there and then, and transmits it to their centers. So nobody should talk as if they don't know what results they have. They all know who has lost and who has won. Anytime you hear people saying, I can't find my pink sheet again, they know that the thing, they are looking for some reason to create chaos. They have lost. They have lost. If you can't keep your own big sheet or keep a copy of it, then why are you in the election in the first place? The other problem is the Electoral Commission. According to the CI, what 174?
127.
127, which we had. Today, Mr. CI, greetings to Honorable Dafia Mopo, Roxy, a.k.a. Working CI. If you talk right now, we'll quote you right now.
He's not here today.
So, you are supposed to paste a copy of the pink sheet at the polling station. Everybody in the vicinity will see it. If there's any dispute, you can go back and look at the thing in there. And everybody too can have evidence to say, no, this thing, you are wrong. But they didn't do it.
But you see...
Meanwhile, the EC is also joining this story. How did the pink sheet get lost?
They were bent.
Bent by who?
By people.
Where the people are who? Why do people need to bend things when everybody has the same copy? It's because the person who has lost the election and knows he has lost the election wants to frustrate the process. These same human beings want to turn around and become leaders in which country? Charlie, right now, they will not get time for this thing.
I see. Lawyer, your take on this matter, the destruction of the ballot papers.
Yeah, it's not something we should comment at all, right? we shouldn't comment that practice. It's, I mean, to be very honest, it's a retrogression. It's a retrogression of electoral progress. Because as far as I can remember, 2020, you didn't have widespread burning of ballot papers, etc. It's not the best, but like I always say, yes, much as we condemn, we also want to understand what is happening. It's when you understand what is triggering the problem, then you'll be better positioned to find solutions. So my understanding is that the usually when you ask for recount, then that's what gives opportunity for a certain side. For now, I don't want to be putting the names because it's not necessary, but a certain side to now rig. So from the little I've heard, people on one side have been trained to frustrate the recount
exactly
as much as possible. So that's what's leading to the burning. Simple. You say that's what's leading to the burning, because there is high suspicion that the moment you give room for recount, then that's an opportunity for more rigging if the first rigging has not succeeded. Exactly. So it tells you that my biggest worry so far this election is that the way both parties, okay, or let's say some parties, have well-organized schemes for rigging. I mean, so I'm like, hey, when is this thing going to stop? A full organization vying to get the people's mandate, yet very well adept at rigging.
But you know, I'm also wondering whether, because it is not just the MPP and NDC that took part in the election. Even at the parliamentary level in certain places, they were either an independent candidate or the smaller political party fielded a candidate. Did those ones also get destroyed?
Yeah, unless that person is one of those in the lead. Somebody who is going to win, that's when you get a problem.
Yeah.
But those who are going to typically be getting the 1 and 2 and 3 votes,
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making, right? Because I'm trying to find remedy to the situation.
Yeah, so
if those people are there, why are we not using their pink sheets to deal with this problem?
Everybody.
Wow, that's interesting.
But some of them didn't even have agents. They didn't have agents.
Let's go on this one.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm trying
today an MPP supervisor of a number of agents and an NDC person, I tried to get. He said, boss, they will come with TV say true. Because you pay for no try and throw too much. Also, me and me work class. See, I make some more pictures. BBR sitting now more pictures. Everybody knows it. So why we are doing all this is I don't understand.
So you see why corruption is high in Ghana?
You know,
that's a TV.
Mahama.
Thievery.
Day one, this particular election matter, every single person found culpable. From those who have vandalized anything, you have to deal with them proper and send a proper signal. Nobody will be messing up with the elections again, no. Because the CR makes a lot of these things criminal. Criminal.
So lawyer, again, let's find a remedy within the confines of the law with this situation. From the Tema Central example, we learned how there appears to be efforts by electoral officers themselves to change results in favor of some candidates in the race. Perfect. In this case, we hear the Electoral Commission also say that we have lost our pink sheets before they were banned. But these pink sheets should have been transferred across their chains already.
Exactly.
So shouldn't we have them, even if you have lost the hard copy, you should have transferred it across the chains.
Perfect. That's it. So that's why I said, and it's not just Tema Central. You know,
Ablekuma
North. Yes, that place too. They are making allegations against the EC officials, and then Patrick Boame's constituency,
Okankwe
Central. Yeah, that place too. They say the NDC is alleging that the electoral officers took they put paper under some of the pink sheets, so that they tore one set for the parties. And then when they took out that paper, they now could issue new pink sheets and increase the numbers for one side. I mean, come on. When I heard it, I was like, oh, no. It's terrible. It breaks my heart. You see, I'm just, it's too much. Because as soon as I saw 1, 2, 3 of those incidents, then I said, oh, no wonder corruption is very high in Ghana. Yeah, no wonder. It's just about, let's steal. Oh, get rich quick. Anyhow, that's the same thing.
I see. Like, I'm going to come back to you. Just a quick comment from Darrell on the same matter and how things are playing out, the stories we've heard about the attempt to change results. In fact, on the Ablekuma North situation, the Electoral Commission is insisting that was announced under duress. I've seen another statement in connection to that. Darrell, your thoughts on this matter?
Well, I am really puzzled why, if the results come in, it takes them so long. I mean, like you said, we all went to the polls December 7th. It's 11th. The presidential results are known, and all the agents were on the ground. Like Senor also said, people took pictures. Why has it taken so long with some of these issues pending? And we already know also the hotspots, the flashpoints when it comes to this election. We need to have taken steps to make sure that we don't have some of these issues arising. But we clearly didn't, and that's how come we have some of these. So for me, I think it's all a ploy by certain elements within the electoral process to make sure that they frustrate. Maybe they've lost, so they want to frustrate it. And Senor,
they have lost.
Senor, I mean, how is it that you don't have your pink sheets? I mean, the same issue was also playing out in the Damango constituency, where one party had the pink sheet, the others were yet to find, and all of that. There's also the electoral office, the EC's office in Damango was also
touched.
Yes, exactly. So these are, I think, people who are deliberately trying to frustrate the process. And like has been said, we need to find these people and let the law, deal with them.
It's surprising that we've only heard of few arrests in certain cases.
You see, this is the problem with the government.
I think
and
the police did talk about 86 people being arrested.
In fact, as of yesterday, it was over 100. 107 people have been arrested. But we don't know if some of them are, we don't know if some of them are directly linked to the torching of the electoral officers as we've seen. But go on, Senor.
Today, the MPP that is in government and running this country, who we all give a mandate to, holds a press conference and saying that civil society, Peace Council should call on Mahama, who took an initiative yesterday. And today, I went to visit a nephew of mine, and he said, oh, Mahama is president. I said, no, he's not president. So yesterday, he was speaking, he's president, that uncle. And this boy is 5 years. This should be a big disgrace for Nana Addo. I mean, unfortunately. And then you come and sit here today and tell us what? I mean, this is a party I have supported before. I voted for MPP. On Saturday, it became for NDC. MPP was winning. Now it is draw. We don't know where the future lies. As for us, when you behave well, you got support. Yeah. If you don't behave well, Ghana is bigger than our personal relationships. So we have to put that. This is a very wrong conduct and a wrong culture. One, I think it was even reckless on the part of the party to do that, and all these executives should resign. This is not the party of Darocha, the party of J.H. Mensah, the party of J.H. Kufuor, the party of Safuedu and Co. Please, for God's sake, stop disgracing the party. This is a party that a lot of us had a lot of respect for. This is not the party. I can't identify this MPP anymore. Mr. President-elect was on air yesterday. He gave an honorable speech. That should be the conversation, and right on that. Now you talk about NDC supporters. Ghanaians are misbehaving. You have the power. You have the control over the security service. You have influence over your own president. And you've not been able to bring your president to order. He's the first person you should bring to order. Mr. President, you are acting less leader-like. You are creating a banana republic, creating an environment that seems to suggest that there's power vacuum when there's supposed to be no power vacuum. We are the MPP. We are in government till we hand over. We must take care of the resources of this state effectively and duly account to the people of Ghana. Mr. President, either issue a statement and send a clear directive to the people of Ghana and your security services to deal with this situation decisively. And you know, when you are dealing with things like this, when you want to enforce culture, you want to correct mayhem or correct misconduct, it is not just about dealing with it too, because you're dealing with a bigger public sphere. It's also about you being seen to be doing it. It's just like justice. Justice ought not just to be done, no, but it must be seen to be done. The Constitution has it in a different way. Even talks about it, uses a different adjective to even describe that. So the people that have been arrested, where are they? Like today, no, there should be sign that the courts have been commissioned to quickly deal with this matter. If there are evidence to deal with them, they start, and people go into remand immediately. Everybody will see them on TV. You've been lined up. You will line you up. If you have to sit down, those who are going to Isawam, people start seeing that they are packing into Isawam. JM has already come to tell all of us that everybody should be dealt with decisively without fear or favor. So NDC people who are participating in it on your own. And this matter too, how do we even tell that it's not even the MPP people too who are partaking in it? How do we also tell that it's not some miscreants who are also taking advantage of the situation, all right, to also pursue their own criminal agenda? So the way we are now, the election is over. We have to start building. We have to build the country back. The ones that I agree with the MPP on are the ones that are related to the direct election, but the routine and things there. But those ones are also crying because you're not dealing with people decisively. That's why this is happening. This is a matter of security. You can call the military in. Under the of course. Oh, no.
That's what military.
I know you fear.
Is it not a stretch?
No.
Military is a stretch.
No.
But why military? Okay, let's understand the point. Why military?
I'm not saying the military come and take over. No. Look, it's not a military. My brother is worried because he always thinks that when the military shows up, somebody dies. All right. I relate with his concerns. But internal security, when your internal security systems are overwhelmed, you have to draw on the security services that can give you the most support. The only one that can do it right now will not be the prison service.
Is our system overwhelmed?
No, I'm saying. I'm coming. I'm not saying we should just go and call them. If the police is overwhelmed, because if the police is not able to control these people all around, what are you telling us?
Oh, but they have managed to.
So why are we seeing violence going on?
I mean, fair question.
Why are we still seeing violence going on? How can an EC official come and tell that you've got to declare something under duress? That human being should not be allowed to even spell EC in his life again. They should ban him for writing election and it shouldn't. No.
Senor,
because
you ask a fair question.
If you think you cannot see top and you think you're under duress, surrender the matter, walk away. That Mongo man, he ran away. If he thought
he didn't run away. He collapsed.
He collapsed.
Yes, he fainted.
So are you saying that now the collapse is the strategy?
He fainted. He didn't run away. He fainted.
Okay, apologies to them. I hope he's fine now.
Another good question. We should find out from our correspondent where he is.
Caring Ghanaian.
No, I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is coming from. But the point you make about the military. Is it the case that the police is overwhelmed? Because I don't see that. The police, are they overwhelmed?
I repeat, if the police is overwhelmed, the military has told everybody that they are willing to support only when they are called by the IG. So if the IGP is not calling them, it presupposes that they are not overwhelmed.
They are not. But I mean, they were called in the Ghana gas case.
I'm coming. So who was called in?
The military were called to the Ghana gas company.
The police has a limited size. It also has limited capacity. So for the public to know, Martin Pebu used to be my JCR president. He handed over to Samson. Samson handed over
to me. So you make the point.
So on this table, we have 75% Equafo Hall representation.
And Darrow is applying for associate membership.
Associate membership, you know. We are the ones working for Ghana. The vandals, we don't even know where
the president is a vandal.
The new president. He's the one come to save their soul. Because we don't even know whether they still exist.
So you're back to the point. And you know, like you talked about the military, right? I think it is more of us not understanding or knowing what the police post-election security arrangement is. Because why then, if we have seen this over the years, 2016 into 2017, after the elections, we saw similar incidents. We've seen also, even in 2008, we've seen similar incidents. So it means that the police, like the security analysts have showed us, should have made bare what their security arrangement is. Then we wouldn't have had need to call in the military to go to Ghana Gas to go and protect the area. And of course, when they went there, they dealt with the situation, you know, very well. We didn't hear anybody getting kicked or anybody getting harmed when they went there. In fact, it would appear from the videos I saw, they amicably solved the situation. The boys who said they were there to protect state assets.
They were there to protect state assets.
Is it the first time you are hearing it? The way you are repeating that part, you want to lay emphasis on it.
Because the one that seemed quite relatable was when the one that they said they were stealing some fertilizers or something in some district.
It's not the only one. I've heard somewhere too about rice.
How do you go to Ghana Gas head office? What asset are you going to protect? Do you think the gas pipelines are there, or the plant is in the office, or the money that they have is cash sitting in the office? You know, look.
The office.
You see,
the cars.
You know, in my opinion, I mean, Martin is here. Martin, you should educate all of us. You cannot just gather yourself like that and bring pressure that has not been caused where you are entitled to citizen arrest to act that way. Their conduct itself, he should guide us. In my opinion, it's a breach of our law. You can't just have people just wake up and decide to amass themselves and then get to your gate. For what?
They are not getting to a private.
The law does not encourage that. So when people do that, in cases where there is no reason to do so,
that's a technical.
You understand? Yes. You see, where there's no reason to do so, it should be dealt with. But where there's reason to do so, we must respect the citizens' obligation, not right, obligation to enforce and protect the assets of the state, for which reason you are, and also to prevent crime, for which reason citizens are empowered to facilitate citizens' arrest.
Which is what they are doing.
No, but I'm saying in this case, they went to MPA. MPA office is there.
Well,
what did you see being carried away? If MPA wants to steal money, the money is in the bank. If MPA, what are you going to carry? The building? What did you see people
but
taking?
you know that we've seen this before. They want to make sure that no car is being driven away with anything. There was one in the case of an MCE where they said they had gone there, and outside the fertilizer one, they had talked about rice. That the driver had been sent to cut rice with the car of the MCE or so from the office.
That is a legitimate.
You understand? And so hang on. You have made that argument. My counter argument is that, and it goes with the second point that you have made, that the appeal to the young people perhaps should be that don't cause any problems there. But as for the protection there, instead of leaving people they should be there to do the protection. But that's why I come to you, lawyer.
Lawyer should
in the face of law. What can these people do and what can they not do?
So, you see, under the law, Senor said it, if a citizen sees a crime being committed, you're talking about the Act 30, right? Sections 12, 13, 14. We have citizens arrest. If a citizen sees that a crime is being committed, then they have every right to arrest. So, if they are acting based on conk information that a crime is being committed, and so they're going there to stop it, it becomes difficult. But practically, to what they should be doing then is that if they have that very credible information, they should be relaying to the police. Because where you have the huge numbers, it doesn't help. But you remember, apart from that, have you guys done a story on the Tema one? Tema, I understand many cars were being driven out from the port.
Is that the case? I haven't seen any story.
I understand there's one too about the port that some cars, so they wanted to stop.
We haven't followed that story. I can't confirm or deny.
Okay, right. So let's use the ones you've done. So basically, I mean, a citizen's responsibility to protect state assets. It's in Article 41 of our Constitution. So and I like the way you say we shouldn't be reading, so we will just paraphrase. The duties of a citizen under Article 41, one of them is to protect public assets. So if you see a very concrete information that somebody is about to steal property, yes, and so you act on it to stop it, it would help. It would help. So, and this evening, I heard one of the NDC officers insisting that, yeah, their efforts helped to thwart some of the crimes that were being about to be committed. Yeah, I think that's the fertilizer one.
Look, after
the fertilizer one.
This is a warehouse.
So let Daryl take a dig at this one.
I think there are several incidents being reported across the country. There is a NADMO also in the north where people broke into a NADMO office, stole motorbikes and all of that. So I think a lot of people are taking advantage of the situation. The fact that we don't have the police everywhere. And we also know that there are some key flashpoints. And if you look at these flashpoints, there are just a few compared to what you say, it's all over the country and then the police will be overwhelmed. And that's where I have a problem. Where is the police when these things are happening? I mean, this NADMO place and all of that. Where is the police? I don't want to assume that they're taking the same approach they took for the Galamsey. Citizens report, but the police decide to sit by because this is Galamsey. Nobody talks about it.
Even so it's happening by your side
just happening
in what's the name of Abner's constituency?
Is it
and your name is the police station. They are doing Galamsey right there. No,
so I think it's a deliberate act, and people are just taking advantage. They know the police are not watching and all of that. But we need to say the truth. These acts are all criminal, and this is where we need the police to act expeditiously and deal with them. If they just sit back and let people do what they do, then the impunity will continue. And like Senor said, the elections are over. We need to have some semblance of peace now. Everybody going about their duty without fear, and also for the public of those who are in office to keep on doing their work until they change. The changeover really takes place and people are moving and all the reshuffling thing can happen. Right now, everything that's happening is criminal and we need the police to be up and doing. Yeah.
On that subject,
can I bring one perspective we've left out? Yeah, quickly. You see, the police are treating the foot soldiers with kids' gloves because they don't want transfers. Police.
Oh, is that the case? But lawyer, remember you had already established that the citizen had the right to do that. Yeah. That is one.
Yeah.
And I want us to separate the distraction and the arson attacks on the EC offices from the people who are also
trying to prevent
prevent indeed and secure public assets. So let's delink the two.
Yeah.
Before we do the condemnation.
No, I'm not. Because you have to explain to you one of the reasons they are slow to doing it, because these people have just had power. So if you are not careful, very tactful in how you deal with them, they will notice you and then go report.
I can't imagine that being a
reason. What Martin is saying.
No, hang on. A lawyer says there are a lot of examples. I want to hear.
Oh, so do you know there's the case of you hear Nanka Bruce when this government
did the last
they will go there and deal with you. Many examples. Usually police, the way they work closely with the executive. The police is actually basically under the armpit of the executive, the president. So they watch. Now they see that power is changed. So we are looking at the signals. You want to go and deal harshly with people who are supporting JM, they will notice you and then report. That is this person. True. Oh, you'll be removed one time. But time.
Now, you see, what you're saying is not a lie. But it is because of the democracy that we have created. These were the things that we expected Nanado to come and change and bring proper law and order. But under him, we have actually seen more politicization of our security services. In all honesty, I always say that Kufuor under the Fourth Republic so far has been the best.
Hey, I thought so.
Oh, well, no, I mean,
Kufuor chopped the money. Kufuor chopped the money.
No, lawyer, please don't say that.
I'm talking as an economist. He transformed the economy. I think that my dad said something which I think
you said Kufuor transformed the economy. He transformed the
economy. He developed our services sector, and that change created a big shift, and also did some work on it. But He is the one I also hold responsible for the destruction of the commencement of the politicization of our institutions.
Oh, I thought you were going to say our monetary policy.
Oh, no. It's not about
because we can't end when we start on that one.
No. He's the one. But you can also understand what he did in some sense, all right? But if you look at the longer-term impact of his actions around that, it has not been helpful. He didn't do it that much. And I think it was mainly the military and the few of our institutions.
They retired a lot of
people. And then, in the sense of like we're putting our people. Suddenly, people's idea of the thought of that when people leave, our people can come started. Then came Mills. Mills wanted to stop that. In fact, despite the fact that I voted for Kufuor in 2000, we're all in school. Yeah. You know the heat and the way it was. We all wanted to see a world without Rollins. We just wanted to see whether the sun would come up without Rollins. You understand?
You were fatigued.
But you see,
those days we talk.
Mills would have been maybe a better president, even was a one-term president, to transition and milding the heat, the political heat that we had. But we got that in 2008, but the man wasn't well. You remember when Mills came, he told the regional minister the DC to stay.
Yeah, they stayed for months.
They stayed for almost a year.
And then
was his people were so angry. Because this was somebody who believed in structures, systems, and a unified country. He came and said he wanted to be a father for all. So it's going to be a process for us to go through this, serve the country. And people did. And it was smooth. I think Kufuor did it a bit. That was Mahama Donko also, who was in Kumasi for MC. It was regional minister. I think so, something like that for a while. But Mills moved on, and since then it hasn't gotten better.
Very well.
Everybody keeps coming and making. And after Kufuor, he showed that power was absolute with the presidency to the point that he was even appointing PRO. Of a state-owned enterprise. I haven't seen some before. I can't think far. At that point, everybody realizes that if you don't toe their line, forget it. What do you want the police people to do? You see senior officers in our police acting rudely to senior officers, and nothing happens.
So
you have an Alex Mensah getting the audacity and knowing that he can master political power.
Which Alex?
Is it Alex Mensah?
COP Alex Mensah retired.
Look at this. I come and take on Dampare.
But when you listen to that, he thought he was senior to Dampare before his appointment.
That's your IGP.
Right? You remember he had made that point. So
he also had his own beef against the IG.
My point, right? So if we are talking about the issue of seniority,
having said, I don't believe that people should just progress on the back of seniority. No, I don't believe that. It should be on the back of meritocracy. When you're good, you grow faster. You're right. When you're not that good, you stagnate at the right place.
No, but in the security services, seniority plays a very important role.
But your junior can become your senior.
I understand. Our conversation isn't about that.
We're trying to talk about how this whole structure in our state-owned enterprises and security agencies really, just broke down. And so it is true. But because the likes of Kufuor, who should have corrected it. He's the one we trusted the most to reverse all these things. He did it. He came to make it worse. So when people are sitting down, they are looking at whether this is a JM person or not. Because if you don't treat this guy well, this man can cause your transfer, can cause your exit, or very soon you see they even make him your boss.
Exactly.
You understand? But yesterday, this matter was brought to rest, in my opinion. JM came out and he spoke. And he told the security forces to act decisively.
Indeed.
So if they are not acting decisively, then the security officers, are now not competent to run the affairs of our security services. I will support any call to have them dealt with. Because right now, because right now,
encourage them to overdo it.
They
would be taking orders from the president.
People are dying. People are dying. Properties are being destroyed. Behiman, the coastal, the president's Nana Frederick, people go there. and try and go and harass them. Esler's house.
Yeah.
People went. You can't do that.
I get it. I'm just saying that don't overemphasize harsh treatment because then that one.
The people that accent.
So on the subject of on the
you're a good man. I know that you like to protect everybody, but sometimes you have to put your leg down.
Senor, on the subject of,
we have to be disciplined.
I see your ink there. On the subject of,
I voted
of state assets protection. The Jubilee House has released a statement signed by the Director of Communications, Eugene Ahim, and they refer to the 2020 directive that bars government officials from acquiring government vehicles, and they remind them that the directive remains in full effect as they approach the president's end of second term. In fact, they go on to say that no official vehicle shall be acquired by any appointee of the current administration as the term concludes. The other key issue they put in bold in that statement is all government vehicles in possession of these appointees must be returned to the chief director of the relevant ministries no later than Friday, 3rd January 2025. And this is 4 days before the inaugural ceremony of the president-elect. So it would appear that the office of the president is taking cognizance of this issue and is reminding his appointees not to pilfer the state.
I am happy that Akufo-Addo is waking up. I was really worried coming here today that he may be really having some major setback because we've not heard from the president in the middle of all these. This is an important directive. We complained about the NDC people in 2016 taking cars, buying cars and all that. If he's taking this decision, this is what we expect. This Akufo-Addo would have wanted from the beginning.
Till the end.
But it's okay. This one is not half.
This one is not half.
It is a crumble.
This one is called too little, too late.
Yeah, but it's okay. But let's at least acknowledge the fact that this particular move there, me, Mr. President, I support you. But when you look back, write well and advise the future not to do the things you did. Jesus is coming.
I see.
So,
I see. Just quick one from Darryl and lawyer. Then we segue into the transition. Darryl, on this matter.
No, I think it comes at the right time, and even though we'd have loved to also hear the president speak about what is happening across the country in terms of the looting and all of that, he's been quiet on that. But this, I think, is very important because we also know that some NDC, party supporters are likely to go after people to collect cars and all of that. I recall, I think Dumelo had
a similar problem in
back
2017.
then. So I think to avoid that, the president has done very well issuing this directive. And that needs to be commended. I think this is, everyone must pay attention to this. So when the police see people really getting, this is really an authority that you need to act against such acts. So for me, I think we really commend him for that, and we need to make sure that it's implemented. And this is where the police and everybody then can be a good citizen in respect of this. Yeah.
Lawyer.
I say, for me, like I've said, it's too little, too late. I remember when the Akufo-Addo came, moratorium on the purchase of V8. Shame. In no time, he started buying V8 like there was no tomorrow, right? So this thing coming at this time.
You think it's a smoke screen?
Oh, yeah, because it's too little and too late. When he came in, one of the first orders he gave was that no purchase of V8. And we're all lauding him. Hey, Akufo-Addo, Addo show boy, Addo show boy. Oh, it wasn't long. Then I'll protect the public purse. Yes. If you want to make money, go to the private sector. John Mahama cannot teach me how to.
He gave to our annual.
You see the arrogance of in the speech. John Mahama cannot teach me how to keep the public purse. So 8 years down the line, in terms of keeping the public purse, the lowest that John Mahama got, 43 at corruption, is been Akufo-Addo's highest mark. The struggling student, he never transformed from the struggling student at the University of Ghana. That day, John Mahama cannot teach me how to keep the public purse. John Mahama cannot teach. 8 years, why report all? Oh, so when I saw it, I was like, Master, you've taken all the money. You guys have looted us. What is this going to do? Yeah, Kennedy Japan, their own man, said they've looted us like there's no tomorrow. So you see why I was keen on the change. And thank God, Ghanaians, you've given us the change. Now the stories are going to come up so that we will hold Akufo-Addo and his appointees responsible one by one, right? So, I mean, this is done. The key thing, let's watch this.
Yeah.
You know, under our laws, somewhere the public financial management rules, regulations, etc. There was a reason why they auction their cars after a period, right? Because they say if you don't auction by a certain period, when the cars begin to develop faults, then it serves as avenues for people to steal money. So if the repair is 1 cedi, somebody will be able to tell you that no, it's 1,000 Ghana, etc. That's how come the cars are auctioned, right? So, but well, once they say they shouldn't sell, eventually, well, if they are going to do a public auction and then open the auction to all citizens, all well and good. The good thing I see about it is that it ties in with Okudzetu's private members bill. Even though it will not see the light of day in this parliament, but I'm sure in the next parliament he can do it. That will have a new law that will say that no public officer will be allowed to buy any government property.
Oh, you don't like the directive? Oh, that one is for
yes,
cars.
I'm saying
now
that is, yes, the general
properties.
one. So this
okay.
one ties in with it. So that no public officer will be allowed to buy any government property. So that at the time you are entering, you know that this office I'm entering, you will not buy the car you're using. You will not buy government land. You won't buy anything. Yeah, because Charlie, the politicians, they've looted us.
I think not Tongo MP, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa has made such a call also.
Yeah, that's the one I mean. He's even working on a private members bill. Now, obviously, at this time, it is late.
Yes.
So it means that
the new parliament will look at it.
Yes, and also with this, as I said, well, the key thing, you see, there's an aspect of this that rings in the code of conduct for public officers. Yeah, so maybe we should be looking at adding it to this aspect, to the new code of conduct that the president is about to bring, the president-elect. So maybe even Okudzeto's private members bill can be incorporated into the new code of conduct. You know, JM promises in the 120-day social contract that there will be a robust code of conduct for so we can put in Okudzeto's provisions and this one all in there.
Indeed.
So that it will be truly robust. And as I've said, at the mention of code of conduct for public officers, 2 provisions, so JM, we beg you, publish or perish. When you declare your assets, we want them published on a website so that somebody in Boko, at the click of the computer mouse, will be able to see your assets. So that somebody in Axim, no matter where the person is, can access it. So that if there are discrepancies, these citizens can help report. So publication of the assets that have been declared, like we used to do under JJ, and then verification. So when you go and present your...
Under JJ, we're publishing?
Yeah, we're publishing. Oh, I've come here.
So why did we stop?
Oh, okay, it's in my car. I've come here a number of times.
That's a good question. Why did we stop?
That's it. When the politicians...
Because it's Kufuor who took over from JJ.
Well, you are... they said if they publish their assets,
we're going to
come and attack them.
No, hang on. No, I don't want you to rush through that. We're going to come back. And then we'll understand why we stopped the publishing of those assets. But the desk will now hand over to Alfred. Alfred, I understand you're taking us somewhere, but before you do, just a reminder to our viewers, if you cannot see us on Facebook, we are live on YouTube and on x.com. Alfred, why are you taking us?
Well, so we're going to go for a quick break. When we're back, we'll touch base with the Efutu constituency. We understand there's some news we're monitoring there that the vice chair of the NDC who has gone missing since Saturday, we understand some executives of the party were able to contact him, but he did not disclose his location. They've spoken to him, and there are 2 thoughts being considered here. Either he has gone to hiding to protect himself, or he's been held somewhere. The police has not given us any update on this matter as yet. So this is one that we're keeping tabs on here on your election command center. We're going to go for a quick break. When we're back, we're going to conversation and the matter of these constituencies where illegal mining takes place and whether indeed the results of this election reflects that particular campaign that the NPP ran, that it was because they attempted fighting illegal mining. That's why they lost their 2020 parliamentary seats in these constituencies. We'll have a conversation on that. Stay with us.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
Hi, my name is Johnny Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana. Hi, my name is Johnny Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana.
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace. It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024, another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence, so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election. We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024, another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence, so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election. We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024, another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence, so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election.
Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Twi, we say Kembi Mamin Kembi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Twi, we say Kembi Mamin Kembi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace.
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace.
My name is Aquatia. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that will jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General, together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Hi, my name is Johnny Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana.
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024. Another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election.
Hello, my name is Shudith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace...
Back, this is a continuous coverage of election 2024 here on your election command center. We're live as well on 3FM 92.7 or on Facebook, where we're having some challenges as indicated earlier. We're working around the clock to connect with you. But on YouTube, we're streaming live on TV3 on YouTube and also on X, so you can connect with that. Number of you sending us so many messages we're getting to. But as we indicated earlier, on the part of the conversation we've seen with some of these ballot boxes and ballot papers destroyed as a result of some misunderstanding related to the results that have been declared. We have an update on the Obuasi East constituency results, which Ibrahim Abubakar just gave to us just about some few minutes ago, that the NDC candidate have been declared winner with some 19 votes difference between him and the NPP candidate. This is a traditional NPP seat, an NPP constituency, that's Obuasi East. Per the declaration right now, the NDC parliamentary candidate has been declared winner, but the NDC in the Ashanti region is asking the new Patriotic Party to go to court and contest the parliamentary election results of Obuasi East if it feels cheated. Though the Electoral Commission at the constituency level has declared the NDC candidate Samuel Aboagye as the NP-elect, the NPP is insisting its candidate, who happens to be the incumbent MP, Patrick Boakye Yadom, won the election by a margin of 19 votes. The Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NDC, Dr. Frank Amakohene, has been addressing a news conference a few minutes ago.
Have raised some concern concerning the Obuasi East seat. Indeed, we also have concerns over some of the seats, including Ofenso North, including Efida Kwabre North, including Atuma Mponia, and also Obuasi West seat. All these seats, we believe that our candidates won those seats. But once the EC has made that declaration, our next option is to proceed to court, of which our legal team will take that decisive step in making sure the right thing is done. If the MPP, on the other hand, also thinks that they have an issue with any of the seats declared for the NDC, we would repeat their words for them to hear that they should do what? They should go to court. Because once the EC has made that declaration, we deem it as final.
Well, so that's the NDC chair in the Ashanti region that's addressing the media there and giving us an indication of what they intend to do going forward. They say that if the results of Obuasi is being challenged by the MPP, then they should go to court. As I indicated to you, this is a result that, according to our correspondent, per the earlier results that was captured on the pink sheet, the MPP candidate was leading, but then they also had to do some checks, and then afterwards that first result was cancelled, and then with the second results that was captured on the pink sheet, the NDC candidate now became the leader with 19 votes, which was then eventually, he was declared as the parliamentary candidate elect, or the member of parliament elect for the Obuasi East constituency on the ticket of the NDC. Now, this is the first time the NDC is winning this Obuasi East constituency in the Ashanti region. It's never happened in history. Now, if this result stands, as has been declared, as a matter of fact, by the Electoral Commission returning officer for the Obuasi East constituency, the MPP has indicated they are going to challenge this matter in the court of law. We'll see how things play out. But per the declaration by the EC officer right now, the NDC MP, that's a member of parliament, the candidate, parliamentary candidate, is the MP elect. Now, that's the situation you can find as well in the Afuano Southwest constituency as well. We understand that the presidential results has been declared there. John Mahama led and won the presidential in the Afuano Southwest. That's also in the Ashanti region. But the parliamentary is outstanding. That is being challenged as well. But for Afuano North constituency, the ballot papers, we understand, and the pink sheets have been burnt. And so it is only the MPP's records or the pink sheet that they have, which both the Electoral Commission and the NDC say they cannot rely on, as well as the results to be declared. So essentially, if what we are seeing is anything to go by, it clearly appears that the NDC has increased its seats in the Ashanti region to 8. As against the 7 that we do know. So that's the development right now in the Ashanti region. Now, earlier, we were counting 7 with Adansi Asquah as number 1. The historic flip prior to this moment. Kwabena Tahir Hammond, the trade minister, losing that one with some 14,027 votes going on in favor of the NDC candidate there in the Adansi Asquah constituency, that's Godwin Dogbaji, and beating KT Hammond there with some 13,275 votes that he polls. Ahafuano Southeast constituency, the NDC retained all of the 4 seats, that's Asumasi constituency, Ejura, New Edubiase, Sechira Front Plains. They retained those 4 original ones that they held prior to this election. We've seen Adansi Asquah come through to add on to that 4. And then also we have seen the Obuasi East coming through as well, coming to add on to it, as we have seen right now. So it appears clearly that the NDC is on its way to have 8 seats, as has been declared, and even more. Kemeni, with what we are seeing right now, according to Ibrahim Abubakar, they are targeting to get a few of the seats that have not been declared as yet. As we speak, there are 3 parliamentary results still outstanding in the Ashanti region. And if that happens, it even increases the conversation about the history that the NDC is making in the Ashanti region. That is the stronghold of the MPP. For the central region, which was a swing region going into this election, the NPP has effectively, from what we are seeing, lost a number of seats there. The NDC had a target of 20 out of the 23 seats in the central region. from the records that we're putting together right here, it appears they already have hit that target of winning 20 out of the 23 seats in the central region. For the Greater Accra region, guess what? The total of 34 seats or 34 constituencies in the Greater Accra region, the NDC so far has about 31 and close to 32 seats, as a matter of fact, because we are waiting for what is happening in the that Ablekuma North has been declared now. As we do know, we also have Okaikwe Central that has been declared now as well, even though the Electoral Commission has issued a statement describing and giving details of what happened in the Ablekuma North constituency. The NDC ticks that box as one that they have won. So out of the 34 constituencies in the Greater Accra region, guess what? Historic. It's never happened before based on the trend analysis of the Greater Accra region seats. And Martin is on the magic wall. We're going to get into the constituencies that have recorded activities of illegal mining, which was a major issue going into this election. Galamsey, you saw the action that the TUC intended to take, which the back and forth, it was never, materialized, or it never came to fruition. We saw UTAG coming in forcefully, the University of Ghana, UTAG taking a detour from what the national UTAG had decided to do. But then eventually they also indicated that because government had shown that commitment to fulfill some of the expectations, they backed down. On this issue of the LI 2462 being repealed, because this 8th Parliament was not able to sit before this election, even though there had been some indication that LI 2462 was going to be repealed, if Parliament had convened, that is still on our books, giving access to mining companies to invade our forest reserves to mine, regardless of the impact on the environment. So the matter of illegal mining, with all the comments that we saw from major elements within the government, it clearly gave an indication that there was no commitment to really fight it, because according to the narrative by some persons within the MPP, they lost a number of seats in 2020 because of the fight against illegal mining. So they were not going to jeopardize their political advantage going into the 2024 election. But guess what? It appears that may not be the case. Martin, let's start off from the western region, specifically the Jomoro constituency.
Yep.
Let's look at this. One of the areas where we've had illegal mining activities recorded. What does the trend say?
Well, I mean, the 2016 election, as of the time, the subject of Galamsey wasn't as topical or frontal when we talked about elections and how people voted. Coming to 2020, the NPP said that they lost a number of seats, including the Jomoro seat, because of Galamsey issues. Well, let's look at what exactly the numbers are saying. So we're starting from the parliamentary conversation about the Jomoro constituency. In 2016, the NPP won that seat for the parliamentary results. They got 39.4% against the NDC's 30%. Come to 2020, when it became part of the key conversations in the country about Galamsey and its attendant impacts, the NPP lost the Jomoro constituency in 2020. The NDC won it by 44.2%. So it was one of the seats that went into the basket of the NDC in 2020. Now coming to 2024, and NDC actually even increased the margin of win from 44% to 52.9%. So we can say 53% for the NDC. And look at the number that the NPP got, the percentage. In 2020, they got 36.1. In 2024, they got 29.6. Let's even say that is 30%. It clearly tells you that if the Galamsey conversation is anything to go by, the Jomoro constituency voted in 2020 for the NDC, and in 2024, they voted for the NDC again, increasing the margin. And that's the parliamentary results. Let's look at the presidential as well.
Maintain that seat for the NDC?
Yes.
For the parliamentary?
Exactly.
Perfect.
Won it for the NDC. And the presidential, again, the NPP won in 2016. And mind you, it's not too surprising that the NPP won some of these seats in 2016 because, again, just like what has happened in this year's elections, in 2016 there was a wave, a blue wave that blew across the country. NPP won many seats in parliament, and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo also won the national election by almost 1 million votes. Then in 2020, some called it a reset, where a number of the seats that flip-flopped went into the camp of the NDC, bringing the current number in parliament to a razor-thin majority. It was a majority of 1 for the NPP because they blamed part of their defeat in 2020 to issues about Galamsey. In 2020, the NPP actually won the presidential election in the Jomoro constituency. It tells you that in 2020, they voted skirt and blouse. The presidential candidate of the NPP won the Jomoro seat. They got 47.8, or let's say 48%, and the NDC got 45.5%. Bring it into 2024, and the conversation is different. We are talking about the presidential results of the Jomoro constituency, and NDC's John Dramani Mahama got 60.8%. That is safely a 61 percentage point over the NPP's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who got 34.6. Round that up to 35%. So again, they voted skirt and blouse in 2020. However, in 2024, both presidential and parliamentary results went in favor of the NDC in the Jomoro constituency. Alfred.
Good stuff there. Now let's stay in the Western region. Let's go to Amenfi Central.
Amenfi Central.
All right. And going into this election, Amenfi Central had its own issues.
Yep.
The incumbent MP, Peter Kwachiaka, stepped down at the last minute after he decided to go independent. It's an NDC MP, incumbent MP on the ticket of the NDC in Amenfi Central in this 8th Parliament, and with the issues that he had with the primaries, and that's the candidate who has now been declared the winner. In fact, what we're learning is that based on the results so far, as declared by the Electoral Commission, Joanna Jankujo won the Amenfi Central with a historic margin. In fact, she's the first female to represent Amenfi Central as a member of parliament.
Right.
So that's the result in the Amenfi Central constituency. Let's go to the parliamentary.
Great.
Because that's where the issue is it not? And then you had there's this narrative thrown in because of illegal mining and matters arising in there. Guess what? With Amenfi Central, it's always been NDC.
It's always been a safe seat for the NDC. That's how come, like picking up from where you left off, the NDC were very confident that they would win the seat. So although Peter Kwachiaka decided not to do business with the NDC or break away from the NDC to go as an independent candidate, the constituents who have supported the NDC over time said that, well, they cared less whether he decided to go solo or not. They just wanted an NDC candidate to be on the ballot. So you could tell that that was when the leadership, the creme of the NDC, went to the constituency to actually campaign and call for the Electoral Commission, who had withdrawn the candidature of Joanna Jankujo. The NDC leadership went there to ask that she be reinstated on the ballot paper because they believe that she won the primaries free and fairly. So if you look at the numbers she polled in, it tells you why they believed it was going to be a win for the NDC. So let's go back to 2016. NDC won it in 2016. They got 50.4%. MPP got 48.9%. 2020, NDC retained it again. That's when Peter Kwachiaka won it. He got 53.2% against the NPP's 44.6%. Let's give that to them and say 45. Now in 2024, look at the win margin. The NDC increased from 53.2% to 67.2%. And that is the impact or effect of Joanna Jankujo, who believed that she knew what she wanted, the constituents knew what they wanted, and believed in the ticket and the candidature of Joanna Jankujo. So she wanted, hands down, 67.2% against the NPP's candidate, who had 30.8%. Now let's look at the presidential votes as well in the Amenfi Central constituency. And in the Amenfi Central constituency, again, the NDC won the 2016 presidential results, 53.2 for the then candidate John Dramani Mahama against Akufo-Addo's 44.8. Come into 2020, the NDC increased their win margin to 58.1% against Akufo-Addo's 39.6%. Let's just say that is even 40% for Nana Akufo-Addo. Now 2024, and it's interesting how these numbers have turned out. It tells you something, Alfred, that in 2024, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's, I beg your pardon, John Dramani Mahama's figures actually went down. So the parliamentary candidate got more votes than the presidential candidate in the Memphis Central constituency, where John Mahama got 51.8% and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia increased the tally of Nana Akufo-Addo from 2020, where Akufo-Addo got 39.6 or 40% and made it 45.8%. Increasing the number means that the presidential candidate of the NPP was more popular than the parliamentary candidate in the Memphis Central constituency. However, the seat was safely in the corner of the National Democratic Congress. That's how it looked like.
Let's go to the next constituency as well in the Western region that, had issues of illegal mining and matters arising in there. And Kemeni and the team are going to get into this. It's the Takwa Nsuayem constituency. This is a constituency of the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, George Mrekuduka. George Mrekuduka lost this Takwa Nsuayem constituency. This is the first time, Martin, in the last 32 years that the NDC has won Takwa Nsuayem constituency. The first time in the last 32 years.
Yep.
Issa Taylor, the NDC candidate, is the MP-elect for Takwa Nsuayem.
Yeah.
George Mrekuduka, the Deputy Lands and Natural Resources Minister, has lost that election. And in fact, it's because of an independent candidate.
Yeah.
One Jocelyn Amoa who polled about 27,000. And I don't know why the NPP did not deal with the matters of the independent candidate in this Takwa Nsuayem conference, because she contested in 2020, polled almost 30,000 and over votes. And then she contested 2024 again and some 27,000 votes.
Shockingly.
Taking a lot away from George Mrekuduka because they couldn't really deal with their issues.
And
it's a goner.
It goes to buttress the point that when parties fail to deal with the internal issues, when you go into the final elections, it could come back to bite you really hard. And it has bitten the NPP very bad in the backside. Let's go to 2016. And it was coming, Alfred. I say it was coming because if you look at the results from 2020, it was really, really close. But in 2024, the NDC actually overtook the NPP. But look at the figures from 2016. Then we can build up to 2024. In Takwa Nsuayem, parliamentary results, NDC got 35.1%. NPP won that constituency with 62.2%. Come 2020, the NPP's numbers fell drastically, and so they actually had almost the same figures. Take a close look. NDC got 34.5%, NPP got 34.6%. Look at the nominal figures. NDC got 31,845. The NPP candidate got 31,946. Very, very close. So maybe you can do the math for me while I talk about the 2024 figures. 31,946 and then 31,845. So do that math for me while we talk about the 2024 figures. 2024, the NDC increased their tally from 34.5% to 56.5%. So that's safely 57% of the total votes in terms of percentage that the NDC got in the 2024 elections, beating the NPP candidate. And the NPP from 34.6%, they got 43.4%. And that is the parliamentary result. So the margin
in 2020 is just about 101. Just
101 vote difference.
And it's because Jocelyn Ando,
an independent candidate
who is actually from the MPP, contested George Mrekuduka in 2020 and polled that number of votes from him. In 2024, she contested again, had about some 17,000 and over votes. George Mrekuduka polled over 27,000. Issa Taylor of the NDC for the first time has won and flipped the Takwa and Siam constituency for the NDC with over 30,000 votes.
Maybe we want to look at the presidential results as well for Takwa and Siam. And it's interesting we are talking about this because over the last few months in the Republic of Ghana, the key conversation has been about the environment. That's what we believe many of you went to the polls thinking about, the environment, its protection, and how this present administration have done in terms of protecting and helping the environment. The presidential candidates also played quite well. For the NDC, they lost in 2016 by just 34.2%. Nana Akufo-Addo won it by 62.7%. Bring in 2020, and Nana Akufo-Addo won again, but had a bigger margin compared to that of the candidate, the parliamentary candidate. So whereas Akufo-Addo was making 51.8% in the Takwa and Siam constituency and NDC making 45.2%. Remember the figures from the NDC and MPP candidate in 2020. It was really, really close, but for the presidential, there is quite a margin.
So it cannot be the case that they lost votes because of illegal mining, the fight against illegal mining.
Not at all.
Nanado won.
Nanado won the presidential.
George Mrekuduka also won 2020. Okay.
But Mrekuduka's numbers were very, very marginal.
Right.
Now bring in 2024.
Not because of the fight against illegal mining.
Because they couldn't
an independent
deal
candidate
with their internal political issues.
Right.
So we just need to put that on record. But in 2024, look at the percentage the NDC candidate won with. John Dramani Mahama got 58.8%. Let's make that 59%. He rose from 45.2 to 59%. As against Nana Akufo-Addo, who had 51.8% in 2020, and Dr. Bawumia making 38.0%. So they dropped or lost quite heavily if you compare these numbers. 51 against 38. It was a whooping defeat for the NPP in the Takwa and Siam constituency presidential votes.
In fact, we're going to go to Ashanti region. Ibrahim Bokakwa is going to join us in a bit on the constituency results in some of these Galamsey-prone constituencies. But Kemini, with what the few we have run through in the Western region, it does not support the narrative from 2020 to 2024 that the NPP lost seats in these areas because of the fight against illegal mining. At best, with what we have seen, there were some internal party issues that led to some of the seats being lost.
Indeed. Alfred, we'll let the desk handle that now. Thank you so much for taking us through those constituencies. If you're just joining us, remember, we have told you that our stream on Facebook is down, but you can watch us on YouTube and x.com. And we've been joined on the desk by MP-elect for Guan constituency. He's former Deputy Secretary General for General Secretary Communications, Deputy Communications Officer for the NDC. Fred Agbenyo, you're welcome to our continuing coverage of the elections.
It's quite concerning that Fred is not in white. It's in brown. So I don't know if he's creating a different kind of butterfly party. I mean,
Senor, that is it. That is what he chose to wear. Senor. No.
I think that I didn't hear any of the things that Senor said.
Indeed.
I just walked into the city straight away from the constituency.
Yes.
And so there's no way I could have worn white over the journey when the road is not good, so dusty and all that. So just bear with me.
But it means that your people are looking forward to you to fix.
If you want to see me in white, from tomorrow you see me in white. Just allow me to be in the brown. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I have not been here for some time now. For the last 4 months, I was in the constituency throughout. I was doing what I know what to do best. And by the grace of God, the people of Guan have now gotten representation in Parliament. You know, and let me seize the opportunity to thank people like Lawyer Martin Kwebu, Professor Asare, and several many Ghanaians who spoke about this, Franklin Kujo, several people. You know, the media, you know, everybody who... Did you say something? I didn't hear you.
The media rights to CJ.
Anyway, so Senor, and everybody, yes, all of you, you know, for the road that you played, unfortunately, we have a government and electoral commission that will not listen to any of the things that we said. We made all the noise, we went to court, we did everything that we could under the sun. Nobody paid attention. But finally, they were compelled to create a constituency, and we went into the election. Surprisingly, they also put up a candidate to contest. You know, and I was surprised, but yes.
Were you expecting to go Without an
unopposed,
NPP
yes,
candidate.
of course, why not? I thought I was going to go unopposed. So I was surprised when I noticed that after all, they were also interested.
Yeah, I think their
in
candidate
that
came in late.
constituency. No,
Came in the race
they came
late.
just at the right time. They also did their primaries, and 3 people contested. Their current DCE and former DCE son and the gentleman I contested with. But it's all well and good. Let me thank the chiefs, the people. The tolerant level of our people is something else. You know, in some other part of the country, people would have taken out, would have been, you know, would have engaged in all manner of unacceptable behavior. But we're very tolerant. We exercise restraint and patience up until the time that the council was created. I want to thank everybody who played a role. My council executive led by my able chairman, Chairman Dukomevi, and all the rest of them. The young people, the women, everybody played the significant role for us.
We'll talk about your constituency proper, but let's discuss. Yes, and so we'll talk about it proper a little later. But right now, let's look at the Galamsey constituencies and the role the advocacy played in the election, but also would narrow down to the expectations of the incoming government and how the advocacy will evolve around the new administration. And we're joined in the conversation via Zoom by Engineer Dr. Ken Ashigbe, who is a front right center for Media Coalition against
Coalition.
Why it's not Media Coalition again.
Move on.
Oh,
Ghana, the whole Ghana coalition.
Senor, quiet. Senor, quiet.
I'm just telling you.
I hear you.
It's yours.
So now it's Ghana coalition.
Yeah, it's a Ghana coalition. I mean, Darrell is part. Myself.
So we've taken off the Media Coalition.
Oh, no, the Media Coalition is there, but...
I was introducing Engineer Ashigbe.
I'm saying that
Engineer Ashigbe is convener of Media Coalition and then you were interrupting.
No, I'm telling you that.
I'll make you my assistant.
Bigger,
you wait.
Bigger.
You wait.
We'll
get there. We'll get there. But while Engineer joins us via Zoom, my understanding is that we're still trying to get him, to stabilize on that connection. Darrell, we've seen and established that the Galamsey, that it would appear that the government had used that as an excuse because they were afraid they were going to lose the elections, like they did in 2020. We've established that it's not true. It didn't play an effect. But to think that even in some of those areas for this election, the NDC is flipping seats, the presidential candidates during the election or the president-elect won in certain areas. What story does it tell you?
Yes, I think this for me is very exciting to talk about because I recall how the government deliberately opened up community mining schemes in certain constituencies and districts just so that they could show up support for their candidates. I was in the field just before the election, particularly in the Elembele area, and how a lot of the miners were gunning for the DCE then, Bonzo, to win because he said, oh, he's brought a lot of community mining opportunities and we are all going to vote for him. And on the other side, there was the Honorable Boa also seriously working with local communities against the activities of Galamsey, which was destroying a lot of rivers and also forests within that area. And to see how the result has turned out, for me, is very, very exciting. I think the MPP probably was really living with the disillusion that really, if you give the people Galamsey, then they will vote for you. But the other side of the coin was also the polluted rivers, the forests, and even the loss of farmlands and all of that, which was also very, very important. And I think the messaging that went out, and I can say that there was a lot of community awareness also that went, particularly showing the Poison for Good, all those documentaries that came from the media front and all of that, also somewhat culminated in really making the electorate also very much aware of what was happening. So for me, the trend is very positive going into the future, so that nobody will take citizens for granted and say, people want to do Galamsey. And I think clearly we have shown Elembele areas is particularly known for a lot of Galamsey activities which really sprang up towards the to the lead of the election. And then we have the Ashanti region. For the Ashanti region and the Eastern region, you realize that you really can't say if Galamsey issues really played a role. It's always been a very traditional, I would say, stronghold for the NPP, and so it was very, very difficult to say. But you see a clear display of the fact that communities and people, citizens, really care about the issues of Galamsey. And even I can say, if you look at the central region, come to all the constituencies within the central region, all the way to Accra. I mean, the massive vote going to NDC, it could also be for the fact that people are really angry against the way the government handled the issues of Galamsey. And for me, it was one particular issue for which I was really encouraging people to really vote. Because if you look at your rivers, if you look at the state of your forest reserve, then that should inform how you should vote. And also looking at how the political parties committed to how they would deal with Galamsey was for me very, very important. So I think that it is no longer a point for any political party to say that the people want to do Galamsey as a livelihood option. And so if you give them more Galamsey through community mining, they're going to vote. The data is showing that it didn't really make any difference.
I see. Indeed. And does it also tell you that even for the perhaps the people in those communities themselves, they want much more than illegal mining?
Exactly. I think that because most of these communities, what I was saying was the fact that Galamsey came to displace farmers. It came to displace the source of water for communities. It came to displace even people who were engaged in cocoa and all of that. And most of these people were really, mourning or groaning quietly. They were waiting for something to happen. And there was a clear incidents in most places where the police were not even supporting the communities. Communities were fighting lone battles and nobody was supporting them. So if they had a chance now to vote, they took that opportunity and made sure that it was a resounding victory against a government that was not supporting in the fight against Galamsey. So for me, I think it was very, very exciting. I don't know whether it will come to the point where we'll talk about certain key individuals who led, who actually championed Galamsey, community mining. And for me, I will talk about also
Takwan Swim, for instance.
And particularly with the minister, Deputy Minister Mekuduka losing his seat. I really took a strong, I was really offended, I should say, when he talked about the fact that we should wait for the elections to pass, and then in 3 months they'll fix the bad state of the water bodies. I thought that was something no leader should have had to say. Because as a leader, you are elected to act in the best interest of citizens, and to that extent, you don't wait for an election before you act. So seeing that the people rose up again, and even in his own constituency where he was really doing a lot of work, pushing community mining and all those, they still voted against him. So for me, it's really a signal to anybody that you can't take the voice of the people for granted.
On the same subject matter, the role Galamsey played in this election.
Well, I think that the data is very clear. The Ghanaians were very much appalled to what was going on in our country. I don't know if you had the opportunity of visiting those areas yourself, beyond the video footage that we see on television. When you get on the ground and you see the destruction that Galamsey was causing to this country, and the impunity with which it was carried out, it's not as though they did it in the quiet. They did it in the forest somewhere. Sometimes you are driving past. I remember I went to Taco around September thereabouts, and broad day afternoon you are passing just by the roadside. Often 2 kilometers away from it, people are mining in rivers and what have you. You see police cars drive past. Everybody is driving past. Nobody is saying anything. It's as if there was no control. There was no authority. Nobody cares. It is free for all. You can do whatever you want to do. And truly, a few people are making money from the Galamsey. But like Darren rightly said, what about those who lost their cocoa farms? All the water bodies were gone. Every other economic activities gave way to Galamsey. And all those people were not benefiting from the Galamsey money. How were you expecting them to survive? So naturally, they will wait for elections to come for them to also prove to you that what was going on and the government was not saying anything about, they will use election to punish the government. I was sad when Dr. Bamia, for instance, appointed the Deputy Minister for Lands and Forestry as a campaign coordinator in charge of Galamsey issues. There's somebody that has been accused himself, of being involved in these activities. So how then do you going to appoint him to be the one in charge of Galamsey issues in the Galamsey areas? And I thought that that was more like an insult to the people who live in this particular area now, right? Whatever you are saying, we don't care. We are going to bring the same person back, and whether you like it or not, we have brought him back. That is the impression that was created. And so for me, the result that we saw, if you look at Greater Accra, for instance, out of about 34 constituencies, NDC won almost 31 of the constituencies. We don't do mining over here. So we cannot say that Galamsey was the key determinant as to how people voted in these particular elections. If you go to Upper West region, we won all the seats in Upper West. Or Upper East, we won all the seats in Upper East. Savannah, we lost only one seat in Savannah. Volta region, we won all the seats. Otirigi, we won all the seats. So beyond the Galamsey, there was something else that Ghanaians were looking out for. You know, the state capture, the difficulty, economic difficulty in which we were. And so for me, this thing is a lesson to all of us politicians. We must look beyond just what has happened to MPP. And those of us who are coming to office today should also be very, very careful. We must learn a lesson from this, that you cannot take the people of this country for granted. You can't take Ghanaians for granted. They may be slow in acting. In some other jurisdiction, you expect them to maybe demonstrate and maybe overthrow even the government or do all the things that we see in some countries. Ghanaians, they'll be very patient, they'll be watching you.
No, even here, we also demonstrated.
Yes, but it was not that violent like we would have seen in some other jurisdiction, you know. Because what happened with this Galamsey issue, in some other countries, it was enough for the government to have been overthrown. To be honest with you, in some other countries, they would have overthrown, you know, but Ghanaians, yes, we'll go on demonstration, we'll talk about it on radio, we're patient, we're tolerant, we're observing. And so when the election results start trickling in, I say, wow. So Ghanaians really know what is going on. They are aware, except that they didn't want to destroy the democracy that we have decided to run with. And so let us, as patient, we are not going to overthrow the government. We are not going to destroy our country. We are going to wait for the elections. And once the elections are there, they will take a decisive decision. And that's what we have seen. And for me, as I said, we in NDC must learn a big lesson from this. We must learn a lesson from this. That's yes, we are going to take over governance from January next year. We must listen to the people of Ghana.
Indeed.
We must pay
I see you
attention to the people of Ghana. We must seek the interest of the people of Ghana. They have voted us for a reason. We have entered, we have a special contract with them. We must make sure that we live up to that particular contract. The impunity, the arrogance, the disrespect that we saw in the last 8 years. I am going to plead for all my colleagues, especially those who get opportunity to serve in government, that we must exercise this authority with moderation. We must be very considerate. We must be sensitive to the needs of the people of this country. And that is the only way we can remain in office for long. But if you are going to continue with what we have seen with this particular government, then we are going to run into trouble as well. And I believe several of us have learned our lessons, and given the opportunity, we are going to do things differently. Ghanaians, really, we need to applaud and thank the people of this country, not necessarily because they voted Akufo-Addo out of the country. The fact that they were able to endure, you know, all the things that happened in the past 8 years.
His term has ended, though. So he wasn't.
Well, he's still there. You know, you see, he's still there. Look at
hang on.
All the chaos and all the things that are going on in the country today. You are still in charge. You are still the commander-in-chief of Ghana Armed Forces, and you are quiet. You are lying. You are sleeping. You don't seem to care about what is happening in the country again.
Family members' property. You are watching that.
You know, you have not handed over power yet. You are still the president of the republic. At least the few days that are left, do something. And so for me, the Galamsey issue, we cannot say we will not mind in this country. But what we saw, and of course, I will not sit here and pretend that Galamsey started with Akufo-Addo's government. When we were in office, we saw it. But the scale, the level that it got to, and governmental complacency, and people at high places were directly involved. And oftentimes, we went out there chasing the young surviving boys who will go and be doing the Galamsey on the field. The persons the laborers, so to speak, the laborers that people were going after. The men who own the excavators and all this heavy moving equipment, they were staying in Accra, enjoying, drinking whiskey.
We'll get a bit more. We'll get a bit more into that, but we'll get a bit more into what the incoming government is capable of doing, and the advocacy during that period as well. But lawyer, let's take on the subject of Galamsey and the elections. We know that when organized labor, when the Ghana coalition against the Galamsey, when we had all decided to join the advocacy, a task force was set up. Did it do its job to the best of your knowledge?
That's always the question. So you see that when the task force was set up, what happened was at that time, the election issues were getting bigger and bigger. What I mean is that I remember there were some other issues that came up. So you didn't have journalists going into the interior, okay, to check what was going on. I kept saying that, and I remember there was something. So I even complained in some of the interviews I granted that why are we spending so much time on that particular matter we're discussing instead of going to, yes, the Fix the Country demonstrations. Yes. So democracy have. So you see that we kept spending more time. People were more interested in condemning our young people who rather sought to do some publicity stunts to energize the fight against Galamsey. And when I think some radio stations spend too much time advocating for punishment, swift punishment for them. When really, these are heroes. They decided to go do some publicity stunts so that the fight will be energized. Oliver Baka, Vomawo, etc. They are still in court, right? So we didn't have the cameras following the police and the water guards. They said they were deploying water guards. You see, we couldn't send the boats. They did nothing happen. They didn't really get deployed. Yes, I remember I was not happy at all, but I understand a lot of people were more interested in take them to court. You remember we were very upset with IG and Godfrey Dami for packing so many young people. Do you know that as we speak now, I'm on a platform of lawyers providing support. Over 20 of them have been discharged. They just arrested a lot of innocent citizens and just added them, kept them in custody, and the courts also remanded them. So remember that whole fight. So that was when we were supposed to take the cameras to the water bodies and monitor the activities. We lost that chance, right? But good riddance that we've sacked the MPP. But let's also mention this. Now, I'm going a bit to the genesis, right? Not exactly genesis, but at least 2 years ago. You remember in September, October 2022, we had a kind of a mini crisis again on this Galamsey fight. So on the 10th or 12th of October, myself and 3 other persons, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, Kwame Saponesiedu, and Edem Senanu, we presented a petition to the IGP that Chairman Wuntumi and Akonta Maini be prosecuted for Galamsey because Erastus Asaridonko had done a documentary where there was clear evidence of Akonta Mining, that's Chairman Wuntumi's company, in the Tano Nimri Forest, etc. Just a few days after our petition, at that time we didn't have the Ghana coalition, so it was a media coalition against Galamsey. Also presented a petition to the IG. The 4 of us as individuals presented our petition to Madam Andokofi, Faustina Andokofi, CID boss. Then the media coalition presented theirs to IG. Then IG Dampare referred the media coalition's petition to Andokofi. So now the 2 petitions were before her. Now come and see pussyfooting. Meanwhile, this is one open and shut case. Open and shut because Abu Jinapo, Minister for Lands and Forestry, came and said Chairman Wuntumi and his company had no license to go into the Tano Nimri Forest. The Forestry Commission came and said so. Then Martinez Minerals Commission, this and CEO, also said so. So these were 3 witnesses. Then the Erastus Asaridonko, Madam Andokofi and IG Dampare, because of politics, because they wanted to keep their offices, they dodged us. Today, you see, so you see why Dampare has to go. Dampare is more political than Ekufuado. I'm telling you, even ask when the Ghana coalition sought to go and see him. Senyo, you are the one tasked to go. Dampare swept Senyo Sa. So Andokofi and Dampare, you see now, how do you think you will get my support? Chairman Wuntumi Ashanti regional chairman of the MPP. Do you know how you would have bolstered the fight against Galamsey if you had presented them before court? When Abu Jinapo was willing to come and testify, Martin Eyisi, CEO of the Minerals Commission, same. Forestry Commission, yeah, Dampare, more political than Ekufuado. You see? So, October 2022, now we are in December 2024. Just 2 years. You've schemed down and now you fall into a ditch. That's why I keep telling the ask for Dampare. Dampare has to go because his politics, he protected Ekufuado too much. That's not the only case. There are several other cases. Okay, several other cases. I don't think that there is time to go into that. So you see that this one IG who was just trying to do everything to please Ekufuado. Once in a while, then he will play for the citizens like Asante North. Asante North, because he did, once NDC won, initial euphoria, oh, Dampare can do the work, he can do the work. No, but if you critically analyze, and that's how IGs have behaved, most of the time, they act and try to please certain presidents. Then once in a while, they'll throw some crumbs at citizens. Then some people get excited. But that is the thing. Because like I'm telling you, there's a superintendent in charge of the case. It's called Inkum, Superintendent Inkum. Yes. Reports to CID boss, Madam Andokofi. Look, the last time we wrote to her in April, till date, you call her, you send WhatsApp, no response. Just meet us and give us an update. I'm happy.
So that case is still hanging.
Yes. And then,
which means I would expect.
So I'm happy Sonyo himself to have experience. And Sonyo, tell Ghanaians, you to your experience when you were tasked to go and see IG.
For this matter, I can only do my official work, which I mean, that man is my friend. You know, I was one of those who defended his.
So you have a conflict.
Oh, but I have to be honest about the thing. I mean, after that's the fact that you are my friend, but me as my friend, I didn't vote for you.
You didn't vote for him?
I didn't vote for him.
Say it louder.
I've said it already.
Okay.
Oh, I said it from Sunday.
But you know.
I didn't want to say
it. When the fundamentals of digitalization are weak, the e-gate. That was the closing act.
That was the closing act.
Not voting for Bamia, it's not because for me. It's because you can't reward this kind of governance. So for me, it was the MPP and then Bamia in his person. I'm sure a lot of us here, when you get to know Bamia, you like him, just like James. James is a fantastic guy, but his government in 2016,
a monumental failure.
Yeah, well, under the circumstances, I absolutely agree with you, because a president is one, is a whole machinery you come with, and that's what we voted against GM for in 2016. But on this matter,
yes,
I was truly taxed, and I engaged Dampare, and he's aware. And also, interestingly enough, it was a bit around the time when they were trying to also take him on. So it was a bit heated, and he sort of encouraged us to exercise a little patience. But that patience, Charlie, it's been like, it's what, how many months now? 9 months or more?
Hey, yours is like 9 months.
And just also about the same thing.
I see.
But we're all on the same platform.
And nothing has been done.
I mean, nothing. You see, but I think that if he had taken that move, and the president did not participate in the conversation, these are the things which would have
washed his hand clean.
Help the MPP even do better in this. They showed that they were so culpable in everything wrong with our country. The president went to say there was nothing wrong with Aquatia mining.
Yeah.
He said it in front of
Catholic priest.
Catholic priest. Catholic barely fainted. Engineer, but here, you know, so honestly,
they defended every wrong thing.
This monumental, you guys don't have a term for the loss. You said that the MPP said they annihilated the NDC, which is correct. It was unprecedented annihilation. We annihilated.
How do you describe this?
And then this one, they have been obliterated.
Exactly. Exterminated.
You know, but it's a good thing for the MPP.
It's good for our democracy.
It's good for the MPP needs to do some real soul searching. It has to purge itself from these Wuntumistic behaviors.
From what?
They're Wuntumistic behaviors. You understand? I was just watching something, and I was Otufo. One was advising Ekufuado, and he was telling him that Ghana for a come near before the year 2 Mahama. Now one chairman is here. Yet confirming they come any before be 2. Yet they company before they triple. I 2 no. All cannot now want to meet in the home. They say please, this kind of human beings, this is not MPP. This is not MPP. When you carry MPP people today and you discuss what is property owning democracy, they don't know. It's like the NDC people, they don't even know what social democracy is.
We know.
I mean, go to your
all right, no, we won't get to that.
We won't get into that. NDC people, we know that they just, I mean, they are socialist parties.
But you know,
center left, right?
Yes, center left.
You know, but for the MPP, no. They
have no ideology today.
They have nothing. I mean, I think that the statement by Omia should be a rallying ground for them to see the kind of character that MPP should be about. So the Galamsey matter, let me celebrate, just like I celebrated Henry Curtis downfall for trying to disenfranchise his fellow citizens who he's supposed to protect.
What are you talking about?
When he said he closed the borders, I don't have a problem with closing the borders, but you can't close the borders to your own citizens. Yes. When something's happening, you should be in the height to go and bring your people and even protect them. Now your guys want to come and exercise their civic duty and civic rights, and then you do this. And when you look at the history, it's all because of the perception of something. Yeah. People cross. I don't even understand. But it's okay.
Come to the airport,
who can vote without? Who can vote without a Ghana card or without a registered voter's ID? So if you were able to allow the person to register, means you recognize that the person is a Ghanaian. And this is 2024. They will do our things as if we are 1921. This kind of behavior must stop. But having said that, I celebrated Henry Curtis downfall. Henry Curtis, repent. Jesus is coming. You are not cannot of you. Hold on. Mekuduka, you are my guy. But this one, go and look for your minus for whatever it is. God has punished you.
Hey.
Yes. When you sit down there and the seat in which you were in, water that will feed all of us, quench our thirst, make us survive. Not just us, our children, our children's children. For economic benefits and political benefits, which can only accrue to financial benefits. To whoever, you forget about your mandate to the people. That's what the Mekuduka I knew when I was sitting in the Ministry of Energy with. He's not that guy. I wasn't. He was not a guy. So if this is the human, I heard him. And I saw this thing, he went to do minus for whatever. The Galam said that there are people in Accra. He was trying to now set people in Accra against people. Who does that as a minister of state? You. Who were you before? Don't do that. Go and sit down in the cooler and cool down and think again. People need water for their survival before they look for cash. I've not seen anybody drink their money before. And I've not seen anybody have a conversation with their money.
I mean, the way you're speaking, then it would mean that the incoming administration should look into the allegations against Mekuduka.
Oh, the allegations, they should look, they are on there. They have oral something. I don't know why it's oral, but it's toothbrush or it's toothpaste. I don't know which one they should do it.
That one and what did you call it? Wuntumistic
behaviors. No, they have to go.
The incoming administration should look into that.
But you see, this country is a very funny place. So, you see, this time around, before they used to have Zoka boys, you guys had a Zoka boys or something. Yeah. You realize that now, this time around, they managed all those things. The NDC was strategic.
No, we don't have any of those.
Because of the vigilantism law, all of them were done.
They didn't create all these things. They didn't create all those things. But one to me alone, carried himself like he's a one-man vigilante for the whole thing. You can't be warning people. Who are you?
Oh, but where is the conversation going? Let me draw you back.
Let
me draw you back. No, senor.
So this
it's okay. Let me draw you back.
For me, I don't think I should even be blaming someone like Wontumi alone. We should be blaming the president himself.
No, I agree.
He's the one open a flag for all those things to happen.
That's why I was saying he was sitting by him. These are the people he puts by him.
And anytime anybody misbehaves, he's the first person to run away.
But you know, we're saying, hang on. Gentlemen, hang on. We're saying that. We're saying that.
You will go down as the worst thing that's happened to this country.
It's not that he will go down. Get your words right. He has gone down.
Right. But what I want, what I want you to think about is the fact that no, Fred. I want you to think about the fact that in the first term efforts of this NPP administration, I have read work from the CSIR that shows that their first term efforts to deal with Galamsey worked.
Perfect.
Right?
No.
Let me ask the question. And then you can respond. From there, 2019, 2020 onwards, then the efforts dipped, the Galamsey continued. Daryl, that brings me to you. What were the mistakes that administration did that the incoming one should be careful of?
Great. So I think you did make the point about first-term efforts, right? And that was we had a ban on small-scale mining, which from 2017, June 2017, right up to the end of 2018. Within that period, I mean, we saw some attempt by government to streamline the system, re-register people and all of that. So at that point it worked. And that was the point where everybody stay off the fields, don't go mining. That was an approach where you can't guarantee sustainability. Like has been said, we still must mine as a country. So you can't put an indefinite ban on mining. So rightly so, in December it was lifted. And that was where the test really came. Whether we're going to be able to sustain that, keep people off the water bodies and out of our forests reserve. Unfortunately not. And then we saw also actions of the Vanguard, Operation Hot coming in, even to the point where we're even suggesting that we should shoot people on sight. So I think over there, we had some of the military people talking about the fact that when they make arrests, you don't see a commensurate prosecution action coming to really support them. So they go to the field, they deploy, they arrest so many people, they confiscate equipment, but nothing gets done. So this is where we failed, I mean, very seriously in terms of we making sure that the measures that were supposed to be deterrent really worked. So people realize that, okay, once you're with the government and you can get into it and then nothing will happen to you, more people were getting into it. And I think it was one of the major complaints the Operation Hot and Vanguard team kept talking about, that nobody was really taking up the action of prosecution. There were promises that they were even going to set up courts to make sure that people who are arrested were also really prosecuted to ensure that there was sufficient deterrence. We didn't see all of that happen. And then there was also the issue of Ashanti issues pending, the Chinese, all of these people in there. A lot of people were arrested, but you go to the prisons, you only see the Ghanaians in the prisons, but there was no record of the Chinese in there. So at that point, you realize that government was somewhat, I would say, negatively learning. Wait, we can really pretend we are fighting the Galamsey, but really, they didn't really mean it. And that's, I think we had all of these outcomes where some of the military people even issues with the corruption cases coming out, the government officials being seen on television, collecting bribes and all of these issues started coming after that. There was an interministerial committee was supposed to work, all of these things. So I would say that yes, that attempt of banning was really what brought us close. Right after that, the Vanguard approach was okay, but not sufficiently sustainable to keep us really solving the problem. And right from there, it didn't get better. I think it got worse. It just got worse.
I see. But Daryl, then my follow-up to that will be, this administration still has time.
No, there's not much time.
They don't have time to do anything.
Right now, there's no time.
But we've had a task force working all this while. They should be able to do something.
September
Unless
11,
you want to tell me that task force is not working.
We had time. I mean, during the last period of the election, I mean, lead up to the election, September 11, when we saw civil society, the faith-based institutions, professional body, everybody coming and demanding for a state of emergency, demanding for government to act against miners working around our rivers and forests. That was a moment where the president could have done something. We asked for a repeal of LI 2462. They could have done something. Then we know, of course, there's a parliamentary issue, but I don't want us to always...
This no time you are saying, then it means that people will now, you know...
This thing has been... Yes. In Parliament started.
No, but there, you know, right now, we are in the transition period. Yes. There should be something in place to ensure that during this period, going into the new era, we won't have the environment doubly or triply destroyed.
No, I was rather concerned just before the election, people cashing out, last minute action, people going to the first zone. But right now, people are going to try and move their equipment from side, because otherwise, I know somehow the NDC supporters will go after them. They will know where everybody is and start going after. That's what is going to happen. And we've seen it happen in the previous election period. So I think that this one too, they're going to be very careful being in the field with the excavators. Otherwise, they'll come for it. So they'll rather stay out of the forest reserves and also out of the... That's what I'm expecting to see right now.
That's what you're expecting to see. It looks like it's a situation, right?
Forgive me, but a minister of state says that when they come to office, we return them to office. You take 3 months to clean the river. So the river. So what have you been doing all these 8 years? Exactly. But in his particular case, what have you been doing almost all these 4 years? You see, when you talk like it's wickedness. No, what we could do now. I said,
Senor, so that's the end of your comments. That's definitely the end of your comments.
The guy matter. The team paid me. When I was watching him talk, I was in shock.
Well, as I said,
Fred.
As I said, the government was not ready. The government was not prepared.
Willing.
The government was not willing to fight corruption. We heard the senior minister, what is his name, Honorable Safumafo, when Ashawan was arrested. He asked Ghanaians, why, if you jail this woman, how do you benefit from China? Economically, how will you benefit?
So the NDC government will behave differently?
You see, trust me, we have learned our lessons. We are not angels. I am not saying that when we had opportunity, we didn't make mistakes. But you see the new NDC government. Thank you. We are not going to tolerate this. You see, we behave in the last 8 years as though Ghana was coming to an end after Nana Akufo-Addo. Yes. As though there will never be any Ghana again. And so let's finish up everything. Let's destroy everything. Let's take as much as we could take. That's the way they behaved. Everything that they saw, every money, they went after it. With speed and alacrity, they didn't care the effect. They were just grabbing everything. And the president was quiet. Anytime he goes to attention, he will be the first to defend the people. They want to make sure that lawyer Martin is raising. We had a president. He cleared him first. Yeah. He cleared him first. And so I'm saying that, you see, as for President Akufo-Addo, I'm praying for him that when he exits office next month, God should give him more life to stay back and soberly reflect on the opportunity that was given to him
the guy
as a president and see if indeed he himself, his conscience, his heart of hearts, will rest at peace that indeed he governs as a president.
Well, we're going to have to hand over.
He failed this country so much.
We're going to have to hand over to the gentleman on the other side. No, senor, no. Daryl.
We can't.
Two things.
We can't afford to.
Are you hopeful that the incoming administration could do something? We've heard a lot. It's not just Fred who's saying this. And while you're answering that question, how is the advocacy going to evolve around to the new administration?
The question of being hopeful. I remember when President Nana took office in 2017, we sent him a message of our expectations as well. And we're also very, very hopeful. But it turned out that he became one who disappointed greatly when it comes to the fight against Galamsey. I want to rely on what the incoming, Fred is saying, Honorable is saying that they are going to be different. I mean, that's the only thing that can save the new government. If they are going to act differently and really be very decisive in dealing with Galamsey, that is the only way we are going to stay off their backs. Because otherwise, getting into the next question of what we are going to do. The fight against Galamsey continues. And already we are really looking at reaching out to the government, even through the transition period, to really let them make sure that
the incoming government?
Yes, the incoming government, to put it on the table so they prioritize it and deal with it. So it's something that is not going to, we are actually now going to revamp the campaign, because this new government must act decisively. And fortunately, I should say fortunately, because it's already in their manifesto. They committed to it. And even when you look at the president's new government's 120-day actions, acting on Galamsey and all of that is in there.
That's right.
So, I mean, this is for us, the period for us to see whether they are really serious about it or not. And this 120-day period is going to tell us how really we should deal with them if they really,
they know they sign.
if they really,
the commitment.
So we are really going to take that.
The pledge, the Ghana coalition against put up.
So you hold it against
it? No, we'll hold it against it. But let's be honest about this. We all know that the Galamsey beneficiaries, they also have funded the politics of the time. So they will come back expecting that they'll get some cover from their new friends. And that is.
I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm telling you.
No, the thing that I'm
What I want to tell the politicians is that illegal money that came to fund your election is money that was indirectly stolen from the people. So you must see it as public financing of your parties. You don't owe those people a thing. Those people have destroyed our country. You must go after them. Every single person. Every single person. And Karen Alfredo can't say to go and catch them with you.
All right. Do you know what I'm about?
Quickly, I want to hand over to the gentleman.
Some of the nananum, some of the senior pastors
catch them inside.
Who will start calling the president
I won't do this
and start putting pressure on the president. Don't go after them. Don't do this. They should stay away.
They should stay away.
Let us punish wrongdoing.
They should stay away.
That will set that kind of deterrent for all of us who are coming to office. So those nananum will become the president.
It's okay, Fred.
We should stop
Fred, I'll come back to you. I want to go over to the gentleman now.
Alfred will be coordinating that part for us.
Listen, we're getting information that our Facebook stream is on now. So if you were not getting us earlier, you can go to our Facebook stream now. Alfred, very heated debate on Galamsey. I wonder if you have your own expectations, since you're the densu behind the home of your birth. It's no longer what it is.
Yeah, obviously you would expect that something more than just talk is done this time around. The civil society has shown beyond reasonable doubt that they are ready to collaborate. The media has also shown our commitment to also complement the fight against illegal mining by going to some of these places, even at the peril of our own lives, without any protection, to expose the ills of illegal mining on us all. And we understand that some of the rivers that have been polluted, it will take as many as 30, 40, 50, in some cases 100 years for it to be restored to its previous state. That should worry all of us. But, I mean, we touched on a constituency, the Elembele constituency. I think that's what Darrell mentioned. The Elembele constituency is one of the constituencies in the Western region as well that, these matters of illegal mining were recorded there. It was supposed to be a heated contest, but Emmanuel Kofi-Boa won this. But the dynamics in that constituency is pretty interesting. We're going to go for this quick break. When we're back, Martin Esedudate is by the magic wall. We'll get into it and just round it up all with this conversation on illegal mining and what happened in there. Stay with us.
Every day is packed with its own surprises. Never know.
Hello, my name is Shudis Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties. Peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe, because there's life after elections. Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections. Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace. The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Chi, we say Kembima min Kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch Watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate, and I stand for peace.
It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly. And if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election.
Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living, and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote, and go home, wait for results, and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep. Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living, and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote, and go home, wait for results, and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep.
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace.
My name is Aquatia. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that will jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire.
Here on Ghana Decides 2024 election here in Ghana, a continuous coverage of the aftermath of the declaration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. There are a number of constituencies we're looking at that have their results still outstanding until the last constituency result is declared. We're going to travel with you every step of the way here on your election command center. Now, the one constituency that we're keeping an eye on, not because their results have not been declared, but because of some issues of some violence and other related matters, there is the Efutu constituency in the central region. And as I indicated to you, there are a number of some executives and supporters of the NDC in that constituency who are receiving treatment because they were inflicted with some machete wounds during some violence on election day. And also the news of the absence of the vice chair of the NDC in the Efutu constituency. Gabriela Tete is one of the executives of the NDC in the Efutu constituency. She's joining us on the telephone for some updates on this. Gabriela, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good evening, Alfred.
It's good to have you. Now, first off, have you heard or had the latest on the whereabouts of your vice chair in the Efutu constituency?
Let me say good evening to our viewers and your colleagues in the studio. One of the executives mentioned that there's been some intelligence that he's in a particular constituency. So tomorrow morning, a delegation from the constituency will take a trip. But I can't disclose the exact location because of what happened. I don't think it's appropriate for us to mention what the intelligence actually says, that where he is, because of what happened.
I see. So he went into hiding just for safety purposes, not as though he was, picked up or he had been kidnapped by the persons who were pursuing him. Some 6 people, we understand.
He went into hiding to seek medical help because there's a video which the constituency doesn't want to put out, but because they were attacked at the hospital, they couldn't seek medical treatment in Winneba. And so they decided to find another location that's safer and more appropriate to seek help. So they are not in Efutu constituency. So the intelligence, they are in another constituency about almost 100 kilometers away from Efutu constituency.
Okay, I would have you hold on a bit more to any further detail on his location, but at least he is okay seeking medical treatment. That's what you say. At least that's the information we have now.
That is the information that we've been given.
Okay. Now,
but we'll verify it tomorrow morning.
You verify tomorrow morning? Okay.
Yes.
We'll follow it up to get some more update on this. But you said that they were attacked at the hospital. Is it that
yes,
they went to the hospital to do what exactly?
They were attacked during monitoring. And then while they were dispatched to the hospital, the assailants pursued them at the hospital and inflicted them with more machete wounds.
So they were attacked while they were monitoring the voting at the polling station,
yes,
at the collation center.
Yes.
And then when they went to the hospital to seek medical help after they were inflicted with a machete wound, the assailants accosted them in the hospital and attacked them there as well.
Yes. And one of the vice chairman's brother, he's also called Atuanan. His thumb was slashed off. And the older brother, who's the vice chairman, also suffered quite some lacerations and
I see. So
a terrible beating.
So you've reported it to the police, I guess.
Yes, they are helping us to find them. But I want to make this point. I think that Ghana police has to be more helpful to us because the people who did this are in the constituency and they are walking about freely. And that is the challenge the NDC has in the Efutu constituency. No. NPP supporters inflict violence on NDC supporters and they are allowed to walk freely. Nobody has picked anybody up and there's video evidence of the beating. So the people who did this are known.
Well, but our correspondent told us just a couple of hours ago that 3 people have been picked up by the police in connection with this violence. You don't have records of that?
I don't have that one yet.
Well,
if that is the case, then that's good news, because they've been working since Saturday.
Well, so that's the information our correspondent gave us just a couple of hours ago. 3 people have been picked up by the police. That's what the police told him as well on this. Great. Now, so we will follow it up tomorrow to find out if you've been able to identify exactly where he is, your vice chair who's gone missing since Saturday, and how he is doing, right? So thank you, Gabriela. Thank you for the information.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night. Gabriela Tete is one of the executives of the NDC in the Efutu constituency. So that's the latest to this story that we've been following quite closely here on the Election Command Center. The news of the vice chair of the NDC in the Efutu constituency going missing since Saturday while they were monitoring the election. We understand they went to a hospital to seek medical help when they were attacked at the constituency collection center. They were attacked at the hospital again, so they had to flee, and he is nowhere to be found. The latest information is that they have located somewhere that he is hiding to seek medical help outside of the Efutu constituency. Tomorrow, when we get the updates, stay with us. We'll get it to you here on the Election Command Center. But let's get back on track to the conversation about the illegal mining. We'll round it up. And the Elembele constituency, Kemini, I had Darrell mention that the Elembele constituency is a place, pretty interesting history. In fact, Freddie Wasimeu Blay was the former national chairman of the NPP, was the former member of parliament for this Elembele constituency. He held that seat 2000, 2004, 2008. The current MP, Emmanuel Kofibua, defeated him and got into parliament. And he's held that seat for the NDC from 2008 to date. Going into this election, the DCE for Elembele constituency, Kwesi Bonzi, was the one who contested Emmanuel Kofibua. And Darrell made the point about the issue of illegal mining and community mining, as to whether this policy of community mining has actually addressed this illegal mining issue effectively. Maybe it's a question that you will find out from them going forward. But let's go to the magic wall right now. Martin Esiedo-Date, what's the trend in the Elembele constituency?
Well, Alfred, before we even go specifically to the Elembele constituency, let's look at the Western region in total. We know that the Western region used to be one of the swing regions, but breaking it down right from 2016 up until 2024, those of you at home, just look at the coloration of the Western region. There are greens and there are blues. So as of the 2016 elections, the NDC had only 4 seats in the Western region. NPP held on to 13 seats, meaning that the 17 seats, NPP had majority in the Western region. That was in 2016 when Nana Akufo-Addo became president. Come to 2020, and the 13 seats the NPP held on to dropped to 9. The NDC managed to claw at least 4 more of the seats into their fold, making it 8 seats for the NDC, 9 seats for the NPP. Come into 2024, and there was a shocker in the Western region where the NPP is left with just 2 seats in the Western region. 2. So from 2016 to 2024, they had 13 and now have 2, meaning they've lost 11 seats in 2 electoral cycles, and they have turned the entire region into green, but for just 2 other constituencies that is currently being held by the NPP.
Interesting. So if you look at it, the seats that the NDC has flipped in the Western region in this 2024, you have Takwa and Swayam, you have the Sekondi constituency, and then also Impo as well. They've never won it.
Yes.
All right. And then also you have Joe Gatti's constituency as well. That's the Japamesa's constituency. In fact, the NDC has flipped that constituency as well. Esikado constituency, they have now flipped it. The NDC won that one as well. And look at that. That's Charles Bishu contested Esikado, but the NDC fielded a female. So they have another female candidate winning in the Western region. So all the 5 female candidates the NDC fielded in the Western region, all 5 of them won.
Yes.
Going into this 9th Parliament.
And that is one of the shockers that happened in the Western region, and they can't believe what happened to them. So clearly, from what happened in 2024, the region is now a green region. But let's go specifically to the Elembele constituency that you're talking about and look at how it has voted over time. 2016, the NDC won the presidential election. Well, so we actually are talking parliamentary now. The NDC candidate in 2016 won, although the blue wave was blowing around the country at the time when Akufo-Addo became president, and their parliamentary candidate got 46.3%. In 2020 as well, the NDC held on still and even increased their tally to 55.8% compared to the 52 they had in 2016.
That's Marco Feboa.
Yes.
He's a leader in parliament now.
Absolutely. And come to 2024, and it looks as though the NDC has actually retained the seat. We'll try and correct this, but it clearly gives you an indication that the Elembele constituency has swung both ways at some point in time. You mentioned that Freddie
Blay held it for the CPP.
Yes, 3 electoral terms.
And then the NDC has held it since.
Since then. And so it's not, a seat for any party to lay hold of or to claim is theirs. Let's look at the presidential voting pattern as well. And the NDC won in 2016, won again in 2020, and has increased the tally. So in 2016, NDC had 50.6. In 2020, they had 53.7. In 2024, they've had 72% of the total votes cast in the Elembele constituency. And it clearly is a stretch. And look at the figures of the NPP. 2016, NPP had 47.8%. In 2020, they had 43.8%. And in 2024, 25.5%. That is a major drop for the votes of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and it doesn't look good for them. And like we are saying, the Elembele constituency is one of the constituencies in the Western region that turned green and has remained green over time. Looks like the next time the NDC will be contesting and hoping to hold it will be in 2028, but it will depend on how the MP performs and what the key issues that bother the constituents that they've been hoping to get resolved will be when it comes to issues of the specific constituency of Elembele. Alfred.
Good stuff there. And maybe, Kamini, let's find out maybe from Daryl, because you know that Kwesi Bonzi, who was a DC, who was a parliamentary candidate for the MPP in the Elembele constituency, pushed this whole agenda of the community mining and, some licenses. In fact, we saw a number of licenses issued. Daryl will confirm that ahead of that election as well. It appears that they didn't make the trick. So would the community mining scheme be one that should be continued by this next administration as a way of fighting illegal mining, community mining? Would he recommend that?
Indeed, let's take that straight to Daryl. Daryl, you hit Alfred on the community mining situation and its ability to stem illegal mining.
Yeah, so I think one thing that we kept saying all along was that the manner in which community mining was introduced and implemented did not solve the mischief of solving the problem with illegal mining. It rather enabled more people to have access to something that was very destructive, and we were not able to control it and regulate it so well. So for us, we had even said that community mining should be suspended, completely abrogated, and rather work with the existing small-scale mining and then look at the large scale. I have seen the NDC say that they're going to have something in between small-scale and large scale.
There's nothing in between.
I'm just saying,
because I'm wondering what that means. Something
in between.
I'm telling you.
No, hang on.
All of these things need to be looked at very, very critically. But I can say for now that community mining has not helped, and the way it was done, it didn't really solve our problems for us. And I wouldn't recommend that we still go the way of allowing community mining to persist.
The incoming administration should get rid of it.
We need to really get rid of that and really look at how we can make small-scale mining work better. That was working before. I don't know when we decided that let's do something else. And it was all because we wanted to allow people within our constituencies and exactly job for the boys and all that. But we realized it didn't amount to anything. It rather led to widespread distraction of farms and water bodies and all of that. And that has even contributed to the downfall of the party in the elections we have seen. So for me, let's really drop community mining and look at how we can make sure small-scale mining brings more benefit to people.
I don't remember it being part of the 120-day document.
No, it's not part, but there was
will you expect it? Will you expect
there's some aspect of mining issues to be addressed in the 120-day social contract, but not specifically whether they are going to do community mine or other thing. No, I think that will not be the best place to put it within the first one.
We're going to stop mining on river bodies and all those things. But you see, at the point, one could even tell the difference between small-scale mining and galamsey. Because even the small-scale miners themselves were operating as though they were galamseyers. They go for a license for prospecting, and then they start mining. And you wonder who was really supervising them. And that is why, for me, I will continue to blame it on the higher leadership. That was a deliberate thing. They were better. But I'm sure you heard that conversation between Professor Fipo Boateng and I think Aquatia. When they clearly admitted that their party needed money. And so it was something that they officially sanctioned. Let's allow our boys to go in there, let them go and mine, so they can get money for the party. You see, so there was no commitment to really fight the galamsey. We can say all the brofu, speak all the brofu you are speaking about the galamsey issue. The reality is that there was no commitment. It was a charade. Let's just do something and pretend as though we are solving the problem. Like the military rightly said, they were going to arrest the people, nobody will do anything, prosecution will not take place, the next one they will leave them. It's the young Ghanaian boys who are trying to survive that they go and put themselves for a few days and they'll leave them. The kingpins themselves were allowed to be moving. I have even heard some news that even Ashawan, as we speak now, how Ashawan exited this country and came back into the country. Even today, we are told she's supposed to be serving a jail term, right? But I'm told she's in somebody's house. She is not in herself. She's in somebody's house. That is this government for you.
Lawyer, you haven't commented on this galamsey issue. I want you to do that and then.
Okay, I thought I started, the part I talked about IG Dampare and Fosnando Kofi aiding Chairman Woodme to flee justice. Or maybe I should come to the community mining.
Yes. Community mining.
Sustainable mining is certainly the way to go. That's Daryl and Co, their expertise, right? And so many other people. So they tell that sustainable mining and that the way it is done is quite a technical area, but that's a drive. So it's something that the new government should look at, okay? But in the interim, right now, they have to stop the bleeding, stop all this community mining and small-scale mining that are polluting our water bodies. Stop all of that completely. Let there be something like a truce. Then you would now come and show how you want to do some sustainable mining, but nowhere near our water bodies. You know, this whole thing that we have now, if only we're even implementing the laws, we wouldn't have had this crisis, because under the law you shouldn't mine up to 100 meters from a river body. 100 meters from a river body is a no-go area. Yet you see pictures of champagnes in the Ankobra, etc. So many rivers. That's a breach of the law. So if we even just comply with the current law, we would have been basically home and dry. But we just allowed everything in the name of politics, okay, and then it degenerated. So let's implement the law. Let's implement the law. Then later we can look at how to do sustainable mining. I think for now, this is what I want to say. And it's also funny, that is heartwarming that in James 120-day social contract, he says he will deal with the repeal of the law, the LI.
Mining
the forest
reserves.
Yeah. LI 2462, right? Yeah, it's good. It's good that they will continue the work to repeal it. You see, Akufo-Addo promised last minute. He thought he could use it as a campaign promise. It's backfired because Parliament never sat, right? So JM, please do it for us. And it's good because I would say so because, you know, currently, Daryl and I, Arocha and some other people, we are in court over Etiwa Forest. Yeah, the whole Etiwa Forest. Can you imagine that government wanted to mine bauxite in Etiwa Forest? So we sued some 5 years ago or so. And the case is in court. So if the LI is repealed, automatically helps our case. Yeah, because Etiwa is a forest. And you know the water we drink in Accra, a lot of it, the Wager Dam. That's River Densu, right? That feeds the Wager Dam, etc. And yet government wanted to mine in the Etiwa forest. I've narrated that story before. That's how I even lost my previous job, etc. But we are on. The fight is on.
Where has that got to, the Etiwa situation?
Etiwa, so basically, as I mentioned, in the last, how many they've been inspecting Etiwa forest, so maybe he has more updates on it than
Daryl.
On the ground, I mean, we can say that the forest has not been spared. The ravages of Galamsey, because we've seen a lot of illegal encroachment into the forest. But I think in terms of keeping away action from government to mine it, that has still been successful because also of the court case. What we need to do now is, and I think there's something that the NDC in the time past committed to make it a national park. So it's also something that we need to now start looking at, discussing and transitioning the forest into a national park. And I think that forest is so significant that we can't let it go as it is. It's the source of water for over 5 million Ghanaians. The biodiversity very significant. Some places you don't see some animals and some species there you don't see anywhere else in the world. And this is one place that is so critical to our socio-economic development that we cannot just sit by and let some people go in and cut trees and do this illegal mining in there. So I'm really looking forward to what the NDC will do. They promised some time back, 2016, to make it a national park. We want to see that happening. We have
and is this same Etiwa forest that got Hollywood attention?
Yes,
tweeted about protecting the Etiwa forest. So
and then this is big on green development and looking at.
And now they say it's Green Ghana.
So now I'm sure it's going to be one of the biggest flagship initiatives they can take to really show that they are committed to the process.
Indeed. You know, I want us to, and I'll start with you, Lawyer Kwebu. While we're on the subject of mining and illegal mining, the outgoing government signed some deals that we were not happy about. So you will start, but wait.
Yeah, the lithium thing.
You wait.
I'm running home.
Oh, you are not going anywhere.
Tomorrow I have court.
No, you are not going anywhere.
It's crazy.
You know, on the desk today we have talked about police post-election plan in keeping the nation secure. They have released a statement in the last few hours reminding us of what measures they have put in place, which includes increased day and night visibility through joint patrols with the military. I don't know if any of you have seen such yet. What I see on my way is the usual roadblock where they check you. I haven't seen any increased visibility. Have you seen it?
It's decreased visibility.
Yeah, it's not.
Actually, it's true. I've seen decreased visibility.
Decreased visibility.
Yeah, I've made me laugh too much that when I make go at this one, there's no miracle inside this matter. It's actually decreased visibility, and I think that the officers are recovering from the election fatigue, which is reasonable.
I see.
I think
they also talk about ongoing intelligence-led operations within communities to identify and arrest perpetrators of any acts that affect the peace and security of this country. Okay, but if there is intelligence, why are we seeing a lot of, the burning ballot papers, distraction here and there? Or lawyer, am I asking too many questions?
No. That's the right thing.
The final two, deployment of static security personnel at targeted state facilities across the country, including the residents of districts, municipal authorities. Anyway, continuous.
Two people complain about their MC being attacked He had to be taken.
But police said they have deployment of static security.
They are now going to do that because of.
Oh, but you see here, Daryl, then it means the police is not being honest, because when you read these statements, it's as though they have already started. They are doing it already. So if Efutu MPP can come and tell us that the MC is being attacked, some toilet facility in their area funded by the MP is also being attacked, and police is also telling us they have deployed. So where are the people? It's very simple.
I told you already.
Then there is also continuous engagement with all stakeholders through active outreach efforts to identify and address their unique security concerns. There is one more thing I want to, came through one of my colleagues, and I want to read, but perhaps when we come back from the other side. Lawyer, before we go, I was asking.
Yeah.
You see, the mining is one of those you want checked.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that.
Yeah. So basically, we know that our citizens, and Professor Jampo is leading his community on this matter, right?
Yeah.
That we should get more of the stake in the lithium mining concession. We should get more. Yes, we appreciate foreign investors bring money, it's hard dollar from elsewhere, etc. But bottom line is that we should get more. We should get more. As for that one, it's non-negotiable. Yes, foreign investment should be protected. Perfect, yeah? And it's difficult to get foreign investors, etc. But generally, we can get more. I remember the last Sunday's debate, and that's one of the things that Asante Akim waded in seriously. Yeah, the IA organized a platform. She came to complain. No. She didn't think that deal was in our national interest. Then Abu Jinapo and the government came to justify. They say, oh, we will get more down the value chain when they set up the refinery and all those things. No. We just need a bigger share of the mine. We need a bigger share. So for me, it's good we're having a new government. This is not the first time. We can always renegotiate, okay? Always renegotiate this agreement. It's not new. If you go elsewhere, that is done. Yeah, the UK, US, yeah, if the agreement is not good, you can call the parties, come back together, renegotiate.
Senor, your fans say I'm heckling you, so please talk.
I say, my witnesses.
No, you see, you have started. When I call you to order, your fans who are watching us on Facebook will say I'm heckling.
You realize the time? It's 10:35. The people are struggling to sleep. If we are getting too serious, they will sleep and leave us.
Are you saying we are not busy? No. So you make your point. Let me go to the other side.
We have to let them.
They say we should all go back to our exes. Go back to your ex. Ghana is going back to NDC. America is going back to Trump. So go back to your ex.
So say, I beg you, the name of God. I didn't say it. It's Martin Pebu who said it. You know, on the lithium thing, it's they are right. It's one of the things we submitted as individual bondholders together to the government. The data was clearly. I don't know. This government, they really missed out on too many opportunities to restructure and reform our economy. I told you, we had the service system with Kufuor's time, transitioning to oil into the mills time, and we have not fundamentally redefined our economy, and that was a nice opportunity. We didn't take good advantage of that. So I support Martin. Somehow we don't disagree often, except for military.
Except military, military.
Except for
the slaps from the soldiers.
One of the good things about our mining conversation is the analysis that has been made to show that losing seats have not been because you were dealing with Galamsey.
No.
So everyone who has had that story and pushing it to drive some advocacy,
it's not true. It's not.
Has been very dishonorable. Yeah. As a matter of fact, His Excellency the President believed it.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's be fair to Nanado. Nanado fought Galamsey in his first term. In the early part.
It was a gimmick.
You see, I would say I will never call it a gimmick, but somehow, because it hurt some people's pocket, and those people were controlling they had influence over politicians, and he started including politicians. They started controlling the narrative around the president. Now, Nado's biggest downfall is the people he has put around him. And to be honest, presidency is a very lonely job. Presidency is a lonely job. Everybody around you is looking at how to extort from you, including your spouse in most cases. Honestly, I remember an encounter with John Mahama when he had a certain sentiment about me. Serious one, based on information. And I had to find a way to get to meet him eventually. And we had a nice cognac, he's a nice guy. And then when he told me, I said, Jesus, boss, it can't be true. It still was difficult for him to even believe it. But the lie was so solid. The man had shaped his policies around that lie. And he had shaped his sentiments about me around that lie. But that lie was benefiting the people who had perpetrated it. They were making money from the lie.
Right.
So that is how presidency is. Mr. President, I just hope that Mahama will connect with real people. Because everybody surrounds you. Anything you want to hear, you hear. I'm telling you, the president is not connected with our problems. He doesn't even know why we are. He feels we are very ungrateful people. He has said it somewhere. I'm telling you. He feels because he feels he's done so much for this country. Why? The people benefiting from all the nonsense that has gone on keep feeding him with the kind of information he wants to hear. That's why they will tell him that Galamsey is the reason why he lost the seats. And so what happens now? Hold on. Now they push more licenses. Make Galamsey free for all. Who has benefited? It's the polypreneurs that have been around it that have made the money out of all this. At the end of the day, it has become what we call 2 C's and loss.
Very well. Okay. I don't think the desk has had a take on the Efutu situation. So we'll hand over to the gentleman on the other side. We need to talk about Efutu. Then they are going to talk about Guan. When they hand over, we'll take a dig at Efutu and then talk about Guan. How about that? Alfred?
Right. So, yeah, while we stay the steam on matters with the constituencies, we're getting into a constituency which, under what many described as a bizarre circumstance, has been without representation in the 8th Parliament. Thankfully, it would have representation in the 9th Parliament, bringing the total number of seats to 276. We're talking about the Guan constituency. Ahead of that election in the Guan constituency, former chairman of the NDC urged the constituents to vote with anger and vote over 100%. This is Samuel Ofoswampofo.
The anger of the people of Guan, Lolobi, Agbafo, Sancho Kofi, Libe, are so angry that they will vote beyond 100%. So, we're not the 1%. I don't accept it. You will have to hit 100%. And if there is a possibility of going beyond 100, go beyond 100. To show that your anger, you will not fight, you will not insult, you will not do anything. But all your anger will be transferred through your tongue. And on that day, 7th December 2024, go there with all the anger in your heart and your hands and go and vote for John Dramani Mahama to become President of the Republic of Ghana.
Well, there you have it. That's the former national chairman of the NDC, Samuel Ofoswampofo there. Well, on that same stage, you had Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is now the first female vice president in Ghana's history, over there as well. And the member of parliament-elect, who is with us in the studio. In fact, the likes of Professor Kweku Asare described this Guan situation and essentially the SAL situation as the cardinal sin of our constitution and the 4th Republic that we have in this country, to the extent that the people of Santo Kofi, Akpafu, Lolobi, and Lipe did not have representation in this 8th Parliament. But then again, that has been remedied with the creation of the Guan constituency. Martin, what do we know?
I mean, Alfred, it was actually a shocker when less than 24 hours to polls opening, the EC comes out to say people or the constituents within the Central Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi were not going to vote for the parliamentary candidate.
Yeah.
And so I wondered what was going through their minds at the time. Fortunately, 4 years down the line, they have a reprieve and they now have a representation in parliament. But let's look at that particular constituency and the region. It is in the OT region. So this is how predominantly the OT region in itself have voted over time. So in 2016, they gave the NDC, and again, the region in itself is an NDC region or has voted NDC over almost all the electoral cycles before it was broken
here's
or
what I want us to do.
redemarcated out of the voter region.
If we can skip 2016 and go to 2020, because the OT region was created ahead of the 2020 election. So this was part of the voter region.
Yes, so when it was part of the voter region, the constituencies that are now in the OT region, we have just taken them out to look at how they voted specifically in the 2016 elections. So those constituencies that make up the OT region, when you tabulate how they voted in 2016, they voted 63.4% for the NDC, 34.5% for the NPP. Now in 2020, when they actually became their own region, they still voted majority for NDC, giving the NDC 62.7% and 35.6%. Now look at the difference in the numbers. So the NDC's numbers dropped by about a percentage point because the NDC, the NPP at the time, had some majority wave sweeping across the country. So in 2016, 2020, I should say, 2016 coming to 2020, there was this wave of NPP winning a number of constituencies. A lot of it changed in 2020. And in 2020, the NPP at the time, probably as a way of saying thank you to the NPP for actually giving them their own region, increased the vote tally from 34.5% to 35.6% for the NPP, giving the NPP quite some substantial votes. However, the NDC still won the OT region in 2020. Come to 2024, and clearly the NDC has asserted its dominance in the OT region, increasing their total vote margin from 62.7% to 66.8%, and the NPP candidate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia getting 31.6%. So this is how generally the OT region have voted. Now let's bring in how they have also voted in terms of the specific numbers for the various candidates. Again, you can see John Dramani Mahama getting 66.8%, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia getting 31%, and you can also follow the pattern that consistently they have wavered, the numbers have wavered over time, but the 2024 elections actually shows that it is parting from getting anywhere close to, the NPP trying to close the margin. The NPP in 2020 closed the margin slightly, but the NDC in this year's election increased it again, leaving the NPP behind in that regard. Now, I want to go to some specifics, and because we have the current member of parliament for that constituency with us in studio, would want to look at how the constituents voted for him. Specifically, how did he perform? Fred Agbenyo Kwesi, the candidate of the NDC in the Guan constituency, polled 76.3% of the votes, and the NPP candidate Michael Osebo got 22. Osebo.
Osebo is a tiger.
Osebo is a tiger, yes.
In tree.
In tree.
Yeah.
So, unless they pronounce it differently, but this is Osebo for all intents and purposes. So, yes, so Michael Osebo, or Osibo, depending on how they pronounce it.
But maybe Fred will help us.
Yes, probably Fred can give us a better pronunciation of the name of his opponent in the last election, the NPP candidate. And he got 22.9%, say 23%. So that is a vote of confidence in Fred Agbenyo, giving him the mandate to go and represent them. And again, like the former chair of the NDC said, they were really angered by the EC's decision not to let them vote, so they decided to go out in their numbers to vote. That's how come Fred is getting in excess of 70% of the votes that were cast. But let's look at the specific numbers of people that turned out, total number of registered voters for a constituency that was going to the polls for the first time. They had 12,799 total votes. If you compare all of it, those are the numbers that went to the polls to vote. And if you break it down, the NDC candidate got 9,963 of the votes, giving him 76.3%. The NPP got 2,998, giving him 22.9%. There was a candidate, an independent candidate called Seko Susie, who had 82 of the votes, just about 0.63%. So it tells you the whooping vote of confidence that the constituents in the Guan gave to the NDC. And again, you can safely say that because it has predominantly voted the NDC,
that's right.
it was expected that they would vote for the NDC. The margin is what we've just taken you through to tell you how strong the NDC is in that constituency.
Good stuff there. But we saw over 4,500 people did not turn up to vote. That's the vote difference between the total registered voters and the valid votes that were counted on that day. Maybe Fred will tell us why. And then also they had a target of 100%. NDC wanted to win 100% of the votes in the Guan constituency, but that was also not achieved. Maybe, Kamini, while you get into this Guan conversation, I know we'll touch on Efutu in a bit, but we probably want to find out how the NPP was able to claw out some 25% thereabout of the votes in the Guan constituency, with Fred Agbenyo winning with over 75%.
Thank you so much for that analysis over there on that side of things here on your election command center. And Alfred, you're right. Because remember that before the results started trickling in, one of the questions we asked on our belt was whether or not the people of Guan were going to pay back the current administration for ignoring them in the 4-year past, or perhaps they'll give them another chance. And at the end of the day, this is what we saw, 75-25. Let's see what the conversation is and what it looks like there in Guan. Thankfully, we have the MP-elect here. Fred Agbenyo is a member of the NDC, a former executive, and now the MP-elect for the Guan constituency in the OT region. You're welcome once again. We've been talking plenty, but I feel like on this subject alone, I should give you a special welcome. You won the election in the Guan constituency. You know, Alfred is asking a really critical question that you may have won convincingly, but the NPP was also able to claw, an appreciable amount of vote over there. How do you think that came to be?
Well, I think that a lot of people who lived outside of their constituency didn't pay attention to our local dynamics and our local nuances. And so everybody thought that because we didn't vote in the last elections, everybody was so angry and that we were going to vote massively against the NPP. Now, when you get to the place, we have 4 traditional areas: Sandro Kofi, Akwafu, Lolobi, and Likwe. I am coming from Akwafu. My main opponent is from Likwe. Now, if you pick it community by community and even voter turnout, the Likwe people are in the majority. Okay, they are bigger than all other traditional areas. And so, if they see Osibo as their son or somebody from their side, and so they want to rally around him regardless of the political party that he belongs to, you have the kind of situation that we have. And one of the things that they did was to preach what you call tribal, campaign, tribal politics. He's our own son, let's vote for him. And some people, bought into that narrative, and if you come to the area again, when the district was created, the first DC that was appointed came from Akwafu. And he passed on the very first day he stepped into office. And so a new person was appointed, again from Akwafu, right? So the first 2 DCs are from Akwafu. I am from Akwafu. Our current Council of State member for T region is also from Akwafu. And so there's this conversation that everything seems to be going to Akpafu. You understand? And that is how come he got the kind of votes that he got over there. Myself, even though we worked so hard, we won the elections, I was not very satisfied with the result that we got. Because my target going to the election was 90% or more. That was my target, and that's what we worked towards. But as I said, this nuances, this is played out. Of course, to deny a group of people to infringe on our rights for 4 good years through a fiat, no fault of ours, we belong to voter region. In 2019, then the government decides to create additional regions.
Right.
Of the 6 regions that they created, it is only the Ohwe municipality that was divided into 2. In all other cases, they moved the districts and block. But in our case, they decided to divide the Ohwe into 2. Just because they want to win the Ohwe constituency.
Well, now they've
The promise that they gave to us was that they were going to give us a district on our own, and they're going to give us a constituency. Before we could say Jack, they've added our electoral areas to Guan, or Jessica for that matter. And so we protested. Then on the eve of the election 2020, the electoral commissioner solely, independently, now issues a letter under her signature saying that we shouldn't vote in the parliamentary elections and that we should just vote for the presidential. And that when the elections were over, they will get us to have maybe a by-election.
So I take it as...
that never happened.
From what you're saying, would you have a unity issue on your hand in that you would have to rope in now the people who from Likpe who then supported your opponent based on ethnicity?
No, the truth is that if you go and check police station by police station, you know, Likpe alone have 24 police stations. Out of the 24, 121. He won only in his hometown. 3 police stations in his hometown, Likpe Mate, which is this capital. That's the only place he won. I won the rest of the police stations. You know, 48 police stations, I won all. He won only 3. Of course, we need to be able to come together. And after that, I was campaigning that those we were part of Ohwe municipality, the nickname they gave us was Fasialau because we are Guans. So Akpafu people have their own peculiar language that they speak. The Sandwich people have their own language they speak. The Likpe people have their own language that they speak. Akpafu and Lolobi, we speak the same language. We are the same people. And so we all put together under one bracket. These are people who speak different languages. So anytime they want to punish us, they punish us together. And so it is in our collective interest that we continue to see us as one people with common, agenda to develop the area. And so in the coming days, I will be engaging, especially the traditional authorities. I will be sitting down with them. We need to talk a lot. I have received a number of calls from a lot of people who are saying that even the name that we finally settled on, the Guan, is something we need to have a conversation. What does it really mean? Because we have Guan scattered all over the place. And the name that came to the fore when this whole conversation or this controversy was raging on was SAR, which is the acronym for the 4 traditional areas. When you Google SAR, it is more known than the Guan in its current state. Because almost every year you go to, there are Guans there. And so,
the Efutu people are going.
That's right. The Guans go just all over the place.
So there is a consensus to change that.
Some people are thinking that way. It's something I also believe in. But of course, you need to get back on the ground, engage the traditional authorities, engage opinion leaders, and see if it's possible, we can maybe reach out to local government ministry to get something done.
I take it as that will be the first things you'll be working on once you are sworn in.
Very, very important for me. We need to engage the youth that we have a common enemy, and the enemy is poverty. The day I was declared the winner, I went back to my room and I couldn't sleep because everywhere you turn, all you see is poverty. The road infrastructure is terrible. You go to educational institutions, and it is something else. The hospital, the clinics. In fact, we have only one clinic, polyclinic. We now serve as a district hospital in Likpe Bakwa. The rest of the communities only have cheap compounds. So anytime anybody was sick, they have to rush you to Ohwe, or you have to come all the way to Ho, or just come with the nearest. Now, if you are coming from a place like Akpafu, Mipasem, or Domi and the rest, and you want to access the district capital, you have to go through Ohwe. We don't have any direct access road. So, for instance, we need to work very hard and make sure that we get a roof for Akwafu Toji that leads us to Akwafu Soko and Adoko. We need a roof for Sandroko Fi Benua that will lead us to Akwafu Lolobi Kumase through Agbozome to Likpe Mate. So, there's myriad of problems at the area. Anytime I go to the community, the young people, they are playing cars, they're not idle, they are not doing anything. Majority of them are now into this Okada business. So what do we do? So there's so much work that we need to do. The expectation is very, very high. They have confidence in me. They believe that I can lead for us to bring about that development. And I have pledged and I've crossed my heart that whatever I need to do under the sun, we need to do it.
Indeed.
When we have gotten to, clearly, we can't depend solely on government to develop that particular area. We need to sit down around the table as a people. What do we want to do?
Indeed.
How do you go about it? How do we raise the necessary logistical resources? And that is why I want to use a platform like this to call on Ghana that for 4 years we were denied development. Even the district that was created, as we speak today, the district assembly is housed in somebody's private apartment. Even money to pay the landlord is a problem. So assemblymen for about
So the
2-3
district
years,
was created and it was staffed too.
yes, it was created, it was staffed. But nothing was going on. The assemblymen were not even sworn in from 2019. So the assembly was not functional up until 2021, 2022, thereabouts. Even this one, to even go for assembly meetings, is still a problem. And so we have really been denied development. I believe President Mahama was there. He made a solemn pledge to the people that when by the grace of God we win power, he's going to turn attention to the particular area. I will get close and remind him that yes, we were denied development, we were denied opportunities for the past 4 years. And so whatever we can do to make sure that we catch up very quickly, we have to do it. Every community you go to, water has become a problem. And that is why we talk about this money issue. I've told that somebody is going to take the entire concession of the land, because we have iron deposits at that area. So right from Sandroko Fi all the way to Jessica, some selfish persons have gone to take the concessions and they are starting that they are doing prospecting for irons and the rest. That is the, say again?
The communities
oh no.
So
Yeah, the communities are very, very much against it. Every community, because that mountain is our only source of water. It's the only source of water. And
You,
so if
you don't have Ghana water there.
Well, we don't have any pipes there. It's the communities, we do our own boreholes and stuff like that. We drink from the river. You know, we don't have any water there. You know, when I was campaigning,
It's cleaner than Ghana water.
That's right.
It's cleaner than Ghana water in
Accra.
In the Galamsey areas.
We are going to find out those who are behind the construction. We are going to engage the government, the local government, the Lands and Forestry Ministry, and the rest, and make sure that nobody comes to destroy our vegetation. What we need is how we can be supported to enhance agriculture in the area.
I'm going to come back to that point, because we would want to learn more about what you plan to do as the very first MP for this constituency. But Darrell needs to take leave of us. And Darrell, I want you to comment on what we've heard so far, or you know, on the Guan constituency. You can also chip in Efutu, you know, the situation going on there if you so wish.
Yes, I think for me, the issue of Sal and Guan areas has been in the news for a long time. We've always all been very sad about it. So it's very happy to see that it's finally being resolved, and happy to have the first MP sitting here with us. And welcome to the house. I'm sure colleagues will be looking forward to engaging.
I know, right?
I am particularly interested in the prospects for whether there should be mining there or not, and I'm happy to hear the incoming MP talk about the fact that the community people are resisting attempt. I think that landscape is very pristine. I've seen those parts of the Volta region, and it's very beautiful, I'll say. And talking about the water and all of that, if the mountain is a source of water, then we really need to sit down and look at this issue very critically. I've seen already signboards, and it's been all over social media. Nobody should venture. You come at your own risks and all of that in the social
area.
Yes, on social media, it's everywhere. So I think we need to encourage them. There's opportunity to pursue green development, and there's all of these things that we can. I'll be getting very close to him so that we explore some of these opportunities, because I think that.
But Darrell, can you imagine what you said iron is the mineral there? Can you imagine what that could also do for the community if it's well.
What has go down to those communities?
Harnessed.
What has Diamond the rest that go to Obuasi?
Couldn't we use Guan? Hang on. Couldn't we use Guan as a test case?
We don't trust the
where
system
we properly.
Today, please.
But you are now coming. Your government is coming. You are telling me your government will do better.
What we have seen for our eyes in Obuasi, what we have seen for our eyes in Takwa, what we have seen for our eyes in the Chebi area and the rest, I don't think they're going to mine that iron will serve any purpose. It is only coming to destroy our environment. See, today you are looking for best good cassava without cyanide and mercury, come to T region. If you are looking for good fruits, come to T region and maybe Volta region. These are the reasons we are not doing mining.
And we
don't want to contaminate our food stuff. We are going to pack it, we are going to go into food. We'll discuss that maybe at a good opportunity.
I also need to say that, yes, sometimes we make the argument that what can we get from the minerals?
Yeah.
But have we also thought about what we are getting already from the area not being mined? The water service, the healthy ecosystem, the food systems and everything. What about that? And then when you do the mining, the other trade-offs, mining will come with its own impact, negative impact and all of that. Who is going to take that into account? So sometimes we need to look at both both mining, both sides, and it's not we have been mining for so many years. What has it brought us? What has it given us as a country?
Perhaps Guan could be the example where we learn from our mistakes. Let me make, you see, gentlemen, you have taken an entrenched position. You are not listening to my argument.
It's not about the entrenched position.
So what you see, the argument I'm trying to make is, I agree with you. The environment needs to be protected. But the people of Guan, as you have explained, are also impoverished thanks to the government of the day, right? So where do we strike the balance? In that mineral in the ground will be for the people and will serve the people. But at the same time, we are protecting that beautiful water source. What can we do? I am sure that at this point in the world, there is technology to be able to do that without disturbing the earth, as much as we've seen in the places that you
have to say right now, you're talking like a politician. The kind of messaging they take to the communities when they want to mine a place. They will tell you there's technology, they will tell you there's more.
But is it impossible?
It is not sustainable.
It is not
sustainable. And for me, it won't be responsible to take such a place like that and target it for mining like
I didn't realize I have politicians somewhere in me. Anyway, Daryl, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
I know you have to take leave of us at some point. So but Senor, you haven't spoken on Guan. So maybe you can speak on Guan quickly and then I go back to Fred.
Is always
I'll call you.
Please speak on Guan.
They are these. You shall know them. Politicians.
Senor.
I don't agree with my brothers. I agree with them absolutely that we must optimize our vegetation, our environment, and all. My advice to Fred, but to be honest, Fred, I'm really impressed by your submissions. It clearly tells me you are pretty well in tune with where this country really is. I think Offset, I was telling you that the kind of poverty we have across the country. I'm one of the very few people in this country, there are not many, in the percentage terms, who have visited every single region. I have. And I have seen real poverty. So it disheartens my heart when I see our wastefulness, our ill deployment of resources, the pillage, the looting that goes on in our country, led by people who have gone round the same country. It is difficult, it is painful. The fact that you can feel it is a wake-up call to you. If you're going to have to sit on that seat, it has to do with the service you deliver to the people, how you actually transform their lives. We shouldn't take it for granted that it is, a stronghold.
No.
Yeah, you may have had a 90%.
No.
Are you going to transform 90% of those lives in a very constructive manner?
That's right.
That's what you should wake up to. You are waking up to the coffee, and I'm happy about it. But I also advise that in the development conversation, don't rule anything out. But everything has to be properly done. And the good of your people is what must always ride supreme. So just keep an open mind. I love your conversation, your focus on agriculture. There's a certain amount of investment required. It's not so easy. It's going to be a journey. But when you are in Accra and you see your colleagues prioritizing V8s and large spending and business class flying and all kinds of long. In fact, today I started seeing the convoys. I saw a convoy of 15. You and I know who it was. And I said, you see, these things are not good signs. It's that we are going back to the way things were. A certain level of humility, as the president said yesterday. A certain level of modesty, as the president said yesterday. You should call them to take and let them know that this thing you guys want to do, my people in Akbafu, in Sao, they just need a tent to transform their life. Look, Kems, it's painful. Oh. I see poverty, I see the water people drink. And I travel around the country. I tried to do internal tourism not too long ago. I carried all my children, they were in shock. I say, sitting in Accra, I think Accra is Ghana. Accra is not Ghana. This is New York. This is New York for over 85% of the country. This is New York. You have no idea. So please, that's why the things about Galamsey are painful. Destroying water, destroying their livelihoods, which are agrarian in nature for people. You know, only because a select few are really going to make some money and in the process destroy water bodies on the long term. It's very not sensible. But on the Efutu matter,
oh no, before we go to
I was going to just tell you a quick story about it so that
let's not mix it with the Guan. I only did that for Darryl because he's leaving. So let's finish with Guan, then we tackle Efutu. But we'll round up. I
think that we must call the Mensa again on this matter. I've already said that.
On which matter? The Guan matter.
Mensa must go.
I was that by national. I didn't resign.
Look, let me tell you, that thing was so wicked.
Yes. I'm surprised he's still at post.
I couldn't believe it. And what is it for Professor Asai? So that man who is always always on Facebook, and he said that this is the
cardinal sin of
the cardinal sin of this particular parliament. And you know what I can't believe at all is that we had a human rights president sit down and watch this and make no mistake. It's not like. There's so much faith I had in Anado. I'm actually a hurt citizen. I'm not just disappointed. I'm hurt. I repose so much confidence and trust in him. And I know I don't speak for myself. I speak for millions of Ghanaians on this particular matter. And you see that a matter like this is going on. Nanado is the most powerful president we have had in this country outside of Rawlings. In fact, they are equal. Yeah. Even Rawlings, there was a certain flexibility and relaxation. Nanado, the man is not around. Plenty people fear the man. You see, if he wanted this thing to have been cured, it would have been cured. Don't tell me about the independence of the EC.
Indeed.
Please. And she sat there. IEA former boss. Oh. Gine, what's her guy name?
Adokwe.
Oh, Adokwe. Adokwe, low Adokwe.
Well, I was hoping he would forget the Adokwe.
I mean, IEA former boss. No Tashi, no Kwene, but then John Malata. Oh.
I think what's disheartening for a lot of people.
You see, let somebody come from somewhere and do, but not IEA. One co-founder of no. It's a disgrace. I know you have but Yashia.
What does the Yashia mean?
Go home.
You mean she should resign?
Yes. I told you the last one. It was her farewell speech. I mean, my reasons for her to go. Number one is her. Number two is how she's deployed the resources. Sad that we couldn't have our election results as quick as we did. Because without money, the technology is not plenty. a lot of things could have been done nicely. The CI is the CI of the EC. The CI that she brought, she doesn't even need to negotiate with IPAC.
No.
It's not what she wants. What they want is what they will bring. You understand? So nobody should tell me that it is the CI. I don't want. Who brought the CI? That Baumia can calculate. Mahama can calculate. Within 12 hours, and you are still there. Within what? In fact, by 12 o'clock, everybody knew the results. That's why I'm saying that those people who are saying that they are lying. And then the next one is why we don't have the posters, the pink sheets, pasted at the place. There is a training problem. Charlie, this woman, I mean, look, and I pray that whoever will place her is also another woman. I believe in affirmative action. I come from a family of 10. 1, I'm the only Ghanaian. 2, how many boys, men are we? My father and 2 more brothers. So there is a woman. I beg you, Charlie, away bus.
I see. I think what's disheartening for a lot of people that I've spoken to is the fact that
4 years
conversations were going on only for the EC to announce suddenly about not doing anything about SAL. But anyway, here you are today, Senor.
You see, the reality is that
convert everybody's name.
I don't know what's behind you and Senor over there, so I don't know.
There's nothing. There's nothing going on.
Listen. What happened to the SAL? What happened to us in 2020 elections? If that thing had happened in MPP stronghold, looking at the parliament that we have, they would have conducted the by-elections.
I'm telling you, the president, in my opinion,
they would have conducted a by-election.
He let this breach of human rights go because of politics.
It's politics.
And you see, it's disheartening. It's a dishonorable thing to do for somebody who purported to call himself a human rights lawyer. It be a it do us.
When finally we get a court,
but finally you're here.
When finally we get a court we can trust, we'll pursue this.
I'm not even surprised.
When finally we get a chief justice we can trust, we'll pursue this issue. When finally we get an attorney general we can trust, we'll pursue this issue.
The man is saying a lot of things in this one.
We'll pursue this issue. We are not just going to allow you to lie. You can't just disenfranchise people, infringe your fundamental right for 4 good years. You don't care. It didn't mean anything to you. I was surprised when I saw Alhaji Baumia in the area campaigning. A day or two, he came there and I said, like, seriously? So these people matter to you? You care about the South people? And for me, where we are now, it's about the development of the area. As we speak to you now, the whole area, we don't even have one market. We don't have a market. And so all the foodstuffs that we produce in our area
go to
Hogway market. So how do we create a district market? We need it. You go to the secondary schools around. If you go to Aquatia, say check. Anytime they have problem with their water, all the students come to my house to come and fetch water. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School. Problem with water, they were fetching water from a river. I had to go and dig
St.
Mary's. The lobby St. Mary's. We have to do a borehole that we mechanize. That's the water they're using today. If you go to the Bakwa Hospital, water to the mortuary is a problem. I have dug a borehole there. I now need to go and get the structure, and the poly tank and all that. It takes money. And so we are really lagging behind in terms of development. And everybody is looking up to us. All the young people, their mother, they come every day. Fred, please don't disappoint us. I am ready to serve my people selflessly. I am ready to leverage on the network and reach I have. If I call on Senor, buy me a polytank tomorrow.
You should be able to do that.
Secondary school. The headmaster called me this morning that they need water in the school. Buy me a polytank. Let me go and give to them.
I promise you, I will deliver your polytank.
Thank you very much. So, listen, I'm bringing your polytank.
Deliver for you to a borehole.
That's right. Thank you very much.
Our election coverage is already getting results.
It's getting results. So, listen, your polytank, I'll bring it to you.
And a borehole.
Yes, and a borehole. Make sure I'm not doing the spirit of Nanado to be another 8 years.
A borehole. Liquid Bakwa, you also need water. A borehole is coming there. And so, we are going to do it. We are not going to depend on government. All the people we have known over the years, all the network, the relationship we have across the world, we are going to rely on them.
It's going to be a tough next 4 years for you.
It's going to be very tough, but I believe that God in heaven is going to strengthen us. God is going to turn the heart of people to come to us. I know in the current state, there's nothing in government coffers. Almost every institution. I don't know what is happening in NIB.
So how will you raise money?
NIB.
How would your constituency raise money for some of these things that you're
I've just made an appeal and I've gotten a borehole and a poly tank. And so tomorrow when I approach somebody else, they will assist us. We need to fix our roads. See, there's something they did. This grip or whatever graders they brought recently. Because of the elections, a week to the elections, then they started grading most of the roads that I've not seen, a grader for the past 8 years. If you get back to the place, dust. You drive through Lolobi, Ashambi, and the rest, dust. You go to Sandogo, Fibodome, dust. So they went to my hometown, me passed them quickly. I went to the market, I said, Makrado, please, don't allow this nonsense at this time. Because we are going to be in this harmattan from now till May.
Yes.
And so how are you going to survive with the dust?
With the dust, yeah.
But I see people, it's just about the politics. It's about elections. Go to Aquatia Doko, dust all over the place. They've not made any provision to get to the dust. So you want to solve one problem and you are creating 1,000 problems. And so I want to assure my constituents, I cannot say that I can have all the solutions. I'm going to return home, sit down with the chiefs, meet with the young people, our mothers, we're all raising together. We know where to pass, we know what to do. Once we have platform like TV3, we'll use it to appeal to people to help us. We need hospital beds. We need furniture for our classrooms. 3 days ago, the presiding member for our district approached me and said our educational directorate, they don't have furniture. So I should quickly go and organize some chairs and tables for them. They are also putting them in somebody's private apartment. So there are too many things that we need as a place.
But it sounds like your constituency doesn't have anything at all.
No,
Didn't the government do
I am telling you something. So, okay, let me leave this conversation. Yes, it's on national television. There are people there who...
Would that be okay in regional television or which one?
Senor, that's not what he means. He doesn't want to make what he's saying public. But we want to hear.
I have a reason. But the point I'm making is that there is abject poverty. Nothing is going on there. The people are still doing this cattle as a whole farming. How do we go into commercial agriculture? And my view, honestly, is that this country, if you really want to develop, we need to create some competition between districts. Every district in Ghana must be noted for at least one thing.
What would yours be noted for?
You understand? I'll tell you. If you go to my area, the main occupation over there is rice farming. We do a lot of rice farming and then cocoa. People ask in Accra, they think that, oh, there's no cocoa in the Otiriji and Volta region. From Akpafu all the way to Jasikan, KJB, all the way to Aquatia, heavy cocoa farms. Cocoa heavy. We do cocoa because it's a rainforest. And so we do a lot of cocoa farming.
Just a little education. So in the 50s, actually the MPP was actually built. The UGCC had a very strong...
Yeah, UGCC was in that area.
That whole cocoa group joined the Kumasi people. There was a name for it. I forgot it. It's that whole Akpafu area. The major cocoa.
KJB area, not cocoa. Papa say, growing area. Huge cocoa producing area.
As a child, when my father we used to climb up, the road was really bad.
Yeah,
it was like rocky.
And the rest.
You stop and you just go and
He's saying the roads are still the same.
Oh, the roads are very terrible. That's what I see. Before President Mahama left office, most of those roads were awarded on contract. Then when this government came into office, those cocoa roads that they spoke about, some of them started already and said, oh, they even awarded cocoa roads in Votage and Otiriji, meanwhile there's no cocoa there.
That's a lie.
Like, do you know what they are talking about?
Like that there's
so
no cocoa
the contracts were abrogated, and since then nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. If you go there, fix the road in Hawkway town to an extent, from Hawkway before you get to the Libya Shambi, terrible. From there all the way to Adoko to enter Kofi Adams. And the dynamics there is very, very interesting. Some of Honorable Kofi Adams' communities are within my area, and mine are within his. And so to access some of the communities, you have to go through Jessica's community, or you have to go through Ohwe. But there's no way we can access ourselves alone.
Right.
You know, and I said we need a district market where we can take our full start, where all these cars can come. You go and see where our mothers are selling on the bare floor. You know, the scorching sun, even there's no place of convenience for them when they're in the market. It is quite a challenging situation, but I believe we can do it. Afforestation is one of the things we are going to take up very seriously because of the current farming practices. Rivers that when I was a young boy, they were very large, big rivers. When it rained, you can't even cross over. Today, people are farming the river banks and destroy everything. How are we going to start our afforestation, economic trees, plant them around all these rivers? to give the river a shade, and then the tree also is giving some economic, rewards and benefits to the people. We are going to look at it. I have always told them that where we are now, we can't do this rain-fed agriculture forever and ever. And so whilst you are doing your maize, your rice, and your cocoa and the rest, let's see how we're going to animal husbandry. So that around this time, when you cannot do farming, you can concentrate on animals. Now, how do we go into irrigation for vegetables? So that between November till April, May, before the rain comes in, you have some land, you are doing some irrigation, you are growing tomatoes, you are growing pepper, because it's in short supply now. So then you are sure that you get ready market, the value will go up. So there are a number of things that we are going to be looking at. So we'll be knocking on the door of everybody who can come in to come and assist us. We need boreholes still, we need to supply water. I went to Aquatia Domi and a basic school. The whole from JSS, they didn't have one textbook as a reference material. Oh. For even the teachers, let alone the students. How about your free? And so I have to go and buy books and go and donate to the school. So that teachers can use as reference materials. How can you survive in an economy in a situation like that? And you get there from class 1 to GSS 3. They have 6 trained teachers. And so it's the volunteers who are now teaching in most of the schools. You go to a place like Sopo, they don't have a school at all, not even a basic school. And so the children have to go all the way, trek all the way to Adoko. Whether it is raining, the sun is
How far is that?
I'm not too sure. So let me say, like where we are now, like from here to beyond 37. Beyond 37 on a dusty road.
Yeah.
So young children as 3 years, 4 years, they have to walk all the way to that place and go to school and come back every day. So
that's easy about at least a 30 minutes walk.
You understand? More than 30 minutes. But I'm saying more than 30 minutes. You go to Lipe Avejeme, the same thing. They have to trek from Avejeme every day to Mate to go and school. They are in the camp. Yes, but there's no school in the community. There's no school at all in the community. Yes, so they move from Avejeme to Mate. So people move from Soko to Adoko. So what do we do? You go to Lipe Nkwanta, they have a similar problem. You go to Lipe Lavanyo, they have a similar problem. So really, we need to focus on the educational sector, providing educational infrastructure. One of the other things that, in fact, in the area of education, we don't even have teacher bungalows. We don't have a community for teachers. So the futures will accept posting to the area. They will prefer to stay in Hongwe and go and work over there. So by the time he gets a motorbike or a car to the school, maybe it is 10 a.m.
Already.
But at 1 o'clock, he's just to get the next available motor and go back to work. So the contact hours that are supposed to have with the children is reduced. And it is not helping. So how do we put up teachers, accommodation so they can accept posting and live in the communities? So even in the evenings, they can even organize some form of, like we had that opportunity when we were younger, some evening classes for the children. So these are all the things that we want to look at.
Sounds like you have your job cut out for you.
Oh, yes.
But you will be the 276 MP. Where will you sit?
My people call me the freshest MP.
Yeah.
Tierraba MP.
Where will you sit?
MP. Well, the good news is that because I've been in party leadership, one as a Deputy Communication Officer National and as a Deputy Director of International Relations for the party, definitely I wouldn't be at the back bench. I'll find a space somewhere.
But you know that in the current parliament, there's 275. We know the retrofitting is still going on.
Oh, definitely they'll create my seat. They'll create my office. Don't worry about that one.
We'll help you find your seat.
We'll find one. If you don't give, I will take a bench to the place and go. Don't worry. It is the work you want to do.
You send your bench there.
Yeah, I'll send my own bench or my own plastic chair. We are not interested in the comfort. We want to work. We want to serve the people. And so whatever environment is presented to us, we are not really bothered.
Very well.
What is important is that my people get water to drink. What is important is that my people get good roads. They'll get good hospitals. And agriculture activities to go on. The young people get work to do, especially in the 24-hour economy policy that we are going to bring in. The women ban policy that we want to roll with. There are a lot of things. The only thing I'm going to be pleading with our government is really try and carry Ghanaians along. We need to carry Ghanaians along. We need to open the coffers, open the baskets. Let Ghanaians know what we are inheriting. This is the state of Ghana as we are taking off from Akufo-Addo and his people. Then let's give Ghanaians now a blueprint how we intend to navigate our ways out of the hole. And at every step of the way, let them know. Let us have a clear blueprint We shouldn't hide anything from them. If you go to the energy sector and they have depleted everything, let them know what is happening in the energy sector, in the educational sector, in the health sector, agriculture sector. We live in a country, we are planting food for jobs. Food, look at the cost of food today in the market. How much money do we sink into that project? All the dams that were built, how much money do we sink into building those dams? The one district, one factory, how much money went into it? Where are the returns? Where are the benefits? So we need to open up. Let Ghanaians know what we are inheriting.
Very well.
Once they know, and we get an assurance and the confidence that this is how we intend to navigate our way out. Give us 2 months, give us 3 months. Every day we'll do A, B, C, D. We believe that if we are consistent, within a month, we will get to this level. Ghanaians will support us.
Indeed.
Ghanaians will be with us. And until and unless we do that, we are going to run into trouble. One other thing we need to do, and I'm very happy President Mahama is very, very passionate about it, that we must hold people accountable. People must account for their stewardship. People must account. And I'm saying this, that those people who normally in the darkness, they'll be calling president, they'll be calling minister, they'll be calling national chairman and say, oh, please, for the sake of the peace of the country, oh, just let go. No. We need to plan people to serve as a deterrent. That when you are given an opportunity to serve the country, it's not an opportunity to loot and to steal from the people. And so we need to do that. Everybody, all those who have served in the office must account for their stewardship. How money found their ways into people's bed, for which the president wrote a love letter, where the source of that money, we must know. That the lands that people have taken, everything we need to check it, opened up. And so I invite all of you, the media in particular, saying all of you, civil society, get involved. Let's reset Mother Ghana.
Fred.
I appreciate your call on us.
Senor, don't hit the table.
Yeah, very well. I will not hit the table, I hit my time. So I appreciate that call. I think that civil society has been there. But I think it starts from you guys being critical of your own selves.
Very well.
Politicians easily live in a bubble and surrender yourself with your own lies. I beg you, when you see your people being wasteful in Accra, remember what is happening in your village. If our MPs could do that, Ghana will not be where it is
today.
at all. We shouldn't look at America and the way they live their life and think that that is the life that you as politicians should live. I beg you, the Ghana president is not American president. The better can we don't get that money. So the hunger here is not the hunger there. So when you are spending, think about it. I can't understand the way we are so wasteful willfully. If Ghana is your company and is in that financial situation, will you spend money that way? This is a question you should always ask yourself.
Very well.
I'm telling you, one small what's the name? Cup, something. When they say cup no, then out of line.
Senor, I have something to tell you. So a viewer is saying that Senor is a very, very rich man. He would definitely help in solving some of the why. Is it not true? I don't know.
I like
he would definitely help in solving some of the basic problems in Guan.
I've made my commitment, and I receive the prophecy in my life in Jesus' name.
Just accept it.
I'm receiving
the prophecy. We know you are very rich man.
Was stealing my money with the Eurobond haircut. You think I'm sitting here as a correct human being? It's not haircut though, head cut. My head, you have cut it.
Senor.
No.
Senor.
Please don't start what you can't finish. Hey.
Akufo-Addo did that to you.
And he's living large. He said he take my money.
But
and
we know
he's living large.
We know you can afford
and
that.
Even if you took my money and look, you're going to take my father's money, my uncle's, my grandfather's old man. In fact, I need Tony Hughes. Oh, even Alfredo Kanse is crying over here. Look, where's Tony Hughes? Yes, last time what did he Johnny Hughes, what did he say? Piotr Tomini. He messes on Piotr. We need Johnny Hughes back. You see, look, people have suffered though. You suffer like this and the man is living large. And you see his people are living large. The problem with these people and the way they took the things, you see, honestly, in almost every government, there's some corruption.
But Senor, let me ask you.
I'll give me 2 lines, go. In America, it's not that there's no corruption. What America will punish you the most for, I'm not saying they won't punish corruption. What they punish you the most for is for you to be seen to be corrupt. You understand? Because the impact is not just economic, it's also social, it's cultural, and it's more permeating. Because right now, we're getting to a point where being corrupt was become a norm. That if you get an appointment and you're able to get engaged in something, they'll kill, oh, why are there pa? Why are there pa? The president can go and launch multi-million-dollar homes and things of his appointees who he knows he gave the first employment to.
But Senor, you can.
I mean, how?
But Senor, you can still afford the poly tank and the ball.
Oh, I'm going to do susu.
And they are grateful for that.
I also need laptop computers.
Yes, Fred. Senor.
Oh, Jesus is coming. Stop that.
But they need it. Senor, they need it.
You go to Agbodome GSS. We have only 2 trained teachers. The whole GSS, only 2 trained teachers.
So what our viewers are asking,
really?
Fred, what our viewers are asking for is how they can help. Do you have any lines they can call to assist you, to speak to?
Yeah, what I'm going to be doing is this. When I get back, we're going to meet the chiefs. We are going to set up a committee of the chiefs, some assemblymen. Yes, some for transparency. Some chiefs will be part of it, some assemblymen, opinion leaders will be part of it, I'll be part of it, and some people, so that it's like a helpline, a committee that anybody wants to help the area, you pass through and then you do it. I mean, in the interim, my number is available. Whatever you give us, we'll come back to TV3 and tell them welcome and announce it.
You want to put across that number to the viewers who are asking?
Oh, yeah, 0244 07 2876. 0244 07 2876. Sir is lacking behind. We need to
I see. I mean, if you didn't catch that number, remember that 3 Foundation is also here. You can get in touch with us, and then we will in turn get in touch with him. Just let us know. No, I'm not done. Let me finish. If you get in touch with 3 Foundation, just let us know that you are reaching out to us because of the Guan constituency or SAL, as we call them. And then we'll send you assistance to them as well. So don't hesitate at all. Get in touch with TV3 as well. If you missed that number, we will.
Computers.
You need furniture.
Yes, for
computers.
Computers.
Laptops for their kids.
Yes, laptop for their kids. And we need water.
And then you need hospital supplies as well.
Right now, so allow me. I have good news. I have good news.
You know.
Okay. Please add the good news to it.
1 borehole from me for St. Mary's.
Okay. Thank you.
From Franklin Kujo.
I like it when we are getting results. Oh, Franklin.
And he says, I should congratulate you.
Thank you, bro.
On his behalf. Manche, inchunuchmo, kokeba wana.
Thank you.
So that makes it 2 boreholes.
2 boreholes.
And one polytank.
Please, I don't do a government price.
Senor, he didn't say he will give you government price.
I want the item.
Listen, we'll come back. Yes. We'll come back to the desk. Right now, let's hand over to the gentlemen who are happy that, or Alfred, you're not happy, that we've got results for them. So
obviously.
You are very happy.
Obviously. I mean, that's really one of the major highlights for today, is it not? I mean, while we do all of this conversation, the most important thing is that the people who are watching us also get results. I mean, Guan is it's a virgin constituency, sort of. You have the first member of parliament, the first MP. I mean, Fred Agbonyo should be really happy about this and make a mark, leave a legacy for himself. He's a young man like all of us. The first member of parliament for the Guan constituency. That's historic as well to look out for. So while we are talking about the first MP for a fresh and new constituency, let's go on to the magic wall as well and look at the independent candidates who caused some havoc to sitting MPs. In fact, they all toppled incumbent MPs in their various constituencies that they won. We have at least so far had 4 independent candidates who have won in this 2024 parliamentary elections. And we went into this election, Martin, with 111 independent parliamentary candidates. That's the highest we've had in our Fourth Republican that's politics, for that matter. 111. Now, we're having 4 of them. That probably means that we're going to have the highest number of independent candidates in any single parliament. It is not.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that you mentioned the number of independent candidates that wanted to contest this year's election. 111 of them, and tells you how a lot of people, and I mean the average age of all these persons hover around 32, 35 year olds. So it tells you how younger people are interested in politics, and they need to be encouraged, they need to be part of the decision making process. So commendations to the 4 who have won. And before we come to this, let me just put this out that my mother actually comes from Likpe, which is also in the Guan constituency.
So that's your MP?
Yeah, so that's an MP that I can. I'm telling you.
Stuff.
Yes, so congratulations again.
Have you been there before?
Oh yes, I've been there a number of times, Alfred.
Oh yeah.
There is actually, they have a language they speak that I struggle. Anytime I try to speak it, Guan comes out of my mouth.
Interesting stuff.
And congratulations again to the MP-elect for the Guan constituency. A lot depends on you. We hope that you leave a mark. All right, so let's look at the 4 independent candidates who have shaken the NDC and MPP and broken the duopoly of these two parties. And we are starting from the Asante Akim North constituency. So these are the gentlemen on your screens, the 4 independent MPs going to Parliament. Ohene Kwame Frimpong is representing the Asante Akim North constituency. Now, who is he? He is a young entrepreneur in the constituency and has actually had a stint with the NPP. In fact, he is a member of the NPP. He contested in the primaries in the constituency that was in the early part of this year when the NPP held its primaries. But he lost. And the current MP, who also won that primary, actually won by a very slim margin, and that was where he smelt that there was a threat coming his way. So Ohene Kwame Frimpong, the owner of a radio station in the constituency, set up a number of jobs that has employed more young people in the constituency, is the one that is going to represent them. Unfortunately, the very vociferous, outspoken Andy Apiakubi will not be going to the 9th Parliament because of the dictates of this young man, Ohene Kwame Frimpong. And
Apiakubi has been speaking. He says all the executives, the MPP executives in Asante Akim North, campaigned against him.
Oh, Charlie.
You know,
Charlie.
This was like a huge conspiracy to get him out. But that was expected.
Yeah, so he probably, from all indications, because he is from the fold of the NPP, is very likely may do business with the NPP side of the house. So we do not know yet, of course. It's totally dependent on how the parliament shapes out. Now we also have very popular Kwame Asare, being popularly known as A+, or Kwame A+, also very vociferous. He is a sympathizer of the NPP, but has had some very harsh disagreements with the current government, has spoken out publicly, written publicly against how this government has managed the economy and how some individuals within the party are seeking to enrich themselves, you know, at the peril of the ordinary Ghanaian. And because of that, he decided to go into Parliament to at least get a foothold into active politics. So A+, a musician, an entrepreneur, a public speaker maybe, is going to Parliament on the ticket of the constituent of Gomoa Central, and he is the 2nd independent candidate we are looking at. He just tried one time and got it. Maybe it is on the back of his popularity in the entertainment industry that has got him that. Plus, his ability to make or speak his mind, as some people say. He expresses himself without fear, and maybe that's what has pushed him into the frontiers of politics. He's going to be in the House. We hope to see and hear him as loudly to represent the youth, which he campaigned largely on, that he's going to be the voice of the youth of the constituency. We wish him well as he goes into Parliament, Alfred.
Well, A+ defeated Nana. I mean, one thing that Kemeni will not be happy about, because one female MP is going out of Parliament. But Nana is the incumbent MP, Nana Kwanzaa. She was actually the deputy, or she is the deputy interior minister. So for the interior ministry, the minister and his deputy have all lost their seats. That's Henry Korte and Nana Kwanzaa. They've all lost. So the entire ministry, you know,
I wonder what kind of conversations they'll be having when they meet in the office, Alfred. I mean,
but you could see Henry Korte's demeanor today. He's part of the transition team for President Akufo-Addo. Obviously not too happy, but A+.
That's what happened. So yes, congratulations to Kwame A+ as well. And then we have Nandaya Yao Stanley. He is going to Parliament on the ticket of the constituency there. Woolensey is the constituency that he is representing. Now, Nandaya Yao Stanley is actually someone who broke ranks with the National Democratic Congress. So he's an NDC member, and because he lost the primary, in fact, he contested in 2020 on the ticket of the NDC and then didn't win. However, when he went to the primary for the last election, he lost as well and decided to go independent, and now is going to Parliament. It's interesting why or how people vote, and we keep saying that parliamentary politics or parliamentary elections is very local. The people know who they want, so irrespective of the national party's agenda, they will vote how they want, even if you bring someone that you think they need, because a message that each of these gentlemen put out to the constituents resonated with them, for which reason they thought that you would better represent us, and they have broken the duopoly of the NDC and NPP and allowed Nandaya Yao Stanley to go to Parliament. So he's representing the people of Woolensey. And another individual who is going to the House is Peli Wolasi from Plains North. Now, he is also a breakaway from the National Democratic Congress. In fact, he is a member of the NDC who was suspended for what the party terms misconduct. So they had very heated issues. The party thought that his behavior towards the incumbent MP, who is her name is Crosby. That lady was very key and instrumental in getting international attention to how child trafficking was a major concern in, Betty Crosby, how child labor was a major concern in the From Plains North constituency. The BBC did a documentary on that particular subject, and she was out in the media talking about how she needed help, especially for the younger children within her constituency. Well, as someone who thought that was going to do well for the ticket, on the ticket of the NDC, she's been knocked off, and Peli Wolasi is going as an independent candidate, although he was an NDC member who is currently on suspension. As to whether he'll come back to the fold and do business with the NDC in Parliament is a different story. But yes, that's what the story is. So whereas there's a tsunami that has blown away a number of MPP MPs who wanted to return to the House, well, it's not everybody within the NDC that is safe. Betty Crosby, the current MP for From Plains North, has also been given a blow and will not be going to the 9th Parliament. Constituents of From Plains North say that Peli Wolasi will be their representative.
But you see, it's interesting how political parties, you would expect that they would learn from each other. Because this tale of Peli Wolasi is one that you would find as well playing out in the NPP. You suspend a member, you know the member has influence, wields a lot of clout in their various constituencies. Now, this gentleman decides that, you know what, you've suspended me, I'm falling out with the party, but I'm going to test my mettle as an independent candidate. And they go and they win. The Fomena MP comes to mind. Look at what happened in the 2020 elections. Yeah. It's a script that you see playing out in many ways as well. In fact, if you recall, George Ewusu as well won the Bekwai constituency as an independent candidate because of similar instances. And then you see what happened to the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, George Mekuduka. The independent candidate did not win, but then again, it cost him
a lot of his
so
votes.
much of his votes as well. So you see Peli, you see Yao Stanley, and all what's happened with the two of them, the two political parties have been committing the same sin. Yeah. That's costing them a lot of their votes in these constituencies.
Already, the NDC is saying that these two individuals who are from their fold will be doing business with them in Parliament. But that decision solely depends on how they, whether they actually do want to do business with the NDC in Parliament or not. But the kind of numbers the NDC currently has, they probably would not even need these two individuals to help them take decisions on the floor.
You know
let's look at...
plenty meat doesn't spoil the soup.
Yeah, Namdodo saying quite. All right, so let's take a quick trip.
Now, there's another question as to whether these four independent candidates can also form a caucus of their own. I mean, because we've had just one in 2021 independent candidate, and you're going to go down memory lane.
Yes.
But we've had four before, and we're having four now in this particular 276 seat parliament. How much of an influence will they wield if they decide to either do business on one side or share the spoil on two on each side?
Yeah. I mean, clearly, I think that it will depend on the courting process.
Yeah.
If the NPP, looking at the number of seats left in their fold, want to immediately probably start calling them to want to do business, to caucus with them, that'll be fine. Then maybe that could become a bargaining chip that they could use for when the NPP comes calling. The NDC is actually very open, considering the numbers they have. If you want to be with a winning party, quote unquote, then I'm sure the final decision lies with them. But then again, if they even form, a caucus of independent candidates in Parliament, how much influence will they wield when it comes to decision making in the House?
But they will not be as powerful as Andre Siama.
At all, yes.
No,
so again, because of how slim the margin was in the current Parliament, Andre Siama was a decision maker, or he tilted the balance of power to either side. Now let's take a quick trip down memory lane and bring you other independent candidates we've had in the Fourth Republic. Starts from 92, and in that Parliament, we had two. So that was the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic. We had two independent candidates, Mada Hawa Yakubu. For those of you who followed politics for a while, you remember this woman. Very, very strong advocate.
Member of the Constituent Assembly that wrote the third Republican Constitution of Ghana.
Right.
I mean, she was 30, I think, 31 years old at the time. I mean, fled to